A lot of thoughts in distance running in particular at the moment, but yes, they're rather smooth on the base, so even if you're getting just a micro fraction of a slip over every stride, add that up over a marathon and you can see they're fast. They're not the most stable shoes compared to old school harder shoes with good tread, but my goodness, they are quick. Already stringing out, you can see. So we've got various races within the races. Steve talked about qualifying standards, which I think is 2:29:30, which Lily Partridge, in particular, of the British athletes competing, will be looking for. She has run that before, but has got to do it within the time period. So she'll be looking for that. Again, she's fairly confident that she could get that if all other things were equal, but the conditions may put a dampener, a literal dampener on that, but we shall see. But up front, all the main contenders are there, tucked in behind the pacemakers.
Well, if you're joining us early this morning and you are looking forward to our full day coverage, men's elite and the wheelchair races, of course, all the races separate. And this women's race will set the tone, I guess. And Andrew mentioned about the pace. So we've got various groups here aiming for different things. And already one or two that you can see just 2 meters off the back of that first group is the next pacemaker. And then a bit of a gap. And Sarah Hall of the USA was wanting to be in a kind of 2:22 group. There's meant to be kind of a 2:16-17 group, a 2:18 group, then a 2:22 group. And it's hard for the pacemakers in these early stages to actually gauge just a few seconds difference, Hannah. It's a bit of an art form, and I'll be interested to see which of the athletes change groups once they get out there.
No, absolutely. At this stage, it's almost an imperceptible change between that front group and the other groups, and we will see those gaps open up as the race progresses. But you are right, it's very hard to run 3 or 4 seconds a mile different. And you can see, Sarah Hall checking her watch there already. I think with the looped course, the athletes are going to get really good feedback, really instant feedback on what pace they're on, and hopefully be able to make those adjustments in real time.
So we think that first mile was 5:19, which is sub 2:20 pace. Not quite as fast as 2:15 world record pace, which is more like 5:9, 5:10. But I'm also interested on the lap. We're going to come under the finish line. There they are, going through the finish line for the first time. They've now got 19 laps to go. And the women are lapping at around about 7 minutes. So anything under 7 minutes is a quicker lap. Anything over 7 minutes will be a slightly slower lap. More of that as they go around. So let's have a look at exactly what it looks like. This was obviously done in the daylight. The virtual daylight, and the sun was shining. So that was the start. They've come down Horse Guards Parade, Birdcage Walk, the familiar turn back into the mile under the normal finish line, and that's really the lap marker. You can see down there underneath as well the elevation profile. A little bit of a drop on Horse Guards Parade, and then a gradual climb back up the mile. But overall, they only lose about 4 meters total up and down on each lap. I say lose, what goes down must come up, or something like that anyway. So that first lap completed, so 19 laps, and it was interesting chat to the athletes, and I'll bring you both in on this. Andrew is a slightly more amateur runner, if you don't mind me saying so. Hannah, you know, some of these are track athletes who've been used to lapping, and I think there's different views from the athletes around how they're going to measure their progress in this race, lap by lap, rather than normally doing 5K splits and mile splits, because the laps are going to be a bit of a determinant psychologically.
I think it will be different for each athlete. Some athletes don't mind the monotony of doing laps. Other athletes could find it mentally more taxing. But marathon running's taxing anyway. The training they've done is going to be taxing. This race isn't going to be any different. And I think you know that I'd rather know exactly where I was in a race. I don't like the abyss of not knowing where you are. So maybe counting off those laps one by one might help athletes keep their focus.
So as an amateur runner representative in the commentary box, Mr. Cotter, if you were running laps,
yeah, I mean, I operate in K. I think a lot of amateur runners operate in kilometres. You know, the old school proper runners would maybe do miles just because of the history of it. But a lot would do kilometres. But I think some of the athletes were talking about adjusting that and working out what it would be for a lap, because it gives a convenient distance. So the 19 laps, and they'll be going by the laps here rather than miles or Ks.
Well, whatever the pace, you still will expect that the world record holder will be right to the fore. Bridget Kosgei smashed that world record in Chicago last year, and well, like everybody else, she had to endure the lockdown in whatever form everybody had to contend.
We have not followed a full program of training since we announced the pandemic of COVID-19. We just closed up the camp, and we went our homes to relax with the family. Since up to 2 months, we just heard that London Marathon will be open. That's why we formed a little group, and we started to train again.
The other thing on the fashion front that I've noticed, Chris, is that for many years the London Marathon Pacers were in the black and white Toon Army, Everton Mint, Dave Bedford, Charles Barnett, black and white stripes, and now it's red. Today's colour, in line with the sponsors' colours, is red for those three evenly heighted, evenly striding pacemakers at the front of the most elite women's group. 4 groups around the course. When they come under the finish gantry this time, it will be with 18 laps to go.
Talking about domestic battles, just off the back of the group, of course. There are 4 athletes who already have the Tokyo qualifying standard for the Great Britain team. Obviously, athletes from other countries also trying to achieve that World Athletics 2 hours 29:30 qualifying standard. Each country has 3 quota places available for the Tokyo delayed 2021 marathon. Of course, this isn't a selection race today, but given the qualifying time is the uppermost of the thoughts of most of the domestic athletes. Only step 12 of the athletes competing today already has that standard. The others are Jessica Seppi, Charlie Perdue, and Stephanie Davis, who all have that qualifying standard already. But step 12's excellent run in Frankfurt last year at 2:26. Certainly put her in contention for a first major championship marathon.
Molly Siegel opting for a big line now still at this point in the race. 5:21 the last mile for the leading group, mile 2 of the race.
This is the overseas athletes know, because step 12's got a rain jacket on. Sarah Hall, rather than saw a moment ago, the shot there has got the extra headband. Billy Partridge has got a long sleeve top and an extra headband on as well, whereas the athletes like Bridget Kosgei at the front are very happy to be going on across their normal wrestling kit, but for a couple of extra sleeves.
And on the start this week, almost everybody will start themselves to a pacing group. We've got
glimpse there of Sarah Hall of the USA, who's at a number of distances is here to support her. Sarah will look to have been detached. She's in no woman's land between this stage running on her own.
The lights brightening behind Buckingham Palace as the athletes come round with 18 laps to go.
One of those who was due to run a couple of things there, and just off the back of that leading group below is Vivian Cheriot. He's just down the shots. He's wearing a blue kit. Just 4 or 5 metres behind.
So the first group through the
Finish gantry with 18 to go.
the second paced by Evan Chier.
Lots 1 2. They've upgraded themselves to the second pacing group. 2:19, so pretty ambitious.
Third group headed by Susan Cummins of the Netherlands. And the fourth group coming through now That is the Olympic qualifying standard group for around the world, not just for British athletes. Vinny Nesbitt in the red there. Looks as though everybody we've got the memo about the shoes, Chris.
What shoes people are going to be wearing?
Start moving their individual groups tables, and of course this is going to be a new experience for a few as well, often with the individual tables and also individual toilets as well today, these current conditions.
Independence to wear as well. Often in women's marathon in particular, the athletes have invested so much time and effort in these drinks bottles that they're almost superstitious about having to get every one of them. Sometimes you need to stop, wait lunch, or even turn or stop and go back to get their personal drinks bottle.
And it can often be the key point in the race. Caught everybody else Musicians could have been more opposite to this, but
pretty much did everything they could to make sure they used every single drink station, ice cow station they could in those midnight marathons in the very, very sticky conditions in which Ruth Chepngetich, the world champion, came out on top, and will be finding things the other end of the scale today.
Yeah, a bit different. You can see from that great aerial BBC shot the groups just separated by the appropriate distance, social distancing between groups. They've all been in that bubble in the Ackland Hotel since almost last weekend for some of the early arrivals. Alex McColgan has come from Doha to here. She ran in the final Diamond League event. She ran 800 metres in Stretford a couple of weeks ago, full contrast in distances and weather conditions.
she's from Manchester, so she won't. One or two athletes, I suspect Jenny Nesbitt included, are getting a feel of the London Marathon occasion before their debut. Hamish McColgan has said that she plans to run the full distance in 2022.
First time London Marathon, marathoners include Steph 12, although it's her third race over the distance. And it looks as though the pace is just over up a little bit now. Partridge, Steph 12, Ribeiro, Ali Dixon, red hat and the red singlet alongside there.
Whole new psychology, of course, for these athletes with the Luke course and the fact that lap number said 19 to go after the first lap. Come around this time will show 17 to go. It's a psychology, Jeff, you've done London, you've done major championship marathons as well. You've gone through the A to B, taking a few sights and sounds on the way, the atmosphere of the course. Jenny Nesbitt just having a bit of a dialogue with her fellow racer at the front there.
Just too quick. Where are they?
Yeah, up here, hidden behind us. But of course, that's the big, I guess, psychological factor for these athletes to get up to speed with is dealing with the loop factor.
Yeah, a few athletes in press conference who worked their way through the distances said, well, it's only like a 10,000 metres. You come around at the end of lap one and you've got 20 more to go. So they're well used to the metronome nature of training and racing. And Mo Farah, uniquely, can do a 20-mile run on the interior of a track around the football pitch on the middle of the track, open changing direction. So if you can just disengage, the laps don't matter at all. So we're coming up to 17 minutes. We're looking at the British battle there with Lee Partridge in the long black sleeves, Steph 12 in the long black jacket. Nancy Gilligan, Ali Dixon and Jennifer Nesbitt are the three red-vested athletes doing the pacemaking. Ali Dixon doing it from the middle of the pack, I noticed.
Experience with just covering up by a couple of athletes to save himself from the worst of the conditions at the front. But Jenny Nesbitt, I was taking out front. But Lee Partridge looking strong in his early stages. Big day for her household, of course, as her partner Ben Connor makes his marathon debut in the men's race a little bit later on.
And the deal is, whoever has the worst run has to drive home.
That's the derby.
Yeah. Whoever has the worst run has to pay the hotel car park.
She's just more expensive than the derby, I believe. In this neck of the woods.
Interesting choice of hat with Christmas coming up, isn't it? For Lee Partridge there. The old Nordic look.
Yeah, how long will that last? That's the question. Kelly Patchley there from Australia with the cap on and the gloves. To the right of the shot, it's actually Cochran in the centre of step 12. Well, that is the full-on wet weather look, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. But with options to reduce the forecast, the percentage of rain goes down on the BBC forecast. That's Helen Davis.
Over 40.
Bridget Kloskine for a moment. Again, very helpful of the organisers to us. Having the same kind of sponsored kit, same disposed for Kloskine, Chen and Gettich, you can see. Bridget Kloskine is trying to give them some of her winter gear. Off go the gloves.
So with 19 minutes in, the lap indicator moves to 17 laps to go. 2.6 laps completed as they go under the gantry this time. Looking good, ladies, and on schedule as they go in front of the Crowleys, which is all we have. We've got John Widgeon here, the IAAF, the World Athletics Chief Executive, who's our only spectator, but I think he's on a working day. What did he do?
Sure on that one, Rob.
Answers
Gloves
on a postcard.
Okay. Gloves are a bit of a mixed blessing in weather like this. I mean, they're good at the start, but, you know, once they get wet, they're not much use to you. They certainly don't keep your hands warm. And then the question is, you know, are you going to take a spare pair with you? You can't take a pair from somebody on the side. That would be a sister. So I'm not surprised. And I think that was Koskei getting rid of her arm warmers as well. So Koskei not bothered at all by the temperature, it seemed. So here we are at the drink station. There's one drink station per lap. Each of the athletes have their own table. Of course, in a normal race, the athletes have drinks every 5 kilometres, the elite athletes. That's where they can put their special drinks. This time there's one drink station per lap. So once every 2.15k or so. So then the question is, are you going to grab your drinks every lap? I think probably unnecessary. And certainly at 9 degrees, you're going to be sweating much, much less than if it were a hot day. So much less need for hydration on a day like this, I would say.
Yes, interesting. I mean, the golden rule is by the time you start to feel thirsty, it's already too late. But it'll be interesting to see as we get towards the business end of this race who is going for the drinks on every single circuit. Remember, if you're just joining us, it's 2.15k, 19.5 times. 5:09. Now, that explains why there's been a splinter in this lead group. They went through the first 5k in just inside 16.5, so they were on course for just outside, what is it, sort of high 217s, and I think that may be the reason why we've really seen a 5:09 and why so many of the women in that big group have just dropped off the back. Sarah Hall, she's gone out with her pacemaker. I think that's Sandra Fellis-Tui. And she did run so well, Hall, for that low 222s, 5th in Berlin, 6th on the US all-time list. And she formed Sarah Hall. We'll keep an eye on her. She ran 68.18 in Eugene on the 20th of August, so she's clearly in good shape and determined to cause a little wave here after missing out in the US trials. Sinead Diver's an interesting athlete, unbelievable, still going strong at the age of 43. She's running well at the moment with her own pacemaker, but it's Koskei, Ruth Chepngetich, and we mentioned Ashete Bakera, 20 marathons, 12 podium finishes, a really consistent performer. Talking about the athlete on the left of picture there with the white vest. Those three with the pacemakers, and then there's a little gap back to the rest of that lead group. So that 5:09 has done a little bit of damage to the leading pack, but we've got the world record holder against the world champion with a very, very talented Ethiopian in the mix. Keep your eye out for Vivian Chariot as well. She's experienced enough to run her own pace in the early stages. Dare I say it, Mara, it's it's brightening up a touch, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, on that shot, it looks like the rain has eased off a little bit. I think it's definitely eased off compared to just before the start, for sure, and a little bit of sun peeking through the trees there. I was out running yesterday, and there were a lot of slippery fallen leaves on the ground, and I did wonder if that would be a problem for the athletes today. Of course, this is the first time this London Marathon has ever been held in the autumn here in London. I expect the organisers will have swept the course before the start, but of course they can't do that while the runners are underway on this multi-lap course. We could later on, of course, Rob, see athletes being lapped. 19 laps plus a little bit extra, and 2.15k per lap. So I think in the latter stages that could well be a possibility.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because we had a very useful brief from Hugh Brasher, didn't we, earlier in the week? I know you and I were both listening in on that one. And I did ask Hugh whether they had spoken to the athletes about the etiquette of being lapped. I mean, I guess it's not like being on a track where you're looking for the inside lane, and you know, if you hear somebody coming through, you automatically out until lane 2 or 3. There should be a fair amount of space around them, but it's absolutely possible and probable that with so many laps, you could easily have an athlete on for a PB mid 220s, if the likes of Bridget Kosgei or Ruth Chepngetich is on for the women's only world record. Multiple women are going to get lapped. And the other element here, Mara, which again might sound like a silly question, but you're in a good position to answer this from an elite perspective, although you never ran the London doing 19 and a half circuits. Although many of these women will be metronomic with their pace and their judgment, will it be difficult for them to remember what lap they're actually on? Because I know we've got a leaderboard which they can look to check how many laps is next to their name, or will they be judging this purely on the clock and they'll instinctively know?
This is a really interesting question. I was asking it myself when I was preparing for commentary. Do we stick with the traditional mile splits, 5k, 10k, 15k splits, or do you count by laps? I mean, one lap is 2.15k thereabouts. That really is a meaningless distance for these athletes. All of them will do most of the in miles or kilometres. And typically in a marathon, 5k splits is what you're looking out for. So, and there are, on the finish gantry, there are lap counters. We're told there will be a bell on the penultimate lap. So I'm not sure that the athletes will be paying too much attention to the laps. Of course, they're running in a clockwise direction, which is different to on the track where you're running anti-clockwise. So a little bit different, even though many of them will be familiar with track racing.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, I hadn't really thought about that, because you're automatically thinking in laps that you're leaning to your left when you go around the home straight, but it's the other way round.
On that shot there, Rob, you could see 16 kilometres, 2 miles, 6 miles, 14 miles there, 14k. So quite plenty of scope for confusion. So I think these athletes will have thought about this beforehand and figured out what they're going to pay attention to and what they're not, and they could be just simply using their watches as well. See them right on the blue line there, not wasting any distance. This lap format we have seen quite recently in Prague on the September, where a women's only half marathon world record was set, subject to ratification. That was 16 and a half laps of a 1.3k loop course.
Yes, different times requiring different skills, and remembering where you are in terms of the overall race is of vital importance. I agree with you. On the radar, because they'll be they should in theory most of the way round know exactly how far they've got to go, and this is looking good from the point of view of watching a wonderful duel.
Joyce Smith there, winner of the very first London Marathon one of the British legends and pioneers of female marathon running.
And this shows you how far the sport has come. A winning time, 2:29:57. I mean, that was a brilliant time for back in 1981, but it's indicative of just how quickly the sport has moved on. And do you know what, Mara? We certainly didn't think that we'd see this record broken for quite some time to come. She held on to it for well over a decade. It was hard to believe that day what Paula ran, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. 2:15:25. I mean, that was back 2003, 20 years ago now. I mean, she had run under 2:20 several times, had male pacemakers, and of course nobody near it. The nearest person was Mary Kaitani, 2:17:01 in 2017. It was in it to bits, taking some 80 seconds off Paula's record. So I have to say, on that shot, you can see the bright pink shoes that all these athletes are wearing. These shoes have contributed to Koskai's record. She wore a version of the Nike Vapor Flies in breaking that record. So in the last couple of years, really have transformed distance running and caused quite a bit of controversy as well. Some people in favour of them. They make you go faster. They're the inevitable advancement of technology. But others really worrying for the sport and what it means in terms of meaningful comparison with previous results, what it means in terms of, is running now purely a human endeavour, or is it a mixture of human and technology? So a lot of controversy. Of course, the other brands all catching up now. A lot of them have brought similar shoes onto the market. Not exactly the same because of patent laws. A lot of them now have these very high stack height shoes. The World Athletics' rules state that the stack height cannot be more than 40 millimeters, 4 centimeters. Carbon blade inside, only one blade. Those rules were set back in January. But of course, the shoes have been around since about 2016. And if you look at the number of sub-particular times in the last few years, it really shows the impact of these shoes. So, if we take sub-220s, in 2016 there was 1, in 2017 3, 2018 11, and 2019 12 performers. So that's performers, not performances, performers running sub 220. If we look a bit slower time, sub 226. In 2017, there were 56 athletes under 226. 2018, 86. 2019, 109. So it really has transformed the sport.
Yeah, it's the elephant in the room, and I guess another decent mile there inside 5:10, and Koskai is looking really good here with Chetnagetic alongside her, and Valerie Jamil, one of the other women who's broken 2:20. She won Frankfurt last year. She's in that group. I noticed Vivian Chariot has drifted off that pace, although she's not running too far behind. Jamili's just on the right of picture there with the blue vest. It's such an interesting debate, and it has caused real controversy in the distance running community, Mara. I guess it's a balancing act between what counts as natural, improvements as technology just gradually gets better. What's an acceptable increment, and what's changing the landscape? I mean, Hugh Brasher made a good point that when his father won the steeplechase in 56, he was wearing titanium spikes, and at stages we moved from watching records on cinder tracks to watching records, on the modern surface, and now we've got Mondos. So I guess it's a question of, is this a natural progression of technology, or is the curve getting to the point where it's beginning to look like it's impacting greater than it should do?
Oh, there's no question that it's impacting results. So in the women's marathon, estimates of the difference these shoes can make is about 3 minutes for elite women. So for example, athlete A, two athletes who are, let's say athlete A is a 2:20 runner, athlete B is a 2:21 runner. Athlete B goes and puts these shoes on, runs 2:18. You know, it can influence results of races. So now, you know, Koskai's 2:14.04. How do you make sense of that? Nobody got close to Paula's record. If somebody got close, we would expect it to be seconds chipped off. But to knock off 80 seconds, you kind of have to recalibrate. I think you need a pre-blade shoes set of information in your head and a post set of information shoes in your head, because otherwise meaningful comparisons over time are quite difficult. Of course, as you said, titanium spikes, you know, track surfaces, things do evolve, but in a relatively small way. I think that the key here is regulation by World Athletics. You can't stop the advancement of technology. These shoes are here to stay. This is the new world of distance running. But how World Athletics regulates them really is key to the impact it has. They've effectively frozen the status quo until after the Tokyo Olympics. They've also established a scheme in which all athletes can have access to, all elite athletes can have access to any shoe they want. So they're trying to ensure universal access at elite level. The athletic shoe availability scheme, that is. It was interesting in the men's elite press conference. Kenenisa Bekele, sadly withdrawn with an injury. He said he's had difficulties. He's had little injuries with his lower limb, his calf. He didn't really settle into the shoes that well, and that's an example of the fact that some athletes respond very well to the shoes, others don't respond so well. I think it's fair to say Koskai and Kipchoge respond very well to these shoes. Bekele perhaps less so. And he said he'd had the shoes for 6 months. I think that was the Alpha Flies actually, and he decided to race in the Vapor Flies, the older model. So lots and lots of issues to bottom. How do you enforce it? You know, race referees in theory can inspect the shoes, but you can't see what's inside the stack without cutting it open or using a scanner of some kind.
Yes, the technology is a really interesting one, and World Athletics have gone to 4 centimetres and only one blade. I wonder whether that will get even stricter as time goes on. We were talking about whether Lily Partridge would be able to strip off, as it were, and we just saw her peeling off that outside layer, and she had 2 sets of bibs, so no problem.
Okay.
So whilst we were talking there and analysing the shoes, and it is a debate that will continue to rage within distance running, Lily Partridge has answered that question. She's still got the arm warmers on, but she is down to short sleeves, and I wonder whether Steph Twell will shortly do the same.
Clever.
I mean, I guess just to round off the shoe debate, because we could talk about it all day long. In your opinion, as an elite athlete and a Commonwealth medalist, does 4 centimetres go far enough from World Athletics, or were you expecting them to be stricter with the upper limit they set on the soles and the base?
Well, it's a balance. I mean, my personal view is I wanted them to be a bit stricter. I would have said, right, how about we set it at 2 centimetres, 2.5 centimetres, and no blades. And then within that 2 to 2.5 centimetres, you can throw your best engineers and scientists at it and let them do what they can within that stack height. I think the reason for the 4 centimetres is because the blade needs a curve in it to return energy. So you need enough space to have a curved blade. 2 to 2.5 centimetres I don't think would allow enough space for a curved blade. But as I said before, we are where we are. I can't see us going back to no blades. You know, the shoe manufacturers are big supporters of the sport. They put a lot of money into the sport. They're sponsoring races, athletes. The sport can't operate without the manufacturers. So World Athletics have to strike a balance between preserving the integrity, meaning of results, and so on, with ensuring the future of the sport. So it's a really tough balance to strike. But I think their athlete shoe availability scheme is a really good start. That under that scheme, athletes currently will get at least 1 month to try out the shoes. Having heard Bekele's comments, I wonder if they might come under pressure to ensure that athletes have access to shoes a bit longer than that. So this lead group looking pretty comfortable at the moment, not looking like they're in too much trouble, but slightly separated there. Vivian Chariot, on your left of your screen there, stellar track career behind her. She came from behind to win the 2018 London Marathon here. Very consistent performer. Magertu on the right of your screen there. Interesting athlete. She was a 2:28 runner in 2018, improved to 2:21 in 2019. So very impressive rise up the rankings, managed by Hussein Maki, who has a big group of athletes.
Yeah, and that one of her big incremental advances came when she won Rome last year with that high 2:22s. That was a 6-minute PB. Not sure what shoes she was wearing. Let's park that one for now and concentrate on this fascinating race unfolding. But in the early stages, as we're looking at Chelimo there, following the pacemakers, I think Bridget Kosgei is looking good. Sinead Driver there. I mean, we haven't really had a huge amount of time to talk about Sinead Driver. She's just behind that pacemaker. 43 years of age, dual passport, went over to Australia. I think she's still retains her Irish passport. Didn't really do any kind of distance running. I think she was more of a basketball player until her mid-30s. My goodness me, she's obviously running on young legs. And she set a new PB earlier this year in Japan, 68.50. At the age of 43, it's amazing.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, she ran 2:24.11 last year. Yeah, I mean, how she does it at age 43 is incredible. There is this concept of training age, which is different to your actual age. So if you take up competitive running relatively late in life, even if your actual age is quite advanced, your training age, your athletic age is still quite young, and I think that applies to her. So she's looking really good, really relaxed. I think that's Chelimo behind her. So interesting debut from Chelimo. She set a half marathon PB back in 2017 at the Cardiff half, 65.52. So interesting that if some of the athletes at the front of the race have slightly overcooked things, we could see the athletes in these later groups changing the order a bit. So interesting. Lily Partridge, excellent planning ahead from Lily Partridge, setting off with a long sleeve top on and 2 sets of bibs. So she's obviously thought very carefully about that. Good on her.
Yeah, and we've still not seen Steph Twell peel off that extra layer. 8th in Frankfurt last October, inside 2:27. Lily would be on course for a pretty big PB here. She has gone inside the World Athletics qualification time of 2:29.30. She did that by 6 seconds when she won the British title as part of the London Marathon 2 years ago. But this is a big, useful group, and they all look pretty comfortable at this stage.
Just a moment ago, we saw Jenny Nesbitt pacing the previous group. She had a little white patch on her arm. That's a new device from Abbott, the sponsors of the World Marathon Majors, which helps athletes to measure their glucose levels while they're training. It's a new device Abbott have brought out, and it's making its debut today in a competitive context in the London Marathon. Talking of World Marathon Majors, Rob, with several World Marathon Majors events having been cancelled this year. The only World Marathon Majors events to have gone ahead are today, London and Tokyo Marathon back in March. So the current series of the World Marathon Majors is unclear at this point when it will conclude. A decision is likely to be made before the end of the year. So normally it runs, through several races. The athletes collect points for winning. and the lower positions, but that currently up in the air because of the dramatic impact this pandemic has had on races. Of course, many of these athletes have had difficult build-ups to this race. You know, around the world, the lockdown and other restrictions we've seen from COVID have varied enormously. In some countries, lockdowns have been so strict that athletes haven't been able to train at all. The South African athlete, Stein, told me she lives part of the time in Dubai, and she said she had a few weeks where she wasn't able to at all. The Kenyan athletes also said, you know, they'd had to train alone, very limited competition opportunities, very limited earning opportunities. I mean, these athletes, running is their living. They rely on racing partly for their income. So a lot of them suffering financially. And World Athletics actually did have a support scheme for athletes earlier in the year, which athletes suffering financial difficulty could apply to.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point there. It's been so difficult for track and road runners, especially because some of them would have been expecting, if they were in good shape and they were deemed to be in contention for Olympic medals, some of them would have been expecting bonus payments to have hit their accounts, assuming things had gone as well as perhaps they had been predicted to in Tokyo. So not having a major championships this year has been hugely problematic for hundreds of athletes.
Absolutely. The Olympics itself doesn't give out prize money, but many federations will give bonuses for good Olympic results. Of course, medals, perhaps top 8. And then, of course, that really influences appearance fees. So if you're the Olympic marathon champion, all these races will be falling over themselves bidding to get you at their next race. And that hasn't happened. So a lot of these athletes will have been suffering from that. So Sarah Hall there from the USA, out on her own, not the best place to be, but I've been there myself. 2007 London Marathon, from 5k to the end I ran the whole way by myself. But Sarah Hall looking pretty comfortable there. It would be really amazing to see her get right up there on the above 6th on the USA all-time list. She and her husband Ryan, also a former elite marathon runner. I believe he's still the American national record holder for the half marathon. They have 4 adopted sisters originally from Ethiopia, and 2 of them, at least I know, are keen runners. So Sarah today is raising money for homeless children in Ethiopia, I read. So real community spirit from Sarah, doing a lot for the and wider community with her husband Ryan.
That's great to hear that. I know you've been out to Addis a few times as we watch the leading trio behind the pacemakers. We've been talking a lot about Bridget Kosgei and Ruth Chepngetich. Kosgei is the reigning world record holder. Chepngetich on the left is the reigning world champion. 2:32 in the sweltering conditions. I think it was even hot in the commentary box. Mari Yamauchi was alongside Tim Hutchings, and Valerie Jamili is there. But just mentioning, you know, the adopted sisters, was fortunate enough to go out many times and help on the great Ethiopian run that Haile Gebrselassie it created alongside the organisers of the Great North Run, one of the brilliant 10Ks the world has ever seen. And one of my abiding memories trip, Mara, was seeing an Italian family going back to Rome because of the altitude. The flights have to stop in Rome on the way back because they're too heavy to take off with enough fuel, because Addis is so high above sea level. So you always stop in Rome on the way back from Addis Ababa. And there were 2 little Ethiopian siblings who were clearly being adopted by this Italian family. And to my dying day, I'll never forget the look on their faces. I was sitting in the row behind them, and they were looking out the window as you saw this vast expanse of the Rift disappearing beneath them, and the love and the attention and the warmth from the adopted parents and the excitement from the children. It had obviously been done properly, and they'd got to know each other over extended numbers of visits. So I always have huge admiration for people who do that, because the look on those kids' faces will stay with me forever. So that's a fantastic story from Sarah and Ryan.
Yeah, they're so community spirited, Sarah and Ryan, and I really take my hat off to Sarah. for training at this level, are looking after 4 children. You know, I don't have children, and when I was competing, it was everything I could do just to train and get enough rest. So, of course, a lot of these athletes, others, you know, back in Doha last summer, there was a lot of talk about the athletes who, like Alison Felix, who just had a baby and were returning to competition. Bridget Kosgei is the mother of twins, had twins very early, and I gather she supports financially members of her family, as many of these African athletes do. You know, the athletes like myself coming from the developed world, we perhaps don't. Pace number 3 there, we just saw dropping out. That was Sheila Chelangat, more a track runner than a marathon runner. She may have had instructions to run that far. So the lead group down to, should be 2 pacemakers. We can only see 1 on our screen there, but I believe the other pacemaker is still there.
Yes, and in fact, that leading pacemaker, Vivian Kiplagat, has been talking to Ruth Chepngetich, Bridget Kosgei, and Valerie Jamili. The 15K split, by the way, 48.5. So they are just about inside women's only world record pace, which was Mary Kaitani 2:17.01, set 3. And there's a not too shabby bonus of $125,000 for a women's only world record. Long way to go, But you mentioned about athletes balancing being parents. It must be tremendously difficult because, as you indicated, you know, when you're in a huge block of training, it's probably all you can to get through a session, sleep, eat, and go again. Giving your energy and your time to a child would take a huge amount of your focus away from training.
Yeah, any mother of small children, whether you're a runner or not, knows that it's incredibly demanding looking after small children. I'm not saying that being an athlete is harder than any other job, and of course, you know, millions of mothers of small children are working as well. But I know from my own experience, for me, just looking after myself and training at this level was enough. Maybe I don't have the guts and strength of some of these athletes, but really take my hat off to Sarah Hall. Amazing. I really hope she does well today.
Yes, we'll keep a close eye on that one. All we need to say on the parent theme, Mara, all you need to know is your love is unconditional. Your patience most certainly is not. That will tell you volumes about what it's like to be a parent. Not that I would know about juggling life as an elite athlete. Cameras focusing in there on Carla Salome Rocha. She was 8th last year, inside 2:25, 8th in Berlin as well. Very good cross-country runner, 10th in the Europeans last year. She's decided to head out ahead of Ailish McColgan, who is helping out with that group. 1:42, that is Sheila Chelangat, who has finished her duties as a pacemaker. And now we are down to the world record holder against the world champion, running just behind the pacemaker. Just a reminder, it was 48.5 for Bridget Kosgei and Ruth Chepngetich. And then we've got a gap of around half a minute. The next group, 49 on the nose, that's Achete Bekere. Bekere is a 2:20 performer. And that time, 49. Yeah, she's comfortably inside 2:20. So that's a confirmation of the leading group. Now, let's just get a visual check on Jamili. Yep, Jamili has been dropped by some, what would you say that is, Mara, 20 metres or so?
30 metres, yeah. So she's on her own now, which isn't the best place to be, but could be a wise call. You know, early on in the race, if you feel you're really overcooking it, sometimes it's sensible just to drop back a few seconds per kilometre and you know, hope that in the latter stages it helps you. Chepngetich has her left hamstring I just wonder if she's been carrying an injury coming into this race. She looks perfectly fine, but presence of tape on athletes anywhere is always a little bit of a warning sign. Chepngetich really burst onto the scene in 2017 with a 2:22.36 debut. Improved it the following year to 2:18.35, and then just 75 days later ran that 2:17.08 in Dubai, which takes her to 4th on the UK all-time list.
Yes, very, very good athlete. Ailish McColgan alongside Rocha. Seidel in that group as well. Running well, Molly Seidel. Second in the US trials, as you mentioned, that was her debut. So she's really in need of some major championship or major city road racing experience. And I think that gap to Jamili is growing. So what if it does remain a battle between these two? What a classic distance running duel. We've been licking our lips with anticipation of this race, Mara. It's the world record holder against the world champion, and in terms of a story, it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, certainly two of the best, well, they are the two best athletes in the world at the moment. I mean, Chepngetich number 4 all time, Koskai the world record holder by a country mile. They both look pretty comfortable. It was interesting in that shot we just saw the pacemaker look like she was calling back at them, maybe asking, you know, for advice about the pace. I think they've sped up a little. So it's interesting also, after Koskai ran 2:14.04 in Chicago last October, she said, oh, I think I can go a lot faster, possibly even 2:10. So coming back to the shoe debate, how do you make sense of a woman running 2:10? We're in new territory. Interestingly, if you look at the men's start list, Koskai's PB is 2:14, is other than 11 men on this start list, and these are world-class men. So phenomenal athlete. Still, both of them only 20 years old. So, you know, lots of people say in the marathon you mature into the event. You know, you need a few attempts to really crack it. So there's plenty of scope for improvement from these two youngsters, even though they're already running absurdly fast times as 26-year-olds.
It's interesting, isn't it, Mara? Because in the old days, the graduation would have been along the lines of you're a bit like yourself. You're a 5,000 meter runner. You have a go at the 10,000, and when you've got that speed endurance in your legs, then you graduate to the marathon. You look at the likes of Haile Gebrselassie, double Olympic champion, four-time world champion over the 10, steps up to the marathon. He's got fantastic speed in his legs. Then he goes for the endurance, and he becomes the first athlete in history to run inside 2:04. Now, got virtual kids coming out of nowhere with no 10,000 meter speed in their legs, and for you know, in the women's races, you're seeing these relative youngsters coming out, make up 2:20 look fun, and in the men, you'll see them running 2:05 on their debut without breaking a sweat. It's incredible the way the parameters and the build-up to these careers has changed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're really two models. So you start on the track, you build up your speed over the shorter events, then you progress up to the marathon. But more and more now, we're seeing youngsters going straight for the marathon. Chepngetich is exclusive road runner. And there are advantages to that as well. I mean, the marathon is a different beast to the shorter races. It has to be run more aerobically. You have to be good at using fat as a fuel as well as carbohydrate. And if you spend your 20s, say, on the track and you don't move up to the marathon until you're, let's say, 30, you know, you don't have that much time to really crack the marathon. So there is an art to forget about the track, go straight to the marathon when you're young and able to absorb huge amounts of training. You're able to recover from injuries more quickly. And that's what Chepngetich has done. And you see that a lot in China, in Japan as well. A lot of those athletes tend to go to the marathon at a much younger age. And it just gives you more time in your younger years to mature into the and really crack it. A lot of these athletes, they'll only be racing twice a year, perhaps 3 times a year. In normal times, you don't get many bites of cherry to pull out performance. And you know, on a day like today, some of these athletes might be in amazing shape, and they turn up and the weather conditions aren't great. So what can go wrong? What can go wrong in the marathon? Let's put it that way. So that is Helen Davis, I believe, with Alison Dixon on pace. So Alison Dixon wearing pace number 9. Alison Dixon, again, long career in the marathon. She represented the UK in the 2017 London World Championships, led the race for a lot of the early stages. Helen Davis, PB of 2:34.06 from Brighton last year. So I think Helen will be looking to get that Olympic qualifying time if she possibly can. Interesting to see just behind Helen, zero emission on that car. Nissan, I believe it is, are the new sponsors and have provided electric vehicles. Last year made a real push on sustainability and being a much more environmentally friendly event. And this is one of their measures, using electric vehicles. So Al Dixon looking like her pacemaking duties are over there. Pacemaking is not that easy a task. In the 2007 London Marathon, I did my pace. I went off with the pacemakers, and at 5k we were 30 seconds up on our target pace, and I had to decide, okay, is this going to carry on? We're going to be 4 minutes up at the end. That's too fast for me. So I dropped back, but then they reverted to our previously agreed pace, and they never got more than 30 seconds ahead of me. So pacemakers are human, they make mistakes. Interesting to see the cutout there on the side of the course, Rob. Lots of fun runners, charity fundraising runners, and also some of the greats of yesteryear. Beardsley and Simonson there, the joint winners of the very first marathon.
Yes, it was one of the initiatives that the organisers felt nothing's going to make up for a lack of 50,000 people crowding around Buckingham Palace and the finish and Birdcage, but it's a little nod to the history and tries to, you know, make the athletes feel a little bit special as they head round the course. Now, one of the interesting things coming up short, Mara, we touched on the fact that athletes are going to be lapped, and Helen Davis is a fine marathon runner. She's just in front of she's just to the left there of the lead car for the Commonwealth Marathon in the sweltering conditions of Delhi 10 years ago. Interesting here just to see. It'll probably be fairly straightforward. You've got Chepngetich sticking very closely to that blue line. Koskai and Chepngetich, the world champion, Koskai the world record holder. In a moment, they will come up onto the shoulder and pass. Helen Davis as they're going now. No problem here. I mean, I guess maybe we were making it out to be more than it was. There's plenty of room to come past on the outside, and maybe it's as straightforward as it is 10,000 metres.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the athletes, the organisers have a technical meeting for all the athletes and give out technical guidance, and that will include information like So I'm sure that this would have been made very clear to the athletes in order to avoid any accidents. Of course, when there's water on the ground, it's much easier to slip, especially at the drink stations. So the organisers will have done their level best to avoid any mishaps or accidents. In previous years, we did see once a collision between an elite woman and one of the male wheelchair racers, and after that, the start times were changed to I think the wheelchairs went off for wheelchair racers, and after that the start times were changed to I think the wheelchairs went off first because they go a lot faster. So the organisers, you know, they do their absolute best to avoid mishaps from taking place.
I think from memory, I recall commentating on that. The wheelchair athlete might have been Josh Cassidy.
Yeah, I think it was Josh Cassidy, and I think it was Seki Galana in the...
Yeah, it was somebody huge, wasn't it? It was a
one
really
of the
big
Ethiopian
star.
athletes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember seeing it. It was at about 15k. I mean, things like this do happen. You know, the drink stations is the classic place where accidents happen. Athletes can fail to sight their table, and then they have to swerve across at the last minute, obstructing other athletes. I mean, they're very used to, at this level, used to grabbing their own drinks, but it is possible that accidents do happen. I saw one year, I think it was in London, an athlete, as she approached her table, was accidentally pushed from behind, and her hip went into the corner of the table. And at the speed these athletes are going at, oh, believe me, from the look on her face, it did look really painful. So these two athletes, Koskai and Chepngetich, both managed by Federica Rosa, both based in Kenya, both well under 220, and I wonder if the pacemaker is a bit of a gap there. I'm just wondering if she's going a little bit faster than. There she is talking to them again. Do you want me to speed up or slow down? I think she's asking. But Koskai and Chepngetich look pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I make this pace. It's now, there's a little injection. I think we had a 5:06 and a 5:09 or a 5:11. They've really upped the ante. I think they want to make sure. I think they're going to head into this second half of the race with a very, very good chance of beating that women's only world record. And as you were, I joked a little earlier about the different conditions facing Ruth Chepngetich today than those she overcame or endured would probably be the more appropriate word in Doha. Mara, you were commentating on that race with world cross-country silver medalist Tim Hutchings. Yes, it was 2:32, but I think what we can take from that victory in a very, very unusual race where so many world-class women dropped out, mentally, Chepngetich is very, very strong. Were those the most brutal conditions you've ever witnessed or experienced for a marathon?
Without a doubt, Doha was the hottest place I have ever been, and I've lived in Tokyo for 9 years, which has summer, everyone's talking about the Tokyo summer because the Olympics were to have taken place, hopefully will take place there next year. It pushes 40 degrees in Tokyo, but Doha was in a whole nother world. I've never been so hot in my life. Of course, the race took place at midnight, but it was very, very hot, very humid. As the championships wore on, the conditions did improve, and by the time of the men's marathon, it was a bit cooler. But the women's race was on the first evening. It was exceptionally hot. And I think for Chepngetich, the key in hot conditions is just to run slower, because then you're mitigating the heat stress. You have to balance the total stress you put your body under from the heat and from the exertion. And Chepngetich, she's a 2:18, 2:17 runner. 2:32 is probably relatively easy for her. Of course, that also was a lap course, a much bigger lap. And, of course, the London Olympics, the London World Championships, also lap courses, but much, much fewer laps and much longer loops. So this time, 19-plus laps for these athletes. The tall athlete on the right of your screen there in the black is Umels from the Netherlands, PB of 2:32.34. So I imagine she also will be going for that Olympic Games qualifying standard. So we should talk about the Tokyo Olympic qualification, Rob, because the qualification period has been suspended. It was suspended earlier this year because of the lack of competition. It was going to be suspended until the 30th of November for all events, but World Athletics decided to lift that suspension for the road events, so the marathon and the race walks. And that was to reflect the fact that these athletes have very limited opportunities to qualify. You don't have that many chances to compete in these events because they take so much out of you. And also reflecting the fact that the conditions in Doha were exceptionally tough. And from memory, I think nobody in the road events achieved an Olympic qualifying standard in Doha. As I understand it, the suspension on time, so for the women 2:29.30 has been lifted. Athletes could originally qualify by accumulating points in the world rankings and by finishing top 10 in a World Marathon Majors. But as I understand it, those latter two routes to qualification are still suspended. So 2:29.30 is the goal today. But of course, for these two, they're well inside that multiple times. So 5:17, a little bit slower on that mile.
Yes, they're going along at a good pace here. They went through the official split for 20k was 64.35, so comfortably in line for this women's only world record. Interesting just to take a quick clarification on the gaps, Mara. At that last official checkpoint, Valerie Jamili had drifted back by 3/4 of a minute. Bekele was just about a minute behind, and then Mugurtu and Vivian Cheriot, the reigning Olympic champion over 5,000 metres, she's a minute and a half adrift. Sarah Hall's moving through the field nicely. She's 2 minutes 10 down, but she's in total no man's land. She's over a minute ahead of the athlete behind her and about a minute slower than those behind. But Chepngetich here deciding to hit the front. 68 minutes at halfway. This is really good running from Chepngetich. They're on course for 2:16 plus change, and she's laying down the gauntlet here to Brigid Kosgei, but Kosgei won't be panicking. Remember, she's run 2:14.04, so in theory, if she's in good shape, this 2:16 plus bits won't be troubling her too much. But Chepngetich, fair play to her. She's having a really good go here, and if she were able to keep going at this kind of pace, she would be in line for a personal best and a very, very fast time.
It's interesting, Rob, that one of the features of these new shoes that people talk about is that the reduction in fatigue. So not only do they make you go faster, but there's some element of reduction in fatigue, which means that in the second half you're able to run faster. That's what it boils down to. Last year in London, Kosgei ran the second half in 66.42. My PB, just doing one half, is 68.29, and I was a world-class athlete. So Kosgei absolutely blitzed the second half, fastest second half ever in a women's marathon, ever, anywhere. They did 71 something through halfway, so quite pedestrian, much slower than today. But you know, we don't know what's going to happen in the second half with these shoes. We don't know how much they've got left in the tank compared to the previous old shoe era, if I can put it like that.
Extraordinary times. It's interesting. Vivian Kiplagat on the pacemaking duties, she's been quite vocal all throughout the race. She clearly seems fairly comfortable, and Chepngetich had a little metaphorical, literal stretch of the legs, and Brigid Kosgei just closed that gap straight down and said, hang on a minute, I'm the world record holder here for a reason, and you're really going to have to earn this if you fancy taking away my London Marathon title. Remember, she is the defending champion. One of the things I like about these two women, Mara, you can sometimes get carried away talking about times because it's races and it's results that make reputations and lead to brilliant stories when the historians write their books. And Kosgei's won 7 of her 11 marathons. Chepngetich in second has run 5 marathons and won 4 of them. A couple of wins in Istanbul in 17 and 18, and then Dubai and Doha last year. As we look at Seidel running well here, Molly Seidel, a 26-year-old, only her second marathon, with the experienced Rocha just behind her.
Yeah, they look very comfortable in that group. Eilish McColgan doing a grand job on her pacemaking duties. Eilish very much a long, rangy track-style runner, a bit like Mo Farah. Interesting that Rocha isn't directly behind her. But both of those athletes look very comfortable.
Yeah, I agree. It could be some good times coming from both of them. I mean, Seidel is... I mean, considering she's guaranteed for Tokyo, having finished second in the US trials, she's a brilliant athlete, but so inexperienced in relative terms, whereas Rocha has run a few races and did very well last year, coming inside the top 10. There's Stein Gerda Stein trying to break that national record. What was it, Mara? 2:26.35?
Yeah, 2:26.35, and Stein's PB from New York is 2:27.48. It's worth remembering that New York is not a fast course by any means, and that was set autumn last year. I spoke to her earlier in the week. She came from an ultra-marathon background, really only took up running in relatively recently in 2015. Last year she set the Comrades uprun record, first woman ever under 6 hours. She ran 5:58.53, and she's also a two-time winner of the other iconic ultramarathon in South Africa, the Two Oceans Marathon. She won that last year and in 2018. But she says now she's a quantity surveyor by trade, but she's taken a break from work to focus on her running ambitions, and she's very much got her sights set on the Tokyo Olympics next year. She's already done the qualification time but isn't selected yet. There is quite a lot of variation in terms of how different countries select their athletes. So the USA have a straight trial, first three across the line no matter what. That took place in February. Japan also has already selected its team. They had a number of races, quite a long drawn out and really tough process, but they've selected their athletes. Callum Hawkins for the UK is pre-selected, but no British women are pre-selected. Kosgei and Chepngetich and also Vivian Chariot are provisionally named on the Kenyan team, and I believe Jamili is provisionally named as a reserve at this point. I mean, picking the Kenyan Olympic team in the marathon, I mean, embarrassment of riches. But these two so far are on the Kenyan Olympic team.
Yes, and just alluding to Jamili being a reserve and Vivian Chariot having her name provisionally written in on the Kenyan team in pencil, Jamili is almost a minute ahead of Chariot at the halfway stage. Now, a lot can and often does change in the last 15k, even the last 10k of a marathon, but that'll give the selectors food for thought whether they leave Jamili as the reserve and give the slot to the highly decorated track athlete Vivian Chariot, who has won this race a couple of years ago, or whether they reverse the two. But fascinating second half of the race to come.
Yeah, great to see. I think that's Jenny Nesbitt there cheering on her compatriots, having done her pacemaker duties. There's always a lot of debate about what's the best way to pick an Olympic team. You have to strike a balance between it being completely fair, being far enough before the date of the Olympics so that athletes can recover and train up again, but close enough so that it's a fair, you're picking the best athletes by the time the Olympics come around. For some countries it's not always that clear. Some countries don't have a trial race, they just pick times, in which case the athletes really have to go for the fast courses. So Berlin, generally widely regarded as the fastest course in the world. London, of course, has had world records before, so London also pretty fast. Chicago pretty fast. So some of these athletes already selected, others looking for the time, others have the time but not yet selected, so quite a mixture. Steph Twell there running by herself, still with that rain jacket on. She ran a 10k just a week ago, but really suffering from the lack of races. Twell really loves competing. She's a prolific racer normally, and I think she's been really missing the camaraderie of competition.
She's such a good athlete, Steph Twell. I never forget how well she did to get back to any level of elite running after that horrific cross-country injury. There are many male and female elites who would have given up. It was a horrific injury.
Yeah, she broke her ankle in several places, missed the 2012 Olympics, which she'd set her heart on, but has made a really phenomenal recovery. She's so dedicated, and at the press conference earlier in the week described herself as a young, fresh-faced marathon runner still learning the event. This is only her third marathon and her first women's-only race. Of course, women's-only races can be a little bit lonely compared to mixed races. If you're on a start with many hundreds of men, chances are you will have men around you at the speeds that the women run at. So it can be a little bit lonely. She said she came into this race a little bit undercooked, which personally I think is better than being overcooked. If you're a little bit undertrained for whatever reason, it gives you that real hunger to get back even with your rivals. Whereas if you're overtrained, you know, you can lose that enthusiasm and drive and desire to do well. So I don't think being slightly underprepared, I think it might actually help Steph Twell. Of course, Steph Twell didn't have to run this race. She's already got the Olympic qualifying standard, but wanted to get more experience racing, especially in a women's only race. So Chepngetich and Koskai leading this race. Both of them looking very comfortable. The last time we checked, they were on course for a women's only world record, currently held by Mary Kaitani, 2:17.01. That was an incredible race. Mary Kaitani, 2017 in London, she absolutely blitzed the first half, went through in 66.53, but then slowed in the second half, but still hung on to get that 2:17.01. The women only record previously held by Paula Radcliffe, 2:17.40, I believe it was. So Mary Kaitani knocking a bit under a minute off that previous women's only world record. Tracy Barlow there on the left of your screens. Her London debut some years ago was 3:52.59, and since then she's knocked enormous chunks off her. That was 9 years ago. She's knocked enormous chunks off her PB with each outing. Her PB is from 2017, 2:30.42. Last year in London she ran 2:36.26, so not quite at the Olympic standard, but really knocking enormous chunks off her PB. Another who's knocked enormous chunks off her PB with each outing is Natasha Cockram, current PB 2:30.49 from Dublin last year. She started off 2:44 in 2008 Newport. 2017 she ran 2:49, so big chunks off for Natasha Cockram as well. In the red top there, that's Naomi Mitchell. Her PB was from Frankfurt last year, 2:37.51, so another British athlete looking to get the Olympic qualifying standard. And I think in the colourful hat, I think that is Tish Jones, another of the British athletes. She was actually selected last year to run the World Championships. From memory, she did exactly the qualifying time at London, but then sadly, due to injury, was unable to compete in the World Championships. Tish Jones, PB 2:31.11. I think that's an error. I think her PB was from 2:31 dead last year, which was the qualifying standard. So Koskai and Chepngetich looking pretty relaxed at the front of this 40th edition of the London Marathon. We should mention, Rob, as we approach into the second half and mile 18, the Stephen Lawrence Charitable Trust is doing a lot of work with the London Marathon. Stephen Lawrence was a young black man living in London. He was training to be an architect. He was a keen runner, and very sadly he was murdered at the age of 18 in what was a racial attack. And the Stephen Lawrence Charitable Trust and the London Marathon last year ran an architecture competition for young architects to design the mile marker at mile 18. Last year it was the 25th anniversary of Stephen's death. So to commemorate his life and encourage architects from underrepresented groups, that competition was held last year. This year they hope to hold a competition to redesign all of the mile markers, but because of the pandemic that has been put on hold this year, and we hope it will return next year. The winners of that competition last year were three young London-based architects, Ayanna Blair Ford, Shreya Radia and Quincy Haynes. So when we pass the mile 18 marker, do look out for that special mile marker commemorating Stephen Lawrence.
Yeah, well said, Mara. And apparently their creation was based on the concept, because of Stephen, we can. Sometimes the simplest messages are the most powerful.
Absolutely. Stephen did run the mini marathon, which is the children's version of this London Marathon, usually held on the last 3 miles of this course before the elites get underway. This year it's been held virtually, and 150,000 primary school children from more than 500 schools across the UK signed up. They have to run 2.6 miles. That's their London Marathon Challenge, 2.6 miles. And they had about 2 weeks to do it between the 28th of September and the 9th of October. So we're in that 2 weeks now. So any children watching, once this is over, go and do your 2.6 miles. They don't have to do it all in one go. They can break it up, but they have to complete 2.6 miles somehow. So this year, as for the mass race, the mini marathon for children taking place virtually. The mass race, Rob, 45,000 runners signed up this year, and it's a virtual race, but you don't have to be in the UK to do it. It has in fact become a global event. Of those 45,000, 32,000 or so are in the UK, as you would expect. But the other heavily represented countries are the USA with 2,438 runners, Taiwan 1,251, Hong Kong 2,289. Those are the countries with over 1,000 participants. But over, I believe it's 190 countries have virtual London Marathon runners out there until 23:59:59 today. That's London time, British summer time, and they can spend as long as they want during that just under 24-hour period to complete the London Marathon.
And you know what I love about that? When we had our explanation from Hugh Brasher, somebody apparently emailed the London Marathon team from Peru and said, listen, we're not allowed, because of the COVID restrictions, we're not allowed to do exercise on a Sunday. However, London Marathon were able to go back and say it's midnight British summertime to 23:59 British summertime. So with the use of time difference, there were people, apparently, hopefully they were as good as their word after they got clarification from London Marathon, with the advantage of time difference, they were able to get that run in on Saturday where they live, on Sunday where we are. But a brilliant initiative. So many people around the world, as you mentioned, it's well in excess of 100 countries, and they will get the medal and the T-shirt. And interesting that they've all been issued with front and rear bibs. So wherever you happen to be in the world watching this, if you see somebody out running and they look like they're struggling, or they might be flying, they might be going for a sub-3, give them a toot, give them a wave, give them a hello. In fact, if you download the London Marathon app, you may well be able to find out the cause that they're raising money for and whack a few pounds, a few dollars, a few shillings, wherever you are in the world, onto their fundraising kitty. I think by far and away the biggest distance running event of the year, either literally or virtually. I'm not sure any of the other big marathons have come anywhere close to the 45,000 running today.
Definitely. The Tokyo Marathon, the other World Marathon Major, which took place this year, that was an elite-only race. And I think I'm right in saying they didn't have any form of mass race. There was a marathon a couple of weeks ago in Rotorua in New Zealand, but nowhere near the similar numbers. And later in the year there are further marathons coming, so Abu Dhabi and Valencia are planned to go ahead in December. I don't know the numbers on the mass race there, but in a way London today is showing the world a model for how these races can be done. Of course, we don't have the mass race taking place here in central London. I'm sure many people are asking, how do they know people aren't cheating, or how do they know they've done the distance? Well, the answer is the London Marathon app, which you mentioned, Rob. So all the virtual runners have to download the London Marathon app, and that will measure their time and distance accurately.
Yes, lots of people out experiencing a little bit of pain, and I think so too is Steph Twell after that wonderful run in Frankfurt just over a year ago, 27th of October last year. We were expecting, or she was expecting, big things. Steph Twell has the qualifying time, one of 4 British women to be in contention for an Olympic berth. Now, I got her through halfway. I think she was on course for pretty much bang on, well, 2:29 plus change, but she looks extremely uncomfortable. And by the way, Mara, now we're focusing on Chepngetich and Koskai again. The last mile split that came up was outside 5:30. Now, they've tickled a 5:06, 5:07. They've been knocking them off in around about 5:10s, 5:11s, but there was a noticeable slowing down on the previous mile split. And ordinarily, of course, you might expect a little bit of variation on a point-to-point marathon where they go through, you know, a little increase, but we're on exactly the same circuit with pretty much exactly the same weather. So we need to keep a close eye on Koskai and Chepngetich to see whether those 5:30s continue or whether they get back down to the 5:10s and the 5:0s, because the significance of that, Mara, won't only determine the outcome of the race, it will determine whether Mary Kaitani's women's only world record is broken at 2:17.01.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't know why they slowed down so much there. We lost sight of the pacemaker just there. I'm just wondering if the pacemaker has dropped out and there was a bit of you go first. No, you go first. So with the next mile split, we'll hopefully get an idea of where they are. So Sarah Hall now overtaking Magertu. The last time I saw Sarah was in 5th place, so I'm just wondering if she's going into 4th now. So Sarah running a blinder. Sarah Hall for the USA, not going to the Olympics, but in great form, 2:22 last autumn at Berlin, 2:22.16. Oh dear, Steph Twell has dropped out. Okay, something's not right for Steph.
I wondered, Mara, when we were looking at her gait, I wonder whether she looked like she was limping a little bit. Did it seem that way to you?
Yeah, she did look a bit like she was limping. I'm just wondering if she's got some foot trouble. Yeah, so not a good day for Steph Twell. She has dropped out, but she already has the Olympic qualifying standard. This won't have done her any favours, but you know, she does have the qualifying standard, so let's just hope that whatever it is, she gets over it quite quickly. British Athletics have said that they are hoping to hold a trial race next spring, a one-off trial race for the Tokyo Olympics for British athletes. Ordinarily, London is the trial race, but of course next year London will not take place in April. It's also in October on the 3rd. So British Athletics currently talking about putting on a trial race. So still a chance for Steph Twell to race again before the team is selected. We should also mention, coming back to next year's London Marathon, that the ballot for next year opens today. Every year it opens on race day and is open for 6 days. I believe it closes on Friday afternoon. So if you want to be out there running next October, the 3rd of October 2021, you need to enter this week.
And you know, just following on again on that note, Mara, they've tried to be so fair, the organisers here, because I think I'm right in saying that anybody who had a place for this year was offered the option, do you fancy 2021, 22, and they may even have extended it out to 2023 as well.
Yes,
so
that's right.
They gave people as many different options as possible, because of course if you're a Ruth Chepngetich or a Bridget Koskai, by the nature of who you are, you're guaranteed a place on the starting lineup, especially with the kind of CVs that they've got. But for club runners and fun runners, they sometimes wait, okay, maybe not a decade, but they might wait 5 or 6 years. It could be one of their lifelong ambitions just to take part, even if they come home in 4 or 4.5 hours. It doesn't matter. To be out there on the streets of London on London Marathon Day is one of the best days of your life. I've done it 5 times and I enjoy commentating, but there's no buzz like being on the streets of London. I think they've tried to be as fair as possible to give those who had come through the ballot every opportunity to plan the next couple of years and decide when they do want to come and be part of this great festival.
Absolutely, that's right. And I think everyone who had a place to run on the 26th of April this year was also given priority for the 45,000 virtual places. And then it was open to anybody. So the London Marathon, I think they handled that really, really well. As you say, very difficult to get a London Marathon place. Applications are about 10 times the number of places available, so very difficult. There are, of course, a number of ways to get an entry. There's the ballot, then there's good for age, there's the championship entry. All the clubs get given a small number of places. And I think that's Hale just starting, Rob.
It is.
A bit difficult to see. We thought the conditions had improved, but I think that was just a little hailstorm.
You're right, and there's one or two athletes not too far away from being that. There's Tish Jones, good British athlete, Tish.
It's
won
great
the
to
Cape
see.
Town Marathon a few years ago.
Great to see her competing again after sadly missing the World Championships last year through injury. So good to see her back again. 2:31 her PB, so not a million miles from the Olympic qualifying standard. And the Dutch lady Umels there, Bo Umels, as we said before, 2:32.34. So she also needs to take a little bit off her PB to get that time.
Yeah, and she's running her predicted time. She was just inside 1:29 for 25k. Her predicted time just outside 2.5 hours. I'm just keeping half an eye on the clock as well, Mara. There was another 5:30 for the two leading women, which would have been quite surprising for them. So they are just about still close enough to Mary Kaitani's women's only world record that they could still mount a challenge, but they won't want too many more mile splits north of 5:30.
Yeah, I'm really surprised about that. I mean, you know, these two are world-class athletes. They've been served well by the pacemakers. They were on course. They can both, you know, Chepngetich 2:17.08, Koskai 2:14.04. So, I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong there. It's possible that neither of them wants to go into the lead at this point. But for athletes like this, unlikely. You know, they're world-class athletes. They've won races. They know how to win races. They're not going to fiddle around waiting for somebody else to take it on. So, but we are definitely getting into the territory now where one of these athletes may well make a move. Interesting on this course, Rob, that there aren't really any corners where you can hide. When athletes put in a surge to try and get away and win the race early, if you like, they will often use corners, because once you're out of sight. So another 5:28. This is a mystery to me. Once you're out of sight, it's easier to get away, but difficult on this lap course to get away. And of course, most of the course is just straights. You know, it's the Mall, Horse Guards Road, Birdcage Walk, and then the short road, Spur Road, up to Buckingham Palace. So nowhere to hide. So slightly odd that they're... I mean, is Koskai pushing the pace there slightly?
Well, Chepngetich asked a little question, didn't she? Not in capitals, coming up to halfway when she stretched, it was nothing more than maybe 5 or 8 metres on Bridget Koskai. And Koskai immediately closed the gap. Little tiny glance over to the right-hand side from Koskai there towards Ruth Chepngetich. I guess the other thing we need to remind ourselves here, Mara, it's all very well saying that distance runners can still train on their own. They can, but maybe we have to make allowances. We know Bridget Koskai is absolutely incredible. They both are, a world record holder and world champion in Chepnegetich's case, but maybe a couple of percent of their zip has been lost for all those months where they didn't have an athlete breathing down their neck on their 20-mile long run on a Sunday. They had to do it all on their own.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's possible that they're not quite in the shape they would be in a normal year because of training on your own, lack of competition opportunities, you know, lack of limited being able to leave your house and go outside to train. So that is certainly possible. Neither of these athletes have raced recently. Koskai has improved her half marathon best since she did that incredible world record in Chicago. at the rack half in February this year. She ran 104.49, which went number 2 all time. And at last year's Great North Run, in fact that was before Chicago, she ran 104.28, which is the fastest half marathon run by a woman ever, but it's a downhill course, so it doesn't count for official records. So you may be right, Rob, possibly slightly off the boil in terms of form, but we just don't know.
and I suppose it is quite fresh out there, and London normally takes place in April, but then of course we have fantastic marathons all around the world in the autumn. What did you make of Koskai's? I mean, okay, she was disqualified in the end, which seemed a little bit harsh on the 1 hour attempt behind Sifan Hassan, but she was right there with her until the very closing stages of the race. I thought she looked quite sharp that evening.
Yeah, absolutely. She, as you say, she was right up there with Sifan Hassan, disqualified for stepping over the rail. But I thought she looked okay. So I mean, that may have been her tune-up race. I mean, in normal times, some of these athletes don't race. You know, I think Kipchoge, several times when he's run the London Marathon, he hasn't raced for months. So the sort of received wisdom that you need a tune-up half marathon or 10K, some athletes don't buy into that, and they just like to stay home, train hard, and then turn up to the marathon and blitz it. So yeah, to be honest, Rob, with the new shoe landscape, COVID, the new course, the weather conditions, predictions today are very tough.
Well, one thing we can say is that we were probably, barring injuries and sudden problems, we were expecting these two to be there or thereabouts. Now, let's just get an update to 138, just 138.18 through 30K. Yeah, so they're outside. They're now drifting outside that potential world record. They would have needed around about 45 seconds quicker to be on course for very low 2:17s. So those miles that were drifting up towards the 5:30s have definitely had an impact on our world record potential, and might give us an indication of how tough things are going to be from a time point of view for Eliud Kipchoge in the men's race, which is due off local time in around about an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think because we had such heavy rain overnight, the ground is really wet. We haven't seen that much standing water around, but you know, this is different to just a few sprinklings of rain. This is heavy rain, the ground is soaked. I just wonder if they're going a little bit more steady around some of the corners, the splash coming off the feet of the athletes in front of them, possibly putting them off. 9 degrees is not that cold, but combined with the rain as well, you know, maybe, and of course the very difficult build-up they've all had. I just wonder if possibly they're paying for those very fast early splits. So Natasha Cockram there, another athlete out on her own. This often happens in women-only races, but so far looking pretty comfortable. PB from last October, Dublin, 2:30.49. And last year, in April in London, she ran 2:40.31, coming 21st. But impressive chunks off her PB, improving almost with every outing. Not yet run a championship marathon. Of course, we're all focusing on the Tokyo Olympics, which we hope will take place next year, but there are other championships fast on the heels of Tokyo. So the World Championships, which will take place in Eugene, originally scheduled for next summer, they will take place in 2022. Of course, there's the Commonwealth Games as well, and other area championships coming up. So some of these athletes will be looking, perhaps may not be in shape to qualify for Tokyo, but they will be looking for other championship qualification performances.
Koskai trying perhaps to probe for weaknesses against her compatriot Ruth Chepngetich. By the way, Sarah Hall's running brilliantly. She's moving through the field quite nicely. She's up into 5th place. It's Achete Bakere who's in 3rd, around about a minute and a bit, maybe 1:08, 1:10 behind the leading duo. Then it's Valerie Jamili who's in the provisional slot for the Olympics, the reserve slot next year. She's in 4th. Sarah Hall, I make it at the moment, Mara, she's on course for a really good PB, low 221s at the moment, albeit with the hardest part of the race still to come. So she's still a little way off Dina Caster's national record, but she went 6th on the US all-time list with that 222.16. It's a fine, fine run at the moment from Hall. And
Yeah.
just like you did all those years ago from 5K, she's run almost a whole race on her own.
Yeah, she's reportedly in the best shape, or better shape than she was in Berlin last year. Interesting, if you look down the USA all-time list from Dina Castor at the top, number 2 is Jordan Hasse, 220.57. But then we get 3 in the 221 range. Shalane Flanagan in 3rd, 221.14. The first ever women's Olympic marathon champion, Joan Benoit Samuelson, 221.21. That was back in 1985. And then 5th is Amy Cragg, 221.42 from 2018. So Sarah Hall possibly pushing the legend Joan Benoit Samuelson down the American all-time list. So can Sarah Hall keep it going on 221 pace? Currently in 5th place, tracking behind Jamili in 4th.
Well, that's the camera focusing in on Achete Bakere, the 32-year-old, who's in 3rd. Now, with those, it's a big gap. With those miles beginning to drift down towards the 5:30s, I wonder whether she thinks she might be able to close the gap, but it is sizable, isn't it? The motorbike's trying to catch up with Chepngetich and Koskai. That is a huge gap. In fact, the last time surely that's more than a minute. That looks an absolutely huge gap at the moment. Now they're beginning to slow down, and there they are. Yeah, so they've still got a fair distance ahead of the Ethiopian in 3rd. Now there's Koskai. Where's Chepngetich? Where is Ruth Chepngetich?
So she's dropped Chepngetich. So Koskai, while we've been concentrating on other things, Koskai has put her foot down and has got a substantial gap on Chepngetich. But Koskai looks very comfortable. She doesn't look like she's suddenly put in a surge to me.
Yeah, you may think on the evidence of what we've seen so far and the speed with which that gap appears to have grown that maybe that's a case, Mara, of Chepngetich slowing down rather than Koskai speeding up.
Possibly, yeah. We'll have to wait for the next mile split. As I said earlier on, Koskai last year, second half, 66.42 in London, fastest second half ever. So she certainly can change up a gear in the second half. And the fastest ever half marathon by a woman in history at last year's Great North Run, 64.28, but doesn't count for official records. So Koskai through 30k at 1:45.31, and Mary Kaitani Okay, Mary,
that's a mistake, I think. I think it must be. It's 35, isn't it? 1:45.30.
I'm not sure that's correct. Mary Kaitani went through 30k in 1:36.05 when she ran 2:17.01. So I think we may have a problem with that split. But we'll bring you the next mile split as soon as we have it, and the 35k split when we have it. They were on course for a women's only world record, but then we had some slower miles in the middle of the race. So touch and go whether we will see another world record from Bridget Koskai.
I think she's drifted out of the 2:17s and she might now be in the 2:18s. Cameras focusing in there on Mitchell and Cockram, Natasha Cockram, PB in Dublin last year, just outside 2:30.
Natasha Cockram looking very strong there. I think that's a gel she's got in her hand. So into these final stages, this is when the suffering really starts, if I can put it like that. In the early stages, you really want to just conserve your energy as much as you possibly can. Tick off the miles with as little effort as possible and be ready to race in the latter stages. The mighty Japanese athlete Toshiko Seko said marathon racing starts at 20 miles. But Naomi Mitchell there, I thought Cockram was going to catch Naomi Mitchell, but Naomi Mitchell is not having any of it, and she's looking pretty strong as well.
Good running so far from Naomi, who ran 2:37 in Frankfurt last year.
We were talking about the shoe debate earlier, Rob, and until now Nike has really dominated this debate, but the women's only half marathon world record set in Prague in September was run in Adidas shoes. So the other manufacturers definitely catching up. I'm just trying to figure out what brand Naomi Mitchell has on her feet, but very interesting. We're in a new landscape in the marathon.
Yes, we certainly are. By the way, Mitchell at the moment, Mitchell's gone through, she's on course for what would be a massive PB. And Cockram's running really well. That's Mitchell. Cameras, if you're watching this internationally, the camera's focusing in on the battle for the British title, which is understandable. But yeah, Mitchell's on course to smash her previous best set, as I mentioned, in Frankfurt just around about a year or so ago. Natasha Cockram running fairly similar times to that which she produced for her PB when she finished 5th a year ago in Dublin. She's just about hanging on to Mitchell at the moment, and they're a lap behind Bekele. Bekele is in 3rd place overall, and she's a fair distance behind Ruth Chepngetich, who's been dropped by Brigid Kosgei, the defending champion, out of sight, and understandably, as the reigning world record holder, in a class of her own. But this is a good run from Bekele at the moment. She's won her last 3 marathons, Valencia in 2018, and won Rotterdam and Berlin last year. That's her PB time of 2:20. Anybody who wins Berlin, male or female or wheelchair, is a world-class athlete. She's occasionally, if you're a statistician, this caught me out yesterday when I was doing my prep, occasionally she is known as Ashete Bekele, but on her bib clearly it indicates she's Ashete Bekele, and she's running very well. And Mitchell and Cockram in that battle for British honours.
Bekele, Rob, in 20 races she's never placed outside the top 10, so very, very consistent.
Yeah, she's a good athlete, Mara. Camera's focusing in on Mitchell just behind her. Remember, she's on a different lap, of course, 19.5 circuits of this 2.15k course. Yeah, I mean, her credentials are really good. 20 marathons, 12 podiums, 6 wins, and she's won her last 3. She looks, although we can't see her at the moment because we're looking at a very, very good run at the moment from Mitchell with Cockram in the background. I think Bekele looks quite strong at the moment, and Chepngetich might yet come under some pressure for that 2nd spot.
Yeah, we're into that territory in the marathon now, where the people who've overdone it at the start get overtaken by those who've paced it a little bit better. Bekele is a member of the NN running team, which also includes Kipchoge, who we'll see in the men's race very soon. But Naomi Mitchell running an absolute blinder here. Back in 2017, she ran 2:53. 2018, 3:01 here in London, and last year 2:48. So she improved from 2:48 in April 2019 to 2:37 in the autumn of 2019, and on course now to take another huge chunk off her PB. So Naomi Mitchell having an absolute blinder. We were saying earlier, Rob, that 4 British women have already qualified for the Olympics. So if we see more qualifications today, the trial race, which we've been promised by British Athletics next spring, will be somewhat akin to the American race, you know, firstly across the line. We're yet to hear the exact rules from British Athletics. It's unfortunate that it's this late in the qualification process, but that can't be helped. You know, because of COVID, everything has had to change. So the qualification period finishes at the end of May next year. That's the World Athletics limit. But different countries can then set their own rules. And if there's a trial race late March, early April next year for the British athletes, that will effectively be the end of the qualification period for the Brits.
And, you know, you mentioned the US race, someone we've both together and separately commentated with a lot. Tim Hutchings always goes over and covers the US Olympic trial. He says it's an absolutely brilliant race to watch and to be a part of. Don't worry about that 12:22, a little mistake there on the graphic, but we will be watching very closely for the 35k split to get an accurate measurement. I think at the front, Koskai's drifted into the 2:18s, but we'll get some confirmation. Yeah, I think that qualification race could be absolutely brilliant. Tim raves about the US one. And look, you could debate all day long about a first three past the post scenario, but in terms of drama, if London, as we know, is October the 3rd instead of being mid-April, what a fantastic morning of television to watch Olympic dreams be realised next spring.
Absolutely. I mean, the trial races, some people say they're brutal, you know, first three past the post, and they are. You have to be on form on a set day. But on the other hand, it's very good practice for the Olympic marathon. You have to be on form on the date of the Olympic marathon. If you're not, it's tough. So in a way, it's good practice for that. And countries where, you know, you just go on time, or they pick one person from London and then the other two on time, you know, there's a lot of scope for controversy. So if we have a number of athletes, and of course we could have athletes turning up at the trial who haven't got the qualification standard, and then they really have to go for broke. But those with the standard will be fighting for positions. So could be really interesting. Currently, Jess Piasecki is the fastest of the qualifiers, but still, you know, a lot can change. So Koskai at the front of this 40th Virgin Money London Marathon, looking very comfortable. She dispatched Chepngetich without too much effort. Doesn't look like she's suffering too much. We saw a very fast second half from her last year. Out of this world record, obliterating Paula Radcliffe's 2:15.25. She ran 2:14.04 in Chicago. We're certainly not going to see an outright world record. Looks unlikely to be a women's only world record, but Koskai looks like she is very comfortable in defending her title here today. So quite a big gap now, Rob, back to Chepngetich. Just looking at Chepngetich's style, I just wonder if she's really suffering.
Yeah, and as you and I both know, there is a long way to go when it comes to getting across the finish line. And if Bekele continues pushing through the field as she has done, maybe Chepngetich will come under pressure for that second place. She looks okay at the moment, but if she was feeling brilliant, she'd still be alongside Brigid Koskai. So Chepngetich is clearly beginning to feel the effects of this metronomic pace from Brigid Koskai. Interesting to get the next couple of individual mile splits to see whether Koskai has managed to turn the screw there. As she takes a little glance over her right shoulder, she'll like what she sees, because it's a sizable lead over the reigning world champion. But you'd imagine that Koskai on full form and fitness would start grinding those mile splits down towards the end, having drifted and produced a couple of them outside 5:30. As we go back to Mitchell once again, just a reminder, she's on course at the moment, depending on what happens with Natasha Cockram behind her, she's on course for what would be a fine British marathon title. And that was better, that mile split. What was it, 5:22?
5:21, yeah.
That's
so
more like
that'll be Koskai's mile split. So yeah, I mean, not the sub 5:10s they were doing earlier on, but So 5:20 is roughly 2:20 pace. They had yeah.
Yeah, she's gone through. Now the splits are making sense. I make it that Koskai's gone through 35k in 1:55 on the nose, which would bring her home in mid 2:18s. So that would be because her splits slowed a little bit towards the second half of the race.
So Cockram just behind Sarah Hall there. I'm getting a little bit confused here. I think Sarah Hall is a lap ahead of Natasha Cockram.
Yeah,
so
Sarah Hall.
Cockram has not caught her up.
Sarah
Okay,
Hall, by the way, Mara, sorry, 1:20. Just taking a check.
Rob, while you're checking that, I believe that's Lily Partridge who has dropped out. The other key British contender.
It is
So
Lily, sorry.
Lily Partridge dropped out. So the top two British contenders out of this women's race.
Yeah, very disappointing for Steph Twell and for Lily Partridge. By the way, the reason you were understandably just wanting to clarify what was going on with Sarah Hall, she's up into fourth now, and she's only, I make it, around about half a minute down on Bakere, who's in second, but then there is a big gap up to Ruth Chepngetich. We're watching Naomi Mitchell there, closing in on what would be an absolutely incredible PB and British title. Up ahead, it's Koskai leading from some 45 seconds or so, probably drifted to about 50, I would say now, against Chepngetich. Chepngetich has a minute and a quarter on Bakere, but Sarah Hall is coming. She's running really well, Mara, and
yeah.
I think her tail is up.
Sarah Hall was looking really strong. Chepngetich was looking the opposite when we saw her in that long distance shot. So catching Bakere, but also catching Chepngetich, possibly if Chepngetich is really struggling. I don't think Sarah's going to catch Koskai. Koskai looks very comfortable. She's got a big enough lead. But this is where the order changes rapidly in the marathon. Those who've gone off too quick and really start to suffer get eaten up by those who've done a much better pace. We knew Sarah Hall was in good shape, so how many places up that US all-time list? Interesting that Sarah Hall is not on the Tokyo Olympic USA team. She dropped out of the trial. You know, looks like an amazing performance today, but she won't be put on that team. So that's one of the consequences of a brutal first three past the post trial races. Occasionally, you end up with some of your really, really top runners staying at home.
Yes, I mean, that debate can go on and on. I mean, I personally quite like first two and you're guaranteed, but there's one spot that allows a little bit of flexibility.
Yeah, that's been done before in selecting the British team. So you get an element of the sudden death trial, but also there's a little bit of leeway as well to allow for scenarios like this, really. I mean, Sarah Hall would be a candidate for that third spot if the USA did that sort of selection. Koskai some way off the blue line coming round that corner. She needs lessons from Paula Radcliffe. Paula Radcliffe used to stick religiously to the blue line, and why wouldn't you? You don't want to run further than you have to. If you're in a big group, you might have to avoid falling over, but Koskai now on her own, so let's hope she remembers and gets back on that blue line.
Well, I think she'll just be happy to get this job done now. I mean, by her own incredibly high standards, perhaps she'll be, if it does turn out to be a mid-218s, perhaps she'll be a little tiny bit disappointed with that. However, it would still be a huge marathon win and an excellent title defence, as the cameras once again focusing on Naomi Mitchell. Just we'll get her 35k splits as soon as we can.
So brilliant to see, you know, newcomers to the marathon scene in the British, amongst the British women. You know, they've had people like Paula Radcliffe, Jo Pavey to look up to. So 5:19 last split for Koskai, so she's picking up the pace a little bit. I mean, Koskai must be wondering now, you know, I've got such a big gap. All I need to do now is keep it together till the finish. You don't need to do anything flashy in this situation, barring some calamity on the part of Koskai or something phenomenal from one of the others. I think she's got this one sewn up.
Yeah, she looks good, doesn't she? I know you had a nice conversation with Gerda Stein. She's up to 9th. She's passed Edith Chelimo. We were looking forward to seeing how Chelimo got on her debut. Gerda Stein, that national record for South Africa you mentioned, Mara, 2:26.35.
Yeah.
Very close.
Oh.
Very, very close.
Ooh.
She might just do it. I mean, it's going to be tight. Like at the moment, unless she accelerates, it'll be down to a few seconds here or there. I mean, Alana Meyer ran a 2:25 in Boston, but that doesn't count, does it? Because there's too much downhill. So
that's right.
The official South African record is that 2:26.35. So there's a little bit of drama and a subplot for the South African, who's currently moving through the field nicely in 9th. And the Irish stroke Australian legend, Sinead Diver, running really well. She's on course for not quite as fast a time as the 2:24 that she set here last year, but the 43-year-old having another fine run at the moment, moving through the field nicely and on course for something very similar to Gerda Stein. Maybe they can work together, just a couple of seconds separating them. So there's a lot going on slightly further back down the field, but I would agree with you, Mara, that barring some kind of unforeseen problem, this is Koskai's race now. It's just a question of can she pick up the pace and get any closer to Kaitani's women's only world record? But today, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, having said that, Chepngetich is looking better than she was 5 minutes ago, in a bit more of a rhythm there. But Bakary right behind her there.
And Sarah Hall just behind her. So we're looking at 3rd and 4th. What a run this is by the American. Absolutely superb.
Ellie Pashley there, just behind Bakary in the New Balance kit. She's Australian runner, qualified already in the 10,000 and the marathon, managed by Nick Bideau, who's had a long history of a stable of very strong runners. So Sarah Hall now, I think she's on the point of catching Bakary.
Yeah, this is looking really good from the Americans' perspective. Pashley is a solid performer, 24th in the world half 2 years ago, and had a fine run in the 10,000 metres in the sweltering heat of Doha, although they did have the air conditioning in the stadium, but it was still absolutely boiling. Mitchell still winning the Battle of the Brits. We've lost Lily Partridge, British marathon champion 2 years ago, and Steph Twell, who had moved to top 6 on the British all-time list with that 2:26 in Frankfurt last October, but she ran into some problems around about half an hour or so ago.
So we're into the final laps of this loop now, and I think as the athletes approach the finish gantry, they will be shown boards saying how many laps to go. So the barriers on each side of the course there, that was to discourage spectators from attending in order to make this an entirely COVID-safe event. The London Marathon have called it a biosecure area. They've been very diligent about testing in the build-up to this race. All the athletes have been wearing devices around their necks called bump technology, which ensures that they stay 2 meters apart from everyone else. So that's why we're seeing no spectators on this course. But of course, 45,000 recreational runners out there, Rob, running as we speak. Sarah Hall is having an absolute blinder. I think she's certainly working hard, but looking good.
Yeah, this is a great run from Hall. She's on course for a PB, and she's definitely set to climb up that US all-time list. Moved to 6th with her 5th place finish in Berlin from last year. I wonder whether she thinks she can get on the podium here. We're just looking for the gap up ahead to Achete Bekele. Bekele still looks strong there in third place, but Hall is coming.
To me, Hall is going better than Bekele. Bekele looks okay, but Hall is absolutely going like a train. Approximately 13 minutes left of running. And the latest mile split for Kosgei up at the front, 5:20. So she's picked it up a little bit. So can Sarah Hall get onto the podium? Chepngetich there again, looking a bit more comfortable than 5 minutes ago, but very much on her own now. Is that a cheeky smile on Kosgei's face, Rob?
I think it is. You know, sometimes we have this debate with Eliud Kipchoge when he races, or maybe we'll get to see it in a couple of hours' time. Men's race due off in just under 50 minutes' time, by the way. It's an absolute marathon, watching at home and in the commentary box, let alone competing. Yeah. But we sometimes have this debate with Eliud Kipchoge, don't we, where is it a grimace, is it a smile? I think at times with Kipchoge it's both, but I think there was a little wry smile on the face of Brigid Kosgei, up to 5:20, turning the screw. Bekele's in third. Sarah Hall is definitely coming, and I know we've got people tuning in the United States. We had a huge international desire for coverage of this event because we've all been starved of distance running. Molly Seidel, by the way, another American, also on course for a big PB, second at the US Olympic trials. This is only her second marathon, as she ran, what was it, 2:27.5 for that place on the US team, and I make it at the moment. She's on her own in 7th. She's a long way behind the athlete in 6th, but a long way ahead of the athlete in 8th. She's on course for sub 2:25, so a brilliant day for the American women here. It really is.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be a talking point that if Sarah Hall beats Seidel, and Sarah's not going to the Olympics and Seidel is, but Seidel ran an absolute blinder at the trials, and you know, if she does a big PB here, she's absolutely proved herself. It's only her second marathon, so you know, you really can't ask for more than that. But these two Brits, Mitchell and Cockram, having an absolutely terrific race today. This is, to remind everyone, the National Marathon Championship for the British athletes here in London. So Naomi Mitchell currently on course to become the British champion for 2020. I just wonder if Cockram is catching her. But both of these athletes having a fantastic race so far, with just over 10 minutes to go in this elite women's race. As you near to the end, Rob, I always used to... it was a touch and go whether I took my bottles near the end, because it does take time to digest whatever you drink. But there's also evidence that just having something sweet in your mouth, even if you don't swallow it. Okay, Sarah Hall now overtaking Bekele. And she's absolutely good. Bekele is making no effort to stay with her. I think... Bekele is just hanging on, so Sarah Hall running an absolute blinder of a race. We knew she was in good shape, but she's looking really strong.
Yeah, this is great from Sarah Hall. And you were just saying there, quite interesting, that there's evidence that even in the stages, just having a little bit of sugar swirling around in the mouth can help, even if the main benefits of what you're about to ingest would only come after the race.
Yeah, so we saw Mitchell and Cockram there taking drinks with only, 15 to 18 minutes to run, and question mark about are you going to digest that in time. But actually you do get some benefit from just having something sweet in your mouth, and of course some of the athletes use caffeine as well, so possibly if you've got a caffeine drink, that might give you a little bit of a mental lift to get through the final few miles. So Chepngetich again looks like she was just going through a bad patch when we saw her about 15 minutes ago, but looking pretty steady now, and a long way back to Bekele. So has Chepngetich got this second place sewn up? I don't think she's going to catch Kosgei, but Sarah Hall produced an enormous gap on Bekele.
Yeah, this is absolutely brilliant from the American. I'm just going back over the top threes, Mara, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we've had an American woman in the top three of the able-bodied race since Dina Castor won it back in 2006. So it would be the first American female elite able-bodied athlete on a London Marathon podium for 14 years. That would be quite some significant moment, especially bearing in mind that Seidel, although we can't see her, if she keeps going, we could have 2 American women in the top 8.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's correct. Of course, Dina Castor, the current US record. So 1 lap to go for Koskai. Dina Castor, 2:19:36 in London in 2006. I was in that race, came 6th. I remember, I think it was raining on that day, but nothing like we've had today.
Right, 2:11:41.
So bringing her home in something around 2:18, possibly a bit under. So looks like that women's only record is not going to happen, but it's still a very fast time. Last year here in London, she ran 2:18:20 in April 2019 here in London. The year before that, she was 2nd in 2:20:13. So Koskai, that is definitely a smile on Koskai's face.
It is now.
Rob.
And do you know what? It's a mark of how good an athlete she is. I mean, we shouldn't be disappointed. 2:18 is still an absolutely phenomenal time. What she ran in Chicago was just out of this world. She's just gone past Sinead Diver. Diver is running really well, not quite as fast as she did last year. She, I think, is on course for mid-220s. Diver's in 8th. So we were right to we were asking Hugh Brasher what would happen regarding athletes being lapped. Athletes in the top 10 are being lapped, such as the dominance of Koskai and Chepngetich, and it's getting interesting here between Cockram and Mitchell. Remember, in terms of their PBs, Mitchell is in huge uncharted territory here and is in line for a massive PB. Cockram is having a fantastic run, but has done faster than she's on course for at the moment, as has Koskai. So major battle raging down the field to see who's going to win the Battle of the Brits. Koskai, though, Mara, looks as though she's got this sewn up. Having a little look over her shoulder, she's away and clear.
She's on the final lap, had a quick look over her shoulder. She knows she's got this one sewn up, and just overtaking the Dutch woman Hummels there. So 2 minutes, over 2 minutes she's taken out of Chepngetich. So this is reminiscent of her second half last year, 66:42. I know we had those slower miles in the middle of the second half, but I just don't know what to make of Koskai.
Well, she's only human. I mean,
she's only human.
And let's not forget, she's taken thus far, and it probably looks as though she will hang on to this. There's Stein. Now Stein is running very close to South African national record pace, and Koskai's coming round to lap her.
Yeah.
So if you're new to distance running, you might say, oh well, don't worry about the lapped athletes. Stein is having the race of her life.
Yeah, absurd, isn't it?
Such is the class that Koskai brings to all these races.
Let's not forget, Stein is a world-class athlete. She's possibly going to break her national record, and she's being lapped by Koskai. It's just absurd.
Well, I think Sarah Hall possibly just has too much to do. 40 seconds she's got to close down if she's to turn 3rd into 2nd and overtake the reigning world champion. But that's the other thing, Mara. Koskai hasn't just stripped 2 minutes out of any old athlete. She's taken 2 minutes out of a woman who's the 4th fastest in history with 2:17:04 and the reigning world champion.
Yeah, this is what I mean about the new landscape in marathon running. I mean, Chepngetich also had the same shoes on, so you could say, okay, they're equal. But taking 2 minutes out of the world champion is not something that we've really seen before. Unless Chepngetich is having a bad day. Koskai is just so in a different league, it's difficult to kind of comprehend how you compare her to the other athletes. And let's remember that every woman on this start line is world class.
Yeah, because it is an elites only field, and it's kept us enthralled for 2.25 hours. She's coming up towards the finish now. Brigid Koskai. Now she is smiling. She's the world record holder. She's the defending champion. It's not going to be a women's only world record, but hey, it just proves that she's human. There'll be so many people up and down the Rift Valley watching live in Kenya, a proud nation with a rich history in male and female distance running. And Kosgei now picking up her pace as she edges towards the finish line. Another wonderful day for the 26-year-old, arguably, potentially, injuries notwithstanding, touch wood, we could be watching this woman for another 7 or maybe even 8 or 9 years at the very top. It's not going to be the 2:14 that we saw for the world record in Chicago last year, but let's not be greedy. We're watching one of the all-time greats, and she's delivered another supreme performance.
Sarah Hall is 37, 10 years older than Kosgei. So if Kosgei is still going strong, 10 years from now, goodness knows what she'll produce.
Here she comes now then. Memories of last year flooding back. She's been so consistent in London over the last few years. Second 2 years ago, won it last year. Yes, okay, it's cardboard cutouts instead of actual crowd, but we know from the number of nations who've requested footage of today's great race that there'll be people applauding and taking great delight from watching sporting excellence live here in London with the backdrop of Buckingham Palace. Brigid Kosgei, 1 or 2 agents and photographers, all of whom have passed tests to be here. Now the familiar telltale sprint. She's coming up towards the line. The time doesn't really matter. It's amazing that she's run inside 2:20. It's miles off the world record. It's a long way short of the women's only world record. But racing is about winning. It's about producing the goods time and time again. And Brigid Kosgei has done it, defended her title in fine style. It's inside 2:19. She's been in a class of her own. She has stripped minutes from a world-class field, and she is finishing 2020 by reminding us all she's the world record holder, and there's a lot more where that came from. Brilliant run from Kosgei. She's the champion in London once again. Now, Mara, we have to see how far behind Ruth Chepngetich is and whether she's managing to hold off the fast finish of Sarah Hall. I know you've got the all-time list there for the Americans, so keep a close eye on the clock as she comes towards the line in third, because she'll certainly be moving up from 6th. There's Chepngetich.
And Hall right behind her, so can Hall. I think this is Birdcage Walk, so they'll have probably 400 to 600 metres to go, I think, just trying to spot exactly where they are. But she's going to be close.
This is a brilliant run from Sarah Hall. Her husband Ryan will be absolutely delighted with how his wife has come through this field. She's run fantastically well in the second half of this race, a little bit like Dina Castor did on so many occasions, running negative splits, coming through for a brilliant second half of the race. The gap is surely too much to turn third into second, but Chepngetich, the reigning world champion, Mara, looks very tired.
She certainly does, and I think she's got a big enough gap, but she really looks tired there. Yeah, just turning the corner. A completely new course this year, but the same finish in front of Buckingham Palace, that iconic image. So onto Spur Road, and the next corner will be onto the Mall. Quick look behind there from Chepngetich. I just wonder if Sarah saw that. I think she can catch her.
Wow. What a finish this would be. Chepngetich is the reigning world champion. Sarah Hall is driving with every bit of energy she can muster. She's already achieved something fantastic here. She's going to be very, very close. I think she's going to break her PB, which is 2:22.16. Chepngetich is absolutely shattered. Hall has definitely got the momentum. Oh my gosh, are we going to see a sprint here? Hall is trying to close down the reigning world champion. I think she might just get there. This is going to be ever so close for second place in London. Hall is coming.
Oh,
she's
my
closing.
word.
She's passing. Chepngetich, the world champion, has got nothing left. She'll finish in third, but it's Sarah Hall here, will be the toast of the United States this evening. She breaks 2:22 for the first time, a new PB, and second place in London, beating the world champion Chepngetich, who completes the podium in third. What a finish!
Oh, I've got goosebumps, Rob. That was the performance of the day for me from Sarah Hall. She's remains in 6th place on the US all-time list, but a PB by about 16 seconds. But oh my word, what a finish! So happy for Sarah Hall, and in third place, the world champion Ruth Chepngetich.
And we've just watched a woman who will not compete for the United States in the Olympic marathon, should there be an Olympics next July. Amazing.
Yeah. And 4th place there, Bekele finishes. She went off with the leaders but suffered in the latter stages. So, lots of change in positions in the final stages of this London Marathon. Rob, if there's one thing you really don't want after running 26 miles, it's to have to launch into a sprint finish. But oh my goodness, Sarah Hall, coached by Steve Magnus, a very well-known American coach.
Well, that was absolutely brilliant from Hall. I'll take exception only with one element of that. You don't want to sprint unless you're the one closing the gap, because you know that the athlete in front of you is dying, and once you go past them, you're going to absolutely kill their momentum.
Yeah.
What a way to come second. That was brilliant.
That was absolutely amazing. I didn't think she would close the gap, and she did. I mean, mentally, you could just see on their faces, you know, Sarah had everything there, and mentally. So, is this Cockram coming to finish, Rob?
No, I don't know, because that would be a huge PB. I think they were on course for around about 2:31. So bearing in mind it's a 2.15k circuit, so this will be Cockram coming round. In all the excitement, did they actually ring a bell at the end of the previous lap?
I don't think they did.
I didn't hear one, but metaphorically, the bell is ringing for Cockram in the battle for the British title.
So Magertu there, the second Ethiopian athlete, in 5th place.
With 1 lap to go, 2.15 kilometres.
Yeah, good run there from Magertu, a winner of Rome. Tired figure, but comfortably inside 2:25. Yep, Cockram's coming round to the bell. Steve Cram actually asked the organisers whether there would be a definitive funnel. And they said, well, you can't really block the entire course off, but she's running through towards the right-hand side as the athletes towards the right. As we look at it, oh, in fact, they have managed to
Molly Seidel
separate
there.
the two. Yeah, Molly Seidel now low 2:25s. That is another big PB and a great run from the American, absolutely justifying that second place finish in the US trials. What a day for the two American women. Brilliant.
Molly Seidel's previous PB 2:27.31, so over 2 minutes off her best. So brilliant run from Molly Seidel, proving she's definitely worthy of her place on the USA team.
Yeah, look, we just missed what would have been a brilliant embrace between the two American teammates. That's Lindsay Flanagan of the United States. There it is.
So the American women really taking it to the Africans today, as they did at the Rio Olympics back in 2016.
2nd and 6th for American women. That is a fantastic result. And look at the warmth and genuine affection between the two of them.
Yeah.
One going to the Olympics, one not, but two good friends.
And Sarah Hall, 37 years of age, coming to the end of her career, possibly. But Molly Seidel very much just getting going in only her 2nd marathon. So And here comes Sinead Diver of the USA. Not a PB for her today, but still looking very strong and a very respectable time. Currently second on the world over 40s all-time list. And
oh, now Stein, she just missed it. Oh. She was under 227, so it was a new PB for the South African, but she just missed the record. Diver, the Australian, who holds the dual passport with Ireland, coming across the line. That's a brilliant run for the 43-year-old. Low 227s. Stein must have worked really hard to stay ahead of Diver. That is a good run because the 224 last year was just out of this world. But Stein has got ever closer to that South African national record, but missed it by, I reckon, less than 20 seconds.
And that was Mikhailova from the Ukraine finishing. I think she got a PB as well, 2:28.15. So I think she's got a PB as well. Yeah, coming back to Stein, Rob, missing the South African national record by some 15 seconds. So gutting for her, but it still is a PB, 2:27.48 previously, and she ran about 2:26.50. So about a minute off her best.
Yeah, and I think no matter who you are, if you run a PB, you can never, ever be disappointed with a lifetime best.
Absolutely, a PB is a PB. You know, whether it's a record, whether it's a qualification. I once broke my PB by 3 seconds in the marathon, and I kind of thought, oh, that's the same as the last time, but actually, no, it isn't. A PB is a PB.
Yeah, without any shadow of a doubt. Without any shadow of a doubt. Well, this was the moment Bridget Kosgei, the 26-year-old, reminded us why she is the world record holder. Breaking into a smile, breaking into a sprint. She had the finishing straight all to herself. She has stripped minutes away from a really brilliant field. Nothing close to the world record, not close to the women's only world record, but that was a class performance. And what a way to successfully defend her London Marathon title.
And we're coming very close now, Rob, to that 2:29.30 Olympic qualification standard. So looking to see if we have any more athletes finishing in under 2:29.30 who will get a qualification for Tokyo next year.
The top 10 are home inside 2:28.5. Valerie Jamili, who's on the reserve spot for Kenya, she's finished in the top 10. Sarah Hall, though, the toast of America, PB, second place, first American woman on the podium here in London since 2006. Wow, this is the battle for the British title. Now, it's sometimes hard to tell the difference between those two gaps. The head-on camera can foreshorten leads. I think Cockram's looking okay here, but what a run from both of them, Mara. And we do need to remind ourselves that for Mitchell, this will be a massive PB.
Yeah, her...
And of course, also the host governor, the Honorable Jackson Mandago. Unajisikia vipi? I saw you are the life of the party here leading the dance.
Thank you very much. We are indeed very excited for Bridget Kosgei's win in today's London Marathon. This London Marathon is opening up now athletics back to frame immediately after the pandemic. So we believe more races will follow and we expect to see more Kenyans win. Of course, we are anticipating the men's marathon, but unfortunately the fallout of Bekele kidogo imetuletea shida. Nilikuwa naambia CS siapigie Bekele tu akimbia hata kama kilomita 3 peke yake tuone kama mambo inaenda vipi. Yeah.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Stephen Sang, Governor of Nandi County, the source of champions. Karibu sana, watu wako.
Tumefurahi kwamba Bridget ametuletea hiyo gold medal, lakini sana sisi kama wananchi wa sehemu hii tumefurahi kwamba nchi ya Kenya imepata nafasi ya kutajika katika hiyo London Marathon ya kina mama, lakini the big thing tunangojea sasa ni Eliud Kipchoge pamoja na wale wanariadha wetu wengine.
What are your expectations?
Kwamba Eliud Kipchoge sasa leo anakimbia against himself. Ni Eliud anang'ang'ana na Kipchoge. Na tunatarajia kwamba yeye ataweza kuonyesha sisi maneno katika hii London Marathon.
Zaza, Governor Mandago, expectations in the men's race?
Our expectations are that Eliud is going to confirm that Vienna record of 159. We hope that today, in a competitive race, kama London Marathon, ataweka signature hiyo, alafu tunajua hiyo chapter tumeconfirm.
Bwana Waziri, this is someone who you've partnered with, Eliud Kipchoge, and of course him representing Kenya today. What are your expectations?
Well, it's going to confirm that Magical Kenya is the destination for the home of champions. And Eliud is going to win today. I am just certain that he's going to win. And I wish he can just clock 1.59. So that's my prayer.
Governor Alex Olgos, congratulations to you. Bridget Koskei anatoka Elgeyo Marakwet County and she's won today. Any reactions?
First of all, I want to congratulate Bridget Koskei and the entire Kenyan team that participated in London Marathon. It's a win for the country, a win for North Rift, and a win for Elgeyo Marakwet. We are so happy, and we want to appreciate our athletes. We know they took a lot of time training hard, and today we've seen the result. So we are happy, and this also will make this region well known. We know that our athletes are doing very well. And we want to appreciate the CS for coming to watch with us this live here in Eldoret, and also thank my colleague Governor Mandago for hosting us. And together with my colleague from Nandi, we are happy. We are now waiting for Kipchoge to win so that we can have a full celebration after that.
Most of these athletes actually train in Iten and within Elgeyo Marakwet County, and the facilities there, the CS was saying, are not up to the standard that may be required. What has your government done, and what are you willing to do within the next few years that you're still governor to develop the facilities there to make sure that at least we retain this level of competition and this level of athletes?
Yeah, it's still a challenge. We know that the facilities available, most of them are private facilities, like Bridget trains in Capside, a training camp owned by Eric Chemola. And we know that this is a private facility. We've been trying as county governments to put a lot of resources, but again, the resources at the county level are not enough. In Elgeyo Marakwet, we've been trying to ensure that we create roads for the athletes, but more needs to be done. For Kamarin Stadium, which has now stalled again, the contractor has left side without...
we were told it would be ready in a number of months. What happened?
One, I want to thank the government. They put resources. The challenge now is the contractor, and we are telling the sports ministry to cancel that contract and bring a contractor who can do the works without stopping the way we've seen this other contractor. And we know that once that facility is complete, it will really help our athletes. Although it's not enough, because in Elgeyo Marakwet, Nandi, Wasingishu, we have so many training camps. We have in Capside, Iten, Kamwosor, we have another one in Kaptagat, and all these, there are very many athletes. We are also requesting that maybe through the Minister of Tourism, the money that should be used to market the country can be channeled to these athletes so that they use them as they train. Because it's not just enough to celebrate when they win, we must participate in their training.
Okay, thank you so much, Governor Tolgos, Governor Sang, Governor Mandago, and the CS for Tourism and Wildlife, the Honorable Najib Balala as well. So now let's head back to Nairobi, our Nairobi studios with Joshua Makori and Watson Karuma to talk to us about what we can expect in the next race. Over to you, Joshua Makori, Mwanaspoti.
Edmond huyu ametema na magavana wamefurahi.
And even saw the guys dancing there as Bridget Koskei crossed the line at St. James Park. It was very interesting, of course, to see Bridget Koskei go ahead. They were at some point neck for neck with the world champion Ruth Chemgetich, who unfortunately dropped down to third place. 2 hours, 18 minutes and 58 seconds. That is the time Bridget Koskei used to win the London Marathon. That is the third title for her, Makori.
Sasa unaona rekodi yake ya saa 2 dakika 14 na sekunde 4 ameipita kaenda mbele.
Yes.
Kumaanisha kwamba leo ilikataa. Na Ruth Chepngetich alikuwa ameenda sambamba na yeye, lakini ikafika mahali kwamba Bridget Koskei akaamua kwenda na akakwenda kabisa. Lakini Ruth Chepngetich kwa kiasi fulani alionekana kwamba amechoka. Ndio maana Sarah Hall akawa amempita na akamaliza katika nafasi ya pili. Lakini pote ya kwanza na ya tatu bado sawa.
Yeah, and indeed, something very interesting, of course, about that race is that we saw our very own Vivian Cheruiyot fade. She's the 2018 London Marathon winner. But we are excited, of course, as the people in Eldoret, that Bridget Kosgei went ahead to defend successfully the 40th London Marathon title. After this short break, we'll be, again, looking at what we can expect in the next hour, and that will be the men's race of the London Marathon. Eliud Kipchoge, of course, is in that race.
Shop online, get free swipes, and enjoy greater security with a card that turns banking on its head. That's Africanacity. That's ABSA.
Kipserem will give him a challenge there. And I believe that his own village mate coming a few kilometers apart from in Nandi County.
Kuna uwezekano mkubwa kaleta ushindani, lakini ukiangalia kila mtu ameweka macho yake kwa Eliud. Lakini kama huyu Sara umesema ametokea wapi? Hakuwa pale, lakini ameonekana dakika ya mwisho. Amempita huyu bingwa wa dunia. Alafu kwamba Vivian Cheruiyot tulikuwa tunasema kwamba huenda akafanya mambo. Alishinda mwaka 2018. Leo hii imekataa. Na ikikataa imekataa. Kwa hiyo hakuna kitu utafanya. Alafu kila mtu anamtumia heko na kongole na kila laheri kwamba Eliud Kipchoge kimbia chini ya saa 2. Huyu ni kocha wa riadha kutoka Embu, anaitwa Njeru, anasema Eliud Kipchoge naona akikimbia chini ya saa 2. Kauli yake hiyo. Sugar Ray ananiambia kwamba kwa wanawake sikutarajia, lakini nilikuwa nimeona kwamba itakwenda kwa bingwa mtetezi na amefanya kweli Brigid Kosgei, lakini upande wa wanaume Eliud Kipchoge anasema atatesa leo bila wasiwasi. Kuna huyu ambaye yuko maeneo ya Kericho anaitwa Joshua Kipkwes Philemon, ni mwanariadha huyu pia wa marathon, anasema yuko Kericho, anasema NTV jamani mmetusaidia, tungehangaika msimu wa corona. Tunaonea wapi?
It's right here on NTV. Let's go Kenya is the hashtag, because even as you pick out some of the comments, I have Ida Warenga, our very own queen of the NTV sports desk. She says, look at the power of sport. Look at how sport has unified the country in such a year. We need to prioritize our efforts towards things that actually matter for the development of this country. I shall never tire of making this PSA. Now let's watch our king. Let's go Kenya. That's the hashtag.
Ndio hiyo hashtag. Hata huyu ameweka hashtag hiyo, huyu ni Gladys Midecha, mchambuzi wa soka sana, anasema hashtag let's go Kenya. Tuko tayari kwa chochote. London Marathon namba 1 kwa wanaume, namba 1 kwa wanawake. Potelea pote, kauli yake hiyo.
We also have Michael Olunga. He scored a brace yesterday against Yokohama FC, and guess what he tells us? Let's go Kenya. Congratulations Brigid Kosgei on winning gold at the London Marathon 2020. Let's go Kenya. Champions, you know, wishing champions all the best. You have some more?
Akiwalae, Eliud atakimbia chini ya masaa 2. Kiswahili kizuri, chini ya saa 2. Anasema thank you NTV. Sampayo huyo producer mkuu pale maeneo ya kwake. Alafu gani hii natoka maeneo ya kwangu kule Kisii. Anasema Nyandika Mayora alikuwa anatesa wakati wake, safari hii tunafanya mambo makuu. Sasa waona Brigid anatesa, tunangoja Eliud Kipchoge afanye mambo makuu. Huyu ni waziri wa michezo katika kaunti ya Kisii.
And this is just a reminder, we have this exact broadcast going on NTV Uganda. So if you are happening to cross over the border at this particular moment, you won't miss out. Just tune into NTV Uganda and you'll watch the men's race of the 40th edition of the London Marathon. And we have the likes of Darren Alan Chenune there leading in the commentary and analysis on NTV Uganda. So guys, when we say we take sports seriously, we really do right here on NTV Sport.
Huyo anaitwa Karanja Daudi. Anasema salimia Kigogo na waona hapo.
We say hi David. So keep them coming because coming up in a few minutes time, of course, as I said earlier, is the men's race, and what's everyone been looking forward to. We have enjoyed watching Eliud Kipchoge as he goes ahead and runs below or under 2 hours, and he's done it, and we've enjoyed seeing that, the ever smiling, the ever challenging, and of course the indefatigable Eliud Kipchoge is coming up. The world record holder, again, as I say, he's also run the unofficial fastest marathon under 2 hours. So is this a chance for him maybe to see if he can run faster than he did last year in London? Well, you don't have to look any further than this, because NTV is bringing up that race, and we have the live shots coming from St. James Park in London. That is what we are looking forward to coming up next. Eliud Kipchoge taking on the rest of the world, and of course that clock. Can he do it, or will it just be about winning as Brigid Kosgei did, running way slower than her personal best time?
Wish all Kenyans the best in London Marathon. Huyu ni Francis Liboyi, Kenya Football Fans Federation President, Kefofa. Unaona wanasimama, si kwamba wewe ni mwanariadha tunashabikia mwanariadha mwenzako. Wewe kama ni mwanasoka, Olunga ndio ameleta yake. Huyu mkuu wa mashabiki ameleta yake. Yaani kila mtu michezo inawaleta pamoja. Iwe kandanda, iwe riadha, iwe raga, iwe chochote. Kwa ufupi jana umeona pale Nyayo kama sio maambukizi ya corona yamezuiliwa kidogo ingekuwa fulu
kabisa. And it's also something interesting to note that we had two of the political antagonists there at the Nyayo National Stadium yesterday. They were there because of sport, and that is just the power of sport, because in all honesty, guys, sports brings us together. We put down our differences and go ahead and support Kenya. That flag means a lot, not just to us, but even to these athletes and all the sportsmen, because Eric Marcelo is also jumping on the hashtag Let's Go Kenya, and he's congratulating Bridget Kosgei. Again, guys, right onto that hashtag Let's Go Kenya, and let's see what happens. Of course, I have another message here from Rispa, who, apart from observing the shiny spots here, that's because we were warming up earlier before we came into the studio, says that good job always watching you guys through and through. Let's go Kenya. That is Rispa, who is always ready to kit us.
Hapa kikubwa ni kumtazamia Eliud akimbie chini ya saa 2 baada ya Bekele kujiondoa. Hashtag isimame tu pale, usisahau leta matweet ndani hashtag Let's Go Kenya. Huyu ni Sagini ameweka kauli yake angani bila wasiwasi. Vera Owade anasema hapa shughuli imepigwa mbele ya umma nzito sana. NTV kawaida tuko mbele kabisa, anasema talent tupu inapigwa mbele umati. Ngine hapa ya mwisho ndo usome yako. Huyu mshabiki mkubwa tena kiongozi wa mashabiki anasema NTV hatujawahi bahatisha. Si kwamba tunaangalia leo tuko London Marathon ama jana kwa ile Kipkeno Classic. Huwa katika michezo kiujumla saa 1 na saa 3 shughuli iko sawa.
And that's right. Just now, Makori, just to give guys some of the athletes that we can expect in the men's race. We have Eliud Kipchoge, who's ran 2 hours, 1 minute and 39 seconds. We have Mosinet Geremiu of Ethiopia, who has a personal best time of 2 hours, 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Marius Kipserem has run a personal best time of 2 hours, 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Mule Wasi Hun of Ethiopia again has also gone to do a personal best time of 2 hours, 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Tamirat Tola, 2 hours, 4 minutes and 6 seconds. Again, an Ethiopian. Shura Kitata, another Ethiopian once again, with a personal best time of 2 hours, 4 minutes and 49 seconds. Guys, the messages keep coming through and through. One here from Maureen saying, good job NTV for everything that you're doing, bringing us the London Marathon. We have Kimayo, who also works with us right here on NTV, wishing Kipchoge and the Kenyan team all the best. Hashtag Let's Go Kenya. We have Joanne, who also takes care of our grooming, and she says NTV never letting us down, bringing us the London Marathon. Let's go Kenya. Let's go Kenya, guys.
Kocha wa timu ya taifa Malkia Strikers ile upande wa volleyball, Paulo Bitok ameweka kauli yake angani hapa, anasema tunafuata kwa karibu, anasema kongole na heko sana kwa Bridget Kosgei kwa kufanya mambo makuu, na all the best kwa Kipchoge. Eliud afanye mambo yake pale. Alafu huyu ni Mura, yule mwanariadha ambaye anakimbia mita 400. Anasema anaangalia shughuli moja kwa moja bila wasiwasi, na anawatakia kila laheri upande wanaume wakiongozwa na Eliud Kipchoge. Alafu Jenny, huyo producer wetu, anasema mnatema mbele ya umma. Hashtag Let's Go Kenya.
Let's go Kenya. And guys, just in case you think that the men's race will just come down to Eliud Kipchoge, Marius Kipserem, who is aged 32, is about, 3 years younger than Eliud Kipchoge, has a personal best time of 2 hours, 4 minutes and 11 seconds. And he said that as a course record last year in Rotterdam. Guess what? He paced for Eliud Kipchoge at the Ineos 159. Guys, we don't have to talk any further, guys. Let's go to St. James Park, where we're wishing Eliud Kipchoge and the other Kenyan athletes all the best. Let's go there.
Relaxed, as he always does. He's gone for the arm warmers and the gloves. I wonder whether they'll come off. Kipkeita looks a little bit cold in the background, but Eliud Kipchoge, just phenomenal. Hard to believe, Mara, what is it, 53 weeks since he ran that incredible 1:59.41. I mean, yes, it wasn't an official world record, but it was a great moment for sport, wasn't it? When we woke up the following morning, even though the Rugby Union World Cup was on, the following morning, it was his image on the front page of all the newspapers. It was the space moment for distance running and he did it beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, can any man go under 2 hours for the marathon has been a question that's, you know, been circulating in the distance world for a long time, and Kipchoge finally doing it, even if it wasn't in circumstances which can be called an official record, was very special. And he often says himself he wants to inspire people, make people believe they can do something that they thought was impossible. So I'm sure he's certainly inspired a lot of people with that sub 2 hour. He does look very relaxed, equal with 4 London titles with the mighty Ingrid Christensen. So if he wins a 5th, that will be a record. If he wins, he will also be the oldest ever men's winner here in London at 35 years old and 11 months.
Yeah, you alluded to his consistency at the very top. The only marathon he's ever lost was when he ran, I think it was 2:04 on the nose, or 2:04.05, came second to Kipsang's world record. So it took a world record to beat him in what was, I think, only the second marathon of his career. He has, I'm touching wood as I say this, he has, as of yet, he has never run a bad marathon. His consistency is absolutely phenomenal. The world record holder, the Olympic champion, the first man in history under 2 hours, albeit on a non-record ratifiable course and conditions. He is an absolute master of his craft. And it's also easy to forget, a global champion over 5,000 metres as a teenager 17 years ago. That is how long he's been around at the very top. Well, Chris Thompson's been around a while as well. 2:11 on his debut, European Championship silver medalist, a fabulous 5 and 10,000 metre runner in his day. So many injury problems. What was that, a skimming a stone? I really like Tomo, he's such a nice man. Johnny Mellor, one of only 3 Brits with the Olympic qualifying standard. Callum Hawkins, twice 4th in the World Championships, not competing here. So Mo Farah, one of the pacemakers. Now to one of the Ethiopians who could potentially put Kipchoge under pressure. Muli Wasihun, 8th on the all-time list with that 2:03 last year. Mozinet Geremu, World Championship silver medalist, 4th fastest in history, 2:05.55. It took a very, very special run to beat him 16 months ago in this race. The greatest of all time. He's been performing at the highest level for 2 decades. World record holder, world champion over the 5,000 back in 2003. And he is the Olympic champion. And a multiple Paralympic champion, Dame Tanni Gray-Thompson, is the official starter for the race. She's doing excellent commentary duties for the BBC with the elite men's and women's wheelchair races, which will be the 3rd instalment of drama. It's a triumvirate of excellence here in London this morning. So Brigid Kosgei delivered in the elite women's race. Will it be the same here in blustery, wet conditions in London? Eliud Kipchoge going for a 5th victory here. He hasn't lost a marathon since finishing 2nd in Berlin. It is just quite the most extraordinary record. He's done everything in this sport, and without Kenenisa Bekele in the mix, on paper, the stage is set for another demonstration of excellence from the greatest we've ever seen.
Yeah, we were talking about consistency by Kipchoge, Rob, just before the start, and for me that's almost as impressive as the fast times he runs, because so much can go wrong in a marathon. It's such a long race, you only get a few attempts a year. You know, the weather conditions can really affect things. Of course, the courses are all different. It's not really like running on the track, and we really saw that brought into focus at the Doha World Championships last year, where the performances in the stadium in air conditioning were really, really phenomenal. But out on the roads, it was very tough, very hot, humid conditions. So for me, Kipchoge's consistency, more than anything, really shows what an amazing athlete is. And as you said, he's been going for a long time. Back in 2003, winning a medal on the track in the Paris World Championships. So. But I think he's really, the marathon perhaps is his event.
Oh, without any shadow of a doubt. I mean, it was great in Rio to see him complete his Olympic medal collection, because he had a bronze and a silver over the 5 in Athens and Beijing. But yeah, he's found his home at the marathon. Mozinek Geremiu proved himself a championship performer with that silver in Doha after finishing second to Eliud in London last April. Wasihun ran really well. Cisse Lema is another brilliant runner from Ethiopia, third in Berlin last year. He's also gone sub 204. A whole host of young Ethiopians who will fancy they can get in the mix against Eliud Kipchoge, but they face an unenviable task on a unique course. We're not point to point. Just under 2.25 kilometres, 19.5 times, with the backdrop of Buckingham Palace, the Mole, Birdcage Walk and Horse Guards Parade over and over again, with a slight rise, what is it, 6 or 7 metres apparently, before coming round to the finish. And if it's as entertaining as the women's race, well, boy oh boy, these laps and mile markers will go past very quickly. And I think you mentioned during the women's coverage, Mara, and it's worth reiterating now, apparently this was the preferred course for the 1:59 attempt last year. So it's fast, and we know it's just about as flat as you can possibly get.
That's right. This was one of the courses considered for Kipchoge's sub-2 attempt. They ended up doing it in Vienna, but it was right up there, and you can see why. There's almost no undulation. That little graph we just saw of the elevation was a little bit misleading. If you look at the axis on the left-hand side, the maximum elevation was 6 metres, so it's a completely flat course. No sharp corners, really. The only one which is a little bit sharp is from Horse Guards Road onto Birdcage Walk. I think that's the corner we've just seen. Otherwise, not particularly sharp corners. And, of course, with a lap course, if you stick on the blue line, which you can see there to the right of the group of runners, next to the red banners, if you stick on the blue line, which is the shortest course, you will end up running the shortest distance. It was interesting in the women's race that we often saw them off the blue line. So let's hope that their coaches have told them to stick to the blue line religiously. As for the women's race, there are races within races here today. Rob, at the sharp end, it's all about Kipchoge and the other Africans. But many athletes will be trying to get the men's Tokyo Olympic qualifying time of 2:11:30. Some already have it and will be looking to cement their place with their national federations' selection processes.
4:43, so that's, it's just outside 2:03 pace. So for the leaders, the likes of Eliud Kipchoge, Geremiu and Wasihun, who I've seen in there alongside Lema and Tamirat Tola, who was third in Dubai a couple of years ago with just outside 2:04. This is all fairly good. It's a sensible pace that they've requested, Mara. The lead group have asked the pacemakers to take them through in 61. And if we bear in mind, you know, Eliud's time last year was absolutely phenomenal. You know, 2:02, it wasn't quite the world record for Berlin, but I think everybody would acknowledge that London, it is a world record course. Canucci broke the world record in 02, I think, when Turgat was second and Haile was third on his debut in something like 2:06 plus change. The traditional London course is fast, but probably not quite as fast as Berlin, which is why we've seen more world records in Berlin. Perhaps.
Yeah, and of course Paula Radcliffe, broke 2 world records. Sorry, 2:15:25, the one with male pacemakers she set in London. I think the other one she had was in Chicago. But yes, it's a fast course, very flat, no sharp corners. You know, this could be the only opportunity that these athletes get to run on such a fast course. So we didn't quite see the world record that we were expecting in the women's race, but the lead pace group has been asked to go out for a finish time of 2:01:30 to 2:02 through halfway in 61. So that is a world record attempt if everything goes to plan. Those 3 pacemakers at the front there in red vests and black shorts, that's Noah Kipkemboi, Jonathan Korir and Eric Kiptanui, all from Kenya. Of course, the pacemakers are world-class athletes in their own right. You know, running 61 for a half marathon is no mean feat. and they are employed by the race organisers on behalf of the athletes to help them to a good time. We talked about Berlin. Berlin is really regarded as the fastest course in the world. Most world record attempts, I think, have been done on Berlin, but London has been a very fast course. But today we're on a different course because of the pandemic, and therefore course records, London course records will not be set today. If the London course record is broken, it won't be counted as an official London course record because we're on a different course. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these athletes to run on a very, very fast course.
And Mara, what would you make of the view that, you know, on the one hand, yes, we have been denied a great head-to-head between Eliud Kipchoge and Kenenisa Bekele, but in terms of focusing on times, it might make things a little simpler because, of course, Eliud Kipchoge has huge respect for everybody against whom he lines up in a major marathon. He's a great student of his sport. I think with Bekele in the race, there might have been an extra couple of percent of Kipchoge's mindset thinking, I actually have to win this race, let alone break the records, whereas no disrespect to Geremu and Wasihun, who could put him under pressure along with one or two others, but maybe it focuses the mind on the times rather, without that huge potential head-to-head duel. You know, they would have been alongside each other at this point. They're not, so Kipchoge can fully focus on perhaps setting a very, very quick time here.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, Kipchoge, you know, to do sub-2, that was effectively a time trial on his own. He had pacemakers around him, but it wasn't really a race, it was a time trial. And you know, he's shown that he can run very fast times by himself. He doesn't need to be pushed by rivals to run fast times. So I don't think Bekele's withdrawal particularly will bother Kipchoge. He's shown us that he can run very fast times. He goes and does it. He doesn't really need that rivalry.
That was Brett Robinson just going through shot there, the Australian, 30th in the world cross, that brutal course in Aarhus. And Mo Farah, pacemaking duties over a big group, including Ross Millington and Arne Gabius. Gabius, the German who's been around a while. 4:49 for that mile, so another solid effort. Mara, whilst we have got plenty of time to talk about it, and you have got great expertise as a 10,000 metre runner, Commonwealth medalist, and on the marathons, the right decision by Sir Mo to decide that the marathon is not his prime event and his prime distance, because boy oh boy is he going to have his work cut out against Joshua Cheptegei next year at the Olympic Games if we have one. Were you surprised? Do you see that as the right decision for Mo?
I'm tempted to say that I think the competition in the men's marathon is tougher than the track, but you know, seeing people like Cheptegei, you know, I don't know if you can even make that claim. So, you know, if you think of Mo having to defeat athletes like Kipchoge, Geremu, Wasihun, Bekele to win Olympic gold, you just think that's just not going to happen. And he's perhaps more of a track runner. But then, you know, things change as you get older. Sometimes, you know, he's won everything there is to win on the track. So maybe a new challenge would have, the marathon had the appeal of being a new challenge, but he said he's going back to the track for Tokyo. That is his decision as far as we know now, and you know, we've seen from his performances on the track that he can win in lots of different scenarios. He wins by, you know, sitting in and producing that incredible sprint finish at the end. So yeah, I think he possibly missed the track, having switched to the marathon. But Mo Farah today pacing the last of these four groups, and they've been given instructions to go through halfway in 65:30 to 65:45, aiming for that Olympic qualifying time of 2:11:30.
Yes, and we will pay close attention to that benchmark. There are three. The director clearly at some point will focus in on the British battle for domestic glory. There are Three men who've got that time. Callum Hawkins, who I think is such an exciting prospect, 4th in London and 4th in Doha Boya. But when he came back to the leaders last year, I thought he was going to win the race. It was absolutely brilliant. So he's pre-selected. Samo has the qualifying time, but as Mara's just been talking about, he's focusing on the 10,000 next year, should we have an Olympic Games, touch wood. So Johnny Mellor's the other one with the qualification time. After that fabulous 2:10.03 or 2:10.04, it varies depending on which website you look at, when he was 22nd in Seville. But the likes of Chris Thompson will be trying to take him on. And we've got all sorts of other great athletes. Watch out as well for Daniel Meucci. The Italians have got a fine history when it comes to marathon running. Galindo Bourdin, and then of course Stefano Baldini. Baldini's had a couple of decent finishes here in London. He was second 23 years ago. Such a great major championship performer. What a win that was from his in Athens 2004. So Meucci, yes, won't necessarily be expected to win this race, but watch out for him. He's quite a consistent performer, so there'll be some European pride on the line here. Meanwhile, in this lead group, we have the might of the East Africans trying to take on and tame Eliud Kipchoge, who has not been beaten over the marathon distance since his second outing with a not too shabby 2:04.05. He has never in his life run a bad marathon.
Interesting a moment ago, Rob, that we saw some of this lead group take their drinks from the drink station at around 11 minutes, which is very early on in a marathon. I was a bit surprised by that because it's a cool day. Predicted forecast when we looked earlier was 10 degrees. It does look like it's stopped raining though. A little bit difficult to see, but so quite chilly. And ordinarily in a race like this, the elite athletes would get their special drinks at every 5k, so 5k, 10k, 15 and so on. So quite early for them to be taking drinks. It's a 2.15k loop around St James's Park, and they have a drink station. There's one drink station per lap. So if they want to, they can drink very frequently, but I think we'll see a lot of athletes skipping their drinks on some of the laps, perhaps grabbing a drink every other lap. Of course, they're running clockwise, and on an athletics track, they run anti-clockwise, so a little bit different from track racing. We did see a race in Prague in September, which was, I think it was 16.5 laps of a just over 1 kilometre loop. So this isn't the first time this format has been used. And of course, the London Olympics, last year's Doha World Championships, the London World Championships in 2017 also used a loop course.
14:48, Mara. It's just about low 2:03s, so it's pretty much what the elites have asked for in the very, very early stages. Moeen still up with that group. We haven't really spoken too much about the Norwegian, who was the European record holder for quite some time with that 2:05.48 in Fukuoka. Now 4th on the European list, and a fine cross-country runner. Ran well in the Europeans, in the World Championships last year with 11th over the 10,000 metres. But today is all about that man front and centre in your picture. The world 5,000 metre champion from 2003, a bronze medalist on the track, a silver medalist on the track, and then arguably, well, I was going to say his crowning moment, becoming Olympic champion, but he might argue the crowning moment was breaking the world record, winning London for the 4th time, or running 1:59.
It's an embarrassment of riches,
It's ridiculous,
Rob.
Isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. But
yeah.
Do you know what? I'm going to stick to my guns on that, Mara. I'm pretty sure I'm correct in the following statistic, in that until Kipchoge, I'm fairly sure I'm right in saying no reigning world record holder, male or female, had won the Olympic title, because it's a completely different type of race. And I was so impressed. The 2:08.5 that he won it in was an irrelevance. I mean, for him, it's almost, it's not a jog, but it's so far within his comfort range. I just loved the way he bossed that race, and to break that jinx was really incredible. And there was just a beautiful symmetry about the moment in Rio as well. I'll never forget it, because he had the bronze, he had the silver from Athens and Beijing, missed out on the place, missed out on a place in the team over the 10,000 in 2012, and then turned his attention to the roads. And all of a sudden, you know, all those years later, he did complete the set of Olympic medals. So call me old-fashioned. The 159's amazing. World records are great, but no one's ever going to take that gold medal away from his mantelpiece. So for me, that's his crowning moment. Would you agree, or would you pick the sub-2 maybe?
It's an embarrassment of riches to choose from. I mean, saying an Olympic champion and world record holder, that's an example of how he's so consistent. You know, you get phenomenal athletes like Paula Radcliffe, for example, long held the world record but never won the Olympics. Your question, I'm afraid, is challenging my statistical knowledge of the history of the marathon. But I'm thinking Naoko Takahashi won the 2000 Sydney Olympics and also was the first woman ever to break 2:20. From memory, she broke 2:20 after winning Sydney.
Well, answers on a postcard with that one.
I'm sure while we're on air, the statisticians and experts out there will tweet us if we've got it wrong.
But no, I mean, I just love the fact that he's got the capability to race intelligently as well as to follow pacemakers and run fast times. And speaking of pacemakers, 4-time Olympic champion, doesn't come much better than that in terms of Mo Farah.
And accompanying him there wearing pace 8 is Matt Close, who ran 2:13.57 last year in Berlin. So pretty useful marathon runner in his own right. Of course, we said earlier that the pacemakers are here to do a job. Typically, they'll go to halfway, sometimes to 25k. They'll have been given instructions from the organisers, who will have spoken to all the athletes and their agents. And there's several groups. So the top group we saw earlier aiming for 2:01.30 to 2:02. The second group aiming for 2:04. The third group 2:08 to 2:08.30, and the final group, this group, aiming for 2:11 to 2:11.30 for that Olympic qualification.
Yeah,
time.
And they've, just to clarify the times there, Mara, that group that we're watching went through in around about 15:40, which is, sort of high 2:12s. I mean, it's such a long way to go, but it's a nice, steady start for these guys from which they can build heading into the second half of the race, but there is such a long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, in these early stages, you don't want to worry too much about the pace. I mean, obviously, you don't want to be much outside your target, but the most efficient way to run a marathon is even splits. As soon as you diverge from that, and at any time you're going faster than what you would be doing under even splits, you use up energy and fuel and so on, and therefore more likely to hit the wall before the end. So as evenly as possible is what the pacemakers' instructions are. But of course the pacemakers are only human and sometimes mistakes happen. But obviously Mo and Matt very experienced. The third athlete there in the red vest is Shadrach Kimining, who ran 59.27 for a half marathon in January this year, and so also a world-class athlete. We talked earlier about Moen from Norway, Rob. He's a very interesting athlete. If you look down the men's marathon world all-time list, you go through pages and pages and pages of Kenyans and Ethiopians, with a few other East Africans thrown in. But the first non-African you get to is Osako of Japan, and second non-African is Moen from Norway. He made an incredible improvement in 2017, running 2:10.07 in Hanover, and then in Fukuoka in December in 2017, going to 2:05.48. And that 2:05.48 in non-East African running terms really is world class.
Yeah, I remember it being a huge PB at the time. He's the national record holder in Norway over the 10, the half marathon and the marathon. European cross-country under-23 bronze almost 10 years ago. And actually, Moeen ran quite well We're looking at Eliud Kipchoge, talking about Moeen, the Norwegian, who's there or thereabouts towards the back of that group. Moeen ran quite well. 7th in Valencia last December, low 206s. I think that was the closest he'd come to getting back to the Fukuoka form at the end of last year. So we'll keep an eye on that battle for European honours. But this looks metronomic from Eliud Kipchoge. Kipchumba, that was Vincent Kipchumba just behind him. Low 205s, won Amsterdam. Huge improvements from him last year. But we're once again focusing on the group looking for Olympic qualification time, which is 2:11:30. Mo Farah glancing over his shoulder. Barrios, the Mexican. Barrios was a fantastic 5,000 metre runner. 5 times a Pan American medalist over the 5,000 and 10,000.
And PB for Barrios of 2:10:55. So he has done the qualification standard, but that was in 2018, which was before the qualification period started. So I think he needs to run that 2:11:30 during the qualification period.
Grice, Nash, Lund, Scott and Martelletti, British contenders. Martelletti's run 2:16 in Berlin.
Josh Lundrob ran 66 minutes at the Antrim half marathon in September, so some good recent form. So these athletes training during a pandemic is a real, they face the real challenge of just not having many competition opportunities at all. And we've seen some track races going on in Europe, but very limited possibilities on the road.
I know, and it's funny, isn't it, Mara? You've got to. Those guys have been blown out the back of the pace set by the lead group, and yet you've got to remind yourself that the likes of Lund, Nash, Martelletti, they would absolutely wipe the floor at any park run anywhere in the world. They are absolutely brilliant runners,
yep.
But they're on a different level to these guys. Right, 5 miles, 23:52. Just having a quick check to confirm who's in that group.
While you're checking that, Rob, it's worth remembering that every man running today is world class. You don't qualify for a race like the London Marathon. You have to be invited to participate. So you have to have the CV of performances to get an invitation from the race. So they may look like also runs compared to people like Kipchoge, but every man starting this race today is world class. It's worth reminding viewers, Rob, that 45,000 recreational runners are out there as we speak, pounding the streets all over the globe. And that includes 10 men who are members of the Ever Presence Club. They are men who have completed every single London Marathon since it started 40 years ago. The youngest is Chris Finnell, who's age 61 now. And they stretch up into the 80s. I think the oldest is Kenneth Jones at age 87. So it started off as a much bigger group and has dwindled, but 10 of them have committed to being out there completing the virtual London Marathon your way, as the marathon have branded it, between midnight and 11:59 p.m. tonight. So very, very good luck to those ever presents, and may we see 10 of them out next year again. I hope so.
Yep, you took the words out of my mouth. October the 3rd next year. Here's hoping that will be absolutely rammed with family and friends waiting to greet loved ones at the end of the race. If you've ever run it as a club runner or fun runner, it is so hard to find anyone at the end. Especially if you go back to the 90s, pre-mobile phone, they used to have, well, you would never have experienced this, Mara, because you're so good. They used to have the avenue of trees, 26 trees, and they would say, go to the letter that your surname starts with, because if you remember nothing at the end of the marathon, no matter how badly or well the race has gone, you'll always remember what your name is.
Yeah.
But you'd go to the tree. Say with mine, it would be the W for Walker, but there would be hundreds and hundreds of people gathered round, and it would take ages to find everyone. Oh, there was a beauty and a simplicity to life before mobile phones. By the way, just to clarify, on that 5 mile checkpoint, I've got my 2 pace charts here, Ks and miles. We like the miles in old-fashioned money in the British system. 23:52, just outside 2:04. So it's a solid rather than a spectacular pace in the very early stages. We'll get the kilometre splits for you as well, as and when they emerge. But it's a sensible pace, and maybe the likes of Eliud Kipchoge, well, we know he's more than capable. 2:01:39, the official world record. Maybe he'll be looking to pick up the pace as we edge towards the halfway stage. But it's they're not ripping up the trees as far as the early pace is concerned, but I think this is pretty sensible. Oh, there's Moeen, by the way, just on the back of that group on the left. He's the Norwegian we were talking about. But Kipchoge, Mara, should look comfortable at this pace, and does look comfortable.
Absolutely. I mean, like with Koska in the women's race, this is some 4 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes slower than his best. I just wonder if, I mean, the men have the benefit of having seen the women not produce a world record, and I just wonder if they may possibly have adjusted their ambitions slightly. It is still raining. I thought it had stopped, but it started again. Meucci there from Italy, we talked about earlier, brilliant championship performer. Hasn't broken 2:10, but he really saves himself for the big occasions. He was the European champion back in 2014. We have to talk about shoes, Rob. Some viewers may have seen Eliud Kipchoge's shoes that he's wearing now in the news earlier in the week. He's wearing a version of the Nike Alpha Fly, and it has 1:59:40 written on the back of it for the benefit of his rivals. So this is the latest version of these shoes with a high stack height, maximum limit of 40 millimeters, and a carbon plate, a curved carbon plate inside, which gives you some energy return. The others appear to be in the Vaporflies, the orange or pink shoes, but Kipchoge is in a version of the Alpha Flies, which I think I'm right in saying he definitely wore for the 1:59:40 attempt.
Yes, I think there may have been minute variations, but it's tantamount to the same shoe. And I guess, you know, for those of you who were watching the elite women's race, we did touch on the shoes, because it is such a massive talking point in the distance running fraternity, and it's a balancing act between gentle increments as technology advances and big steps forward that are out of kilter with that. By the way, so what are we, 29:45? Yeah, so it's they could do with speeding up just a fraction. It's steady by the standards that we're normally used to seeing from Eliud Kipchoge. 30 minutes on the nose for 10K is around about low 2:06s, so we can expect to see them speed up a little bit, and maybe Kipchoge's just having a word with them there. That was the third pacemaker, Eric Kiptanui. A couple of excellent runs in Paris. I think I commentated on him there. I think he's had a 2:06 or a 2:07, and maybe Eliud Kipchoge has just said to the pacemakers, listen guys, we need to up the ante. Yes, you can see his arms going up there. He wants this to be quicker.
His arm gesture at the beginning of this conversation, Rob, looked like he was telling them to slow down, but that certainly looked like them to speed up. And judging by the splits, I suspect he wants to go a little bit faster.
Well, he certainly earned the right to have a word with the pacemakers, who you would duly respond. Distance running royalty says faster. You say, by how much, sir? I'll start immediately. Look, we can't talk about the shoes all day, but it is worth touching on. One point you've made earlier today, Mara, that I really like is that World Athletics have begun an initiative where any elite athlete must have access to all the shoes that are legally available. Because, you know, one of the reasons I fell in love with athletics and with distance running in particular is that, you know, it is probably the most accessible sport anywhere in the world. If you're able-bodied, you can run. And, you know, the spikes for the track nuances, that comes later. This is, you know, athletics is an incredibly inclusive sport. It has no regard for gender. There's every bit the same level of excitement for a women's 100 final as there would be for a men's. Athletics has been at the forefront in that regard for decades. And you've got, you know, within the sport, you've got so many different physiques. You have these giant shot putters, tiny 10,000 metre runners like Haile Gebrselassie weighing 7 or 8 stone. You know, athletics prides itself on being the most accessible sport in the world, which is why you have so many people from different nationalities. And what I think is very important, whatever your view is with regards to the technology and the speed with which it's encouraging, shall we say, these records to get broken, it's so important that at the highest level it is equal for everybody, because, you know, it's absolutely a cliche. You know, there are many Africans who come from, you know, loving, supportive, provided backgrounds. Not all of them start out with no shoes, but that is the basic principle of our sport, that anybody at any level, no matter how little money they have in their pocket, they should be able to access our sport. So at least from a World Athletics point of view, they are ensuring that that equality remains in place.
Yeah, the universality and accessibility of athletics is really critical. Of all the sports, you know, it requires very little technology. Until now, it has required very little technology. If you think of sports like rowing, fencing, triathlon, cycling, the performance is in some way determined by your equipment, in addition to the human endeavour. Running until now has been really entirely about human endeavour. Okay, we have had shoes, but you know, that's it. And the concerns around accessibility are, one, are the cost. So is it going to make people of modest financial means unable to do running?
And we must not ever let that happen, ever.
Absolutely, I agree. Then at elite level, World Athletics have now started this athletic shoe availability scheme to ensure that all athletes can access all shoes. But don't forget that at elite level, most athletes will have a contract with a shoe manufacturer. So it's fine for the athletes who are with Nike, with the Vaporflies, Alphaflies. The other manufacturers now are bringing out shoes, have brought out shoes which have a blade, which have a high stack height. But whether those shoes can match the Nike shoes is sort of remains to be seen. And athletes who are not with Nike, then the question is, do they honour their contracts or do they breach their contracts and go with the Nike shoes? So there are lots of questions about accessibility. What this really boils down to is preserving meaning in results for me. So when an athlete crosses the line, can you categorically say that performance was down to that athlete? Or are you saying, wait a minute, what shoes did that person have on? So it's, I mean, World Athletics they've put a moratorium effectively, frozen the status quo effectively until after the Tokyo Olympics. And they've also set up a task force, a working group, to really get into the detail of this for the long term. And in the meantime, they've set up this athletic shoe availability scheme. But I'm an old-fashioned purist, if you like, and for me, the appeal of running is that it is really all about human endeavour. You can't make gains through equipment, and I feel that the shoes have perhaps sneaked us towards those sports which have a lot of equipment. But then on the other hand, you know, you can't stop the advancement of technology and innovation. That will happen. So the key really is how World Athletics regulates the sport to ensure its universality, fairness, integrity, and so on.
Well said by Mari Yamauchi there. 6th in the Olympic marathon in Beijing and a Commonwealth medalist over 10,000 metres way back in 2006. What a great edition of the Com Games we had in Melbourne. Right, that debate will continue to rage. Let's focus on what we can see in front of us, which is a trio of fantastic pacemakers with a world-class field of athletes right behind them, spearheaded by Eliud Kipchoge. Coming round now with, what is it, 14 and a bit laps to go. It's 2.15k, so we'll focus our attention on the splits, the kilometres and the miles. And Yeah, we just need to keep a close eye on the speed with which they go through the next couple of K, Mara, to see whether the pacemakers have responded to Kipchoge's obvious demand to up the ante a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they look pretty comfortable at the moment. I just wonder if the weather has slightly put them off the original agreed pace. I mean, this sort of thing happens in the marathon. In the Beijing Olympics, you know, it was supposed to be very hot, humid on the day of the women's marathon. A couple of days earlier, we had heavy rain, and it wasn't as hot. So on the day, the woman who eventually won, Constantina Tomescu, she got rid of her hot and humid plan and ran more ambitiously. So I just wonder if these athletes have adjusted their ambitions slightly in the opposite direction and thought, right, given the weather conditions, we need to, and what we saw with the women, that we have to just be a little less ambitious. We said earlier, Rob, that Kipchoge is going for his 5th London Marathon title. He's also, if he wins today, he will become the 2nd athlete to win 3 races in a row. Dionisio Theron from Mexico won in 94, 95 and 96. Kipchoge's won in 15, 16, 18, 19. He took a break in 2017. That was the year when he made his first attempt to run sub-2 at Monza in Italy. He came very close. I think it was 2 hours 25 seconds. Didn't quite make it, but was very close. And then on his second attempt in Vienna last October, run that historic 1:59:40.
Yes, and I remember him talking about Monza in the aftermath and saying that the lack of crowd had an impact there. I remember getting up to watch it, and it was fascinating, and it was an amazing athletic endeavour. As you said, it was 2 hours and 25 or 2 hours and 24 seconds. But it was eerily quiet, as is the course today, but such is the demand for safety with regards to the virus that's changed things for so many people, that the organisers had to absolutely ensure that we wouldn't even accidentally have any well-wishers, which is why the hoarding on the inside is so high. They had to be seen to be making sure that no spectators tried to come along. And just to kind of rubber stamp how careful and how responsible the London Marathon organisers have been, everybody that we've seen and everybody that we will see competing here today, they were tested at home 4 days before getting on a plane. They were then tested again at the arrival at the hotel with accompanying grounds of 45 acres or so that athletes could train in safety. I believe they were tested again, or at least had their temperatures taken, on Saturday. They have done absolutely everything they can to ensure that this is a safe, responsible and respectful way for the race to take place. I think it's testament, Mara, to Hugh Brasher's determination. Yes, of course, it was changing throughout the summer and there was a level of uncertainty. He said time and time again, we will do absolutely everything we can to ensure that there is a 40th edition of the Virgin Money London Marathon at some point in 2020. And yes, we haven't got 45,000 people. Yes, okay, we haven't got hundreds of thousands pouring through the streets. But this, at the moment, is as good as it gets. And it's an opportunity for men, women, boys and girls around the world to watch one of sport's most iconic figures and one of the world's most iconic cities. So fair play to Hugh Brasher and everybody else involved that we're even sitting here watching these images, enjoying this great race unfolding.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more, Rob. I mean, we've all had to change our lives completely because of the pandemic, you know, working from home, not being able to see friends and family like we would normally do, you know, very, very limited travel opportunities. And how you put on a marathon in the middle of a pandemic is you know, seemingly unanswerable question, but hats off to the London Marathon for doing it. I mean, it's very different, you know, the course is different, the time in the year is different. We're used to seeing this in April, but here we are in October. The format is different. The recreational runners are all running virtually, not here in central London. So they have had to change an awful lot, but hats off to them. And I hope this can be a model to other races, you know, for the rest of this year and next year. This and Tokyo have been the only world marathon majors races to take place this year. Tokyo took place back in early March, but that was an elite-only race. That decision came right at the last minute. Of course, that was the beginning of the pandemic, and they cancelled the mass race.
Yes, I believe Bahanu Legesse won Tokyo, just inside 2:05. Gitane Molla won Dubai in 2:03.5. I wonder whether we'll see a time that's quicker than that here today. Do you know, I'm just going back over the times that Kipchoge has run in recent years, and the last race that he won outside 2:03 was, I believe, he ran 2:04.17 when he won London 2 years ago. Last year was 2:02.37. Absolutely incredible race, and a wonderful performance from Mosinet Geremu, who stayed with him until so close to the end. 2:02.55 for the fourth fastest time in history. So he's made a habit. If you go through his Berlin wins, 2:04 on the nose, 2:03.32, 2:01.39 obviously for the world record. His London victories, 2:04.42 5 years ago, 2:03.05 in 2016. Remember, he wasn't sure that he was so close to the world record. He was focusing on winning the race against Stanley Biwott. Biwott ran 2:03.51 and was right in contention with Kipchoge until close to the end. It was an incredible race. So it's become, this is how good Kipchoge is. It's become unusual to see him win a race in a time as slow, I use that term lightly, as 2:04.
Yeah, I mean, he's just so consistent. 35 years old now, so he's got a few years left. You know, could he defend his Olympic title next year? Possibly. I think he could lower the world record further. He's done the sub-2. That box is ticked. But my sense is that he can lower the world record. Seeing him cross the finish line in Berlin in September 2018, he didn't look that tired. I think he could have gone faster. So I think quite a bit still to come from Kipchoge. Shura Kitata is another interesting one, Bob. He pushed Kipchoge all the way, finishing second in 2018. So along with Geremu and Wasihun that we spoke about earlier, he possibly could be somebody, if anybody, who can challenge Kipchoge.
Yeah, that's a very good point from Kitata, actually, and he's only 24. Former world junior record holder when he ran 2:08 and bits. That might have been in Shanghai, actually. The 15K, 44:31. So let's see where that brings us out. Well, 45 minutes would be 2:06. So yeah, it's not going to be as fast, perhaps, as we would normally have expected to see from Eliud Kipchoge. But the Olympic champion and world record holder is certainly looking fairly comfortable at the moment. Lemmer, we touched on him at the beginning, third in Berlin last year, behind his compatriot Kenenisa Bekele, who ran to within 2 seconds of the official world record. And it was slightly overlooked, that performance from Bekele, because it happened to come so close to Kipchoge's 1:59 and also came during the World Athletics Championships, which was on this time last year. It's hard to believe we were there. 52, it's nuts. It feels like a lifetime ago in some regards, doesn't it? But
I remember preparing to commentate on the men's marathon and having to reprint out the men's all-time list because of the revisions that took place while we were all in Doha. I mean, consistency on Kipchoge, if you look at Bekele, he's not consistent, to be honest. You know, he's dropped out or not started several marathons. He did a good debut in Paris 2:05, but then sort of suddenly out of nowhere nearly breaks the world record. So I think on consistently, certainly with Kipchoge, we know what to expect from him. He's a steady performer, 2:03 or faster. But with Bekele, there's a bit more ups and downs. I mean, that's perfectly normal. We saw in the women's race, you know, some athletes not quite performing at the level that we would expect if you're badly affected by cold and rain. You know, the conditions, the course, build-up. Of course, build-up in the pandemic has been very difficult in some cases for these athletes, not able to train as much as they would like to, or having to train alone for a lot of the time, lack of competition opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what? The other element with Kipchoge, and we're going to have another 2 hours, or well, another hour and 25 minutes to talk about him. We've got the elite men's and women's wheelchair races coming up, by the way, in, what is it, around about 2 hours and 10 minutes. Really is an absolute festival of distance running and distance pushing today. The other factor with Kipchoge, Mara, that we haven't talked about, and you're absolutely right with the inconsistency with Kenenisa. He's been beset by injuries since those glorious days where he won so many editions of the World Cross, short course and long course, 6 long course titles. No one's ever done that before, not even Turgat with his 5. But one of the huge advantages, I believe, that Kipchoge's got, as we watch Moeen and Levine's tail the pacemaker, that's Ruben Kipyego, Patrick Sang, Kipchoge's coach, that is a relationship that has thrived. That they've got a family history, they come from the same area in Kenya. Sang has got a fantastic, gentle, understanding nature, and I think the bond between them and the knowledge that Kipchoge fully appreciates and respects what Sang did on the track. He's an Olympic medalist over the steeplechase. I think that's a huge cog in the Kipchoge wheel, that he's got someone of the calibre of Sang in his corner, and that they respect each other and like each other so much.
Kipchoge is a very measured character. He's always very calm, always appears to be in control, never does anything flashy or rash. And possibly Sang's influence on him has helped him. It's a brilliant demeanour to have for the marathon. You don't want to waste energy early on in the race doing anything silly. You just want to focus on yourself, get the absolute best out of yourself, and not waste energy on anything else. And it's clearly a combination that works very well for him. Just recapping on the weather, Rob. It was 9 degrees when the women set off at 7:15 this morning. The current temperature in London from the BBC website is 11 degrees and a 100% possibility of rain. So it looks like the rain has eased off a little bit on our camera shots there, but the forecast is for relentless rain, unfortunately, for the duration of this men's race.
But at least it is a tiny bit warmer. And I could be reading too much into this, but I thought I just detected another tiny little motion from Kipchoge's right arm, as if to say to the pacemakers, come on, guys, we do need to pick this up just a fraction. On a lighter note, it would be amazing if we could get a camera on this. We can't, but we should give them a mention. I touched earlier the fact that we've all been starved of world-class distance running, and we knew that there were a lot of broadcasters around the world taking the coverage. Apparently, in Eldoret, our coverage is going out on a big screen. I don't know whether you've ever travelled to Eldoret, Mara. I have on numerous occasions. It's a fantastic gateway to so many different distance running camps. You've got the Kipchoge Keino school and orphanage just on the outside of the town. I can picture it now with the school on the left and the orphanage on the right. So Jambo, if you are watching on the big screen in Eldoret, Kipchoge Keino, the founder of so many, well, generations of athletic superstars. So you can almost picture the scene of all those faces crowding round a big screen, watching the man who has set pulses alight with so many great performances over nearly 2 decades. So thanks to former world cross-country silver medalist Tim Hutchings for that update, that somebody from Eldoret has sent him a text message and he has sent me one. So we're delighted that this coverage is going out live in Kenya. And what an incredible ambassador Kipchoge is, not only for himself and his family, but for his country and his continent.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's the most amazing role model. He talks about inspiring people. His sub-2 attempt in the press conference this week, he talked about inspiring people, and he talked about COVID and the pandemic and giving people hope. And I think he really understands how the role he can have in inspiring and helping other people. Being a great role model. Yeah, I've never been to Eldoret as an athlete, but I grew up in Kenya in Nairobi till I was 8 years old and did visit as a small child. But of course Eldoret and Iten and other areas of Kenya, formidable meccas, if you like, of distance running. A lot of these athletes running today are based there. Of course, the plus side of the mass race not being able to take place today is that it's gone global. You know, 45,000 virtual mass runners running all over the world. Just checking my list of numbers from each country. We spoke earlier that during the women's race that Hong Kong, Taiwan, the USA and the UK have the biggest numbers. In Kenya, it's 11.
I wonder where they are. We should get cameras on them. The
maybe
Kenyan media should get out and cover them.
Yeah, of course, the virtual mass race runners are running in London Marathon bibs, front and back, making sure they do the distance and timing themselves on the London Marathon app. So while you're out and about today, if you see any London Marathon runners, do give them a cheer. So this is the group aiming for Olympic qualification. We spoke earlier during the women's race that the qualification suspension due to COVID was lifted by World Athletics. It was due to finish on the 30th of November, but it has been lifted for the road events to reflect the fact that the marathon runners only get a couple of 2 or 3 attempts a year really at racing, the lack of competition opportunities, and also the fact that in Doha the conditions were really unconducive to running qualification times. So brilliant that these athletes have this opportunity. Ben Connor there, the tall athlete in the New Balance kit. Connor ran a PB over the half marathon at the Antrim Half on the 12th of September, 60:55, so he's in good form, 27 years old. Johnny Mellor, we mentioned earlier, he's the only Brit in this race who has a marathon qualifier already. Mo has, but he's aiming for the track. And the third Brit is Callum Hawkins, who is pre-selected. So several other Brits in this British National Marathon Championship going for the qualification time for Tokyo of 2:11:30.
Amara, you also alluded to the fact that from a British point of view, and I wonder whether other federations may follow this example, there is the outside possibility of a selection race, because we know London is going to be on this corresponding weekend next year, October the 3rd. The ballot is open now, by the way. You've got until about 5 o'clock this forthcoming Friday. So no excuses. Come on, sign up and get out there and breathe in some fresh air. But I really like the concept of a straight race. I might like the fact that you go first too, and you've got an option with the third. From a British point of view, they've already pre-selected Callum Hawkins. But again, we mentioned getting a text from Tim Hutchings, a well-known commentator, and we mentioned this during the elite women's race. He says that straight-out selection race in the USA, which happened on the leap year day, I think, this year, February the 29th, is absolutely incredible drama. And I wonder if we are still experiencing some restrictions, how many more national governing bodies might say, OK, do you know what? We haven't got a London in the spring. We're not going to send you, to Boston. We're not going to do it in Dubai. It's too early. Let's go for it. Let's go for a straight head-to-head. Let's get athletics front and centre domestically as well as internationally. There could be something in that.
Yeah, I mean, World Athletics set the standards for the Olympic qualification, and then each country can set tougher standards, and they decide how they are going to pick their team. So in the USA, you have a straight trial, first 3 past the post. In the UK, traditionally the London Marathon has been the trial race, but it's always, to my knowledge, been 1 or 2 athletes, the first or second British athletes across the line in the qualification time, and then a second or third place sort of a discretionary. And we have had pre-selections. In other countries it's different. In other countries they don't have a trial. I spoke to Gerda Stein, the South African, who just missed the national record in the women's race earlier this week. She said they're selecting on times. Athletes can qualify for the Olympics by accumulating points in the world ranking system, and also by finishing in the top 10 in a world marathon major, or top 5, I believe it was, in the World Championships. However, those two methods of qualifying remain suspended. So athletes trying to qualify today have to run 2:11:30. And British Athletics have indicated that they will put on a trial race next spring, details to be decided. But yeah, that will give another opportunity for these athletes to get on that team. There are further races to come. Valencia at the moment is in planning to go ahead in early December, and I believe the Abu Dhabi Marathon also in December, and then into January, February next year. I mean, some race directors around the world may be looking at this and thinking, okay, we can do something similar. So I just wonder if one or two races might appear. Of course, for a race to be eligible Olympic qualification, certain conditions have to be met. Of course, it has to be officially accurately measured. They have to have anti-doping testing on site on the day, and there are a number of other conditions. So you can't just set up a 26.2 mile race yourself and say, okay, I've qualified. It has to be done officially. So Mo Farah, their multiple track champion, looking pretty relaxed, pacing this Olympic qualification group, and Barrios, the Mexican there, looking very comfortable.
Yes, you mentioned him earlier. He's run inside 2:11 and he should be feeling relatively fresh from here. Johnny Mellor's in that group, ran that low 2:10s. Very, very good performance. So he already has the luxury of knowing he's got the qualification time. There he is, just entering the edge of frame, just on the very right of picture there. Connor just grabbing a drink. The times are very, very important to the men in this group.
Ben Connor ran the 5,000 metres at the Doha World Championships last year, and only 27 years old, so we're expecting great things from him in the years to come. Chris Thompson, who we saw right at the start, with at the back of that group, but with a small gap, 39 years old, silver medalist on the track in the European 10,000 metres. And really, it was interesting at the press conference, he sounded very relaxed. He said when lockdown came, he decided to have a bit of a break. He toned down his training, had a bit of a rest, and he said he was really eager and felt he'd benefited from the rest, and was really up for a good race today. So I think the rest may have done him good.
Yes, we'll have to keep a close eye to see whether he manages to hang on to that group. He's just off the back, out of shot at the moment. He had a really good debut, ran 2:11:19. He was 11th back in 2014. He hasn't had easy build-ups to his marathon since then. I think there was one year where he ran 2:15 and he was really struggling with injury. There is Tomo, having just taken a drink. But he looks okay, he looks quite strong. He's been beset with injuries for so many years. He's a great student of his sport. He's brilliant to stand next to, or sit next to rather, in a commentary box. Right, let's get a take on the split. So 59:37 at 20k. Yeah, so it's not up at 2:06, so we're probably, maybe 2:04s, 2:05s, and you might expect, Mara, if he's feeling okay, you may well expect to see negative splits in the second half from Eliud Kipchoge. If he's feeling good, he might throw off the shackles of the pacemakers and say, right, okay, boys, enough's enough. I'm on my own. I'm going to dictate the proceedings from here.
Yeah, I mean, the way he's been asking the pacemakers to go quicker, we think that's what he's been doing. I think we could see a faster second half for sure. He looks very relaxed. We were talking earlier about Kipchoge inspiring the next generation and people around the world, and the London Marathon every year holds a mini marathon for children that we mentioned during the women's race, traditionally on the last 3 miles of the course, but this year it's had to be done virtually. But 150,000 children across the UK from over 500 schools, primary school children, are taking part. They're asked to run or walk or push or be pushed, somehow cover 2.6 miles between the 28th of September and the 9th of October. So that virtual mini marathon underway.
Yes, and I think the organisers said they had something crazy like 100,000 registering in the first few days. It absolutely went wild across primary schools in the United Kingdom.
Mo Farah is a previous winner of the mini marathon. David Weir in the wheelchair race as well. Previously, before joining the main London Marathon, competed in the mini marathon. So, for children, getting the London Marathon on their radar early and developing champions of the future is a really key part of the London Marathon. The London Marathon Charitable Trust, of course, is also very active in all sorts of areas. They donate every year to good causes, and this year they donated £2 million to Transport for London to help Transport for London's walking and cycling initiatives, which have been part of the pandemic and getting people more active.
So it is almost out at 2:06 pace. And Kipchoge will want to push things on here in the second half. I did notice actually, Mara, whilst you were running us through those various statistics and the good news, and the high profile that this race brings to distance running on all levels, club, fun runners, children, the next generation. Kipchoge missed his drink at that previous station. I'm not sure whether he hung back in the group to then get some generic basic water, but he went. I saw his right arm go out for his drink and he missed.
Okay, well, this in wet conditions like this, especially if you've got gloves on, it's quite difficult catching your bottles. When I was racing, I used to put plasters on the side of my bottles when it was wet so that I could, just to make them less slippery. But they are getting drinks every lap, and it's 2.15k per lap, so it won't be long before he gets another chance. The elite athletes, of course, can all provide their own drinks. They are provided with water and Lucozade from the organisers, but they all can provide their own drinks. In conditions like this, you can afford to drink less. A lot of people obsess about hydration during a marathon, but it's worth remembering that you can dehydrate a little bit over the course of the race. If you finish the race a bit dehydrated, that's fine, because the race is over. You want to be fully hydrated on the start line, but over the course of the race, a small amount of dehydration is okay. And of course, the less weight you're carrying, the faster you can go for the same effort. So in conditions like this, 10 degrees, it's wet, they compared to something like Doha, where it was exceptionally hot, the athletes can get away with drinking less. We just caught a glimpse of Herzog there, the Austrian athlete, Peter Herzog, improving a lot in recent years. His current PB 2:10.57. So we've talked a lot about the Brits aiming for the qualifying time, but other athletes as well will be aiming for that qualifying time as well. Amongst them, Stephen Scullion from Ireland, PB of 2:11.52. In July this year, he said he was retiring, but then he said, no, I'm not, I'm still going. I think he's had he found lockdown very difficult, training in isolation and so on. Brett Robinson of Australia, who we saw right at the beginning, he broke the Australian national record for the half marathon in February this year in Marugame in Japan, 59.57. So good recent form for him. He ran 2:10.55 in April last year in London.
Yes, and he also had a good run at the World Cross in Aarhus, which had an absolutely brutal hill in it. So that was a course to separate the men from the boys, as they say. It was a brilliant edition of the World Cross. They did a fantastic job. So I wonder at what stage we will see a move. We've been focusing our attention and paying great tribute to Eliud Kipchoge and all that he's done for distance running on the track and the roads, but the fact that this pace is quite a bit slower, Mara, also means that it's comfortable for the likes of Mozinet Geremu, just on the right of picture there, with the purple bib, 2:02.55. He ran brilliantly last year and put Kipchoge under all sorts of pressure. So although we've been talking about how incredible Kipchoge is and how consistent he is, we've got guys in this field who will also be feeling, in theory, pretty comfortable with 2:06, and they fancy. This could be the day.
Yeah, this kind of race plays into the hands of athletes distances and have good finishing speed. So starting the pace and dropping a few of the runners in this still quite big lead group. The tall figure in the blue vest to Kipchoge's left, as you look at the screen, is Kipchunga from Kenya. This is his London Marathon debut. He won the Amsterdam Marathon last November.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny you mentioned him actually. It's a great shout. He hadn't run inside 2:10 until last year. He ran 2:06.56 in Vienna in April. Won Amsterdam with 2:05.0. He is absolutely huge. He's built more like a cruiserweight boxer. He's clearly got a huge amount of strength as well as stamina. So we'll have to keep our eye on the third, Vincent Kipchumba. Have a look at him again, Mara. When you see him silhouetted against the rest of the athletes in this group, he's got mass for a marathon runner, and he'll be silhouetted against the rest of the athletes in this group. He's got incredible muscle mass for a marathon runner, and he'll be riding high from the confidence of going low 2:05s in Amsterdam a year ago. He's just on the left. You see what I mean? He's massive.
Quite tall. Well, I mean, marathons on TV can be deceptive. Relative to Kipchoge, yes, he looks big, but if you saw him in real life, I guarantee he would look tiny. I mean, when you see marathon runners typically in real life are really, really small. So he's quite tall, but yeah, cameras can be deceptive. Sorry, Amsterdam Marathon in October last year, not November, as I said earlier. So the Amsterdam champion there, hanging right in there with Kipchoge. Pacemakers still going. Sometimes they drop out at halfway, but these three obviously have been instructed to go to 25k, possibly even further. Kip Sarem there on the right of your screens, also his London Marathon debut. He won the Rotterdam Marathon last year, 2:04.11.
Of Australia.
So the Olympic qualification group going strong, looking pretty good. Still quite a big group there. Woodfine there in the black vest. He is from Canada, PB 2:13.16, so not far off the Olympic qualification time. Number 9 pace there with Mo Farah is Shadrach Kimining, who we spoke about earlier, 59.27 in the Houston half marathon in January this year. Ben Connor looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Gabius there in the Nike outfit, he's from Germany.
Mo looks so comfortable at the moment, doesn't he? Having a look over his shoulder. Side-on tracking angle there. Looking at Barrios and Connor, as you mentioned, making his debut. Mellor still in that group with that really excellent low 2:10s.
Arne Gabius, I mentioned a moment ago, from Germany. PB
last autumn, Gabius, 2:12, which is not a bad time. It's funny, isn't it? When you look at people's times, it can be a little bit misleading with New York, because you do have to add on a couple of minutes to reflect the fact that it's an iconic city and a great course, but it's a tough one as well. So 2:12 from Gabius in New York was not too shabby at all last year.
I ran New York once and I found it tough, I have to say. Quite a lot of undulation. You start on a bridge, so you go, uphill for a lot of the first mile, then a lot of undulations over the remaining bridges. Central Park itself quite hilly, but a brilliant race. And they haven't used pacemakers as far back as I'm aware, and so you get really terrific racing in New York and brilliant atmosphere. But sadly, one of the several World Marathon Majors races which is not going ahead this year due to the COVID pandemic.
Yes, we all hope that these iconic races get back in 2021. Fingers, toes and all the rest crossed. Now, it was 62.55 at halfway. I wonder, Mara, if Kipchoge's feeling good, what sort of pace we'll see for the second half. Negative splits, surely, you would think.
Yeah, so I mean 2:06 is slow by his standards. And I'm not sure that the weather is sufficient to really slow them down that much. Just checking on the Olympic qualification group, the halfway split. Looks like they went through halfway in 65.80. So about a minute inside Olympic qualification standard at the moment. Several athletes going a bit quicker than that. Stephen Scully and Daniel Mute halfway in 1:04.24.
Yeah, some good runs going on at the moment, and maybe, Mara, it'll help the fact that the pace has been steady rather than spectacular at this point. Tristan Woodfine is moving through the field a little bit. He also went through in low 65s. Moeen is just a bit off this pace. The Moeen is just about a minute off this pace. He's on course for about 2:08 at the moment. The Norwegian, who's fourth on the European all-time list, but led for so long with that 2:05.48 from Fukuoka back in 17. But
I think we're seeing an injection of pace here, Rob. That group just getting strung out. Looked like it was Tola at the back just trying to hang on. So I just wonder if we'll look out for the next mile split and bring you it as soon as we can. Wasihun in there, one of the younger Ethiopians who we thought might possibly be one of the runners who could challenge Kipchoge.
yeah, and he's got a good story, Wasihun, because he grew up on a farm similar to Eliud Kipchoge, and he was an 8 and 1500 metre runner. And I believe, I mean, an element of this is a touch hypocritical, I think, but I believe some intervention from Kenenisa Bekele led to Wasihun deciding that actually he might be better off as a marathon runner rather than a middle distance runner. And certainly the manner of his 2:03.16 last year, finishing third, would indicate that was a very, very good decision. He's run 8 marathons, Wasihun. He's in that little group. 4 occasions he's run inside 2:06. He's had a 2:04.37 in Amsterdam 2 years ago, as well as the 2:03.16. And you know, another athlete in that group, Mara, that we haven't spoken about at all is Marius Kipserum, the 32-year-old. A couple of podiums, you know, nothing spectacular, Eindhoven and Milan, but he won Rotterdam last year. There he is, just on the right of picture with the purple bib.
Yeah.
He won Rotterdam last year in 2:04.11. He's 21st on the all-time list, and he looks okay at the moment, rubbing shoulders with Geremu and Kipchoge.
Yep.
Distance running royalty. So we need to keep a little bit of an eye on Kipserum.
Yeah, he took 2 minutes off his best when he won Rotterdam in April last year. 31 years old, 8 victories from his 17 career marathons. So Kenya and Ethiopia, they just have so much depth that there are just so many who can run these world-class times. You know, you look at Kipchoge, you know, 2:01, sub 2, and suddenly 2:02, 2:03, 2:04 guys look like also runs. But these are incredibly fast times. It's interesting coming back to the shoe debate, if we look at the times, the number of performers who've run under specific times for the men in recent years, the number of men under 2:04 in 2016 was 4, in 2017 was 3, in 2018 was 1, in 2019 it was 9. If we look at a slightly slower time, sub 2:08, in 2016 there were 44, in 2017 there were 56, 2018 72, and in 2019 101. So the sport, the event is progressing rapidly in terms of depth. Whether that's related to the shoes or just the athletes are getting better, there's more depth, more competition, we don't know. Probably a combination of both.
Yeah, I would say both. And those statistics you read, that figure for the sub 208s has doubled then. From 44, the first one you gave, to
That's right.
over 100.
More than doubled.
Yeah.
There were 44 sub 208s in 2016
yeah.
and 101 in 2019.
Yeah,
and these are
that's
performers,
huge.
not performances. So some athletes may have run these fast times more than once.
Yeah, that's a great statistic. So, Kipchoge having a little look to his right-hand side, and Cisse Lemmer coming through. Lemmer is the 10th fastest in history, finishing 3rd in Berlin last year, behind Kenenisa Bekele, who went within 2 seconds of Kipchoge's world record. And Lemmer, barrel-chested athlete from Ethiopia, right up alongside Noah Kipkemboi, and clearly fancies the job here. Do you know what, Mara? This has got the makings of turning into a really intriguing race. It's not necessarily panning out as we may have expected it to on paper and on so many occasions when Kipchoge has played centre stage at big city marathons around the world. They're lapping Lund, by the way.
Yep. Cisse Lemmer wasn't at the top of my list for challenges for Kipchoge, but then you look at his CV, 2:03.36 in Berlin last year. Another of these men who are truly world class, but so somehow get overlooked because Kipchoge is running that much faster.
Lemmer's wearing that distinctive lime green top and the green bib on the extreme left of picture. Well, little bit by little bit, Mara, it's amazing. Always amazes me with marathons. You think to yourself, oh, we're going to be talking for 2 hours here, and all of a sudden you find yourself getting towards the business end of the race, and this is where it's really going to start to get interesting over the next 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, they say the racing in a marathon only starts from 20 miles, and we're only a bit past halfway now. We'll bring you the latest 5k splits. So they've gone through 25k. We'll bring you 30k splits as soon as they've gone through that. But yes, the second half is where the action starts. In the first half of a marathon, you're just trying to relax, use as little energy as you possibly can, make sure you get your drinks and be ready to race in the second half. Okay, and there was the final pacemaker dropping out there. So all the pacemakers now gone in this lead group, and it's up to the athletes to do what they want with this elite men's race here in London.
Yeah, now we see the race proper. Pacemaker's gone. Now it comes down to the tactics, the timing, the patience, and who wants it. By the way, I know we're broadcasting here to a global audience, but people won't mind me mentioning the excitement that apparently this race is generating all across Kenya and in Eldoret. There are apparently tens of thousands of people out on the streets watching on a huge screen. Elia's wife Grace and his family are watching in a downtown Eldoret hotel 500 meters away from the screen. I'm reliably informed here, it says our TV station has free-to-air broadcast rights, which means Kenyans without access to satellite television are able to watch and enjoy the coverage, which is brilliant to hear. So if you are somewhere in Kenya, we're really glad you're enjoying this, because so are we. Mara Yamauchi, 6th in the Olympic Marathon in Beijing in 2008, and myself, Rob Walker. It's always one of our favourite days of the year, and now we really have got an intriguing situation here. The Amsterdam Marathon winner, he just looks absolutely massive to me in contrast to the rest of the athletes. Vincent Kipchumba alongside Cissé Lema. Kipchoge looking okay alongside Mosinet Geramiu, and Geramiu, the World Championship silver medalist, after finishing second to Eliud last April. That is a fantastic quartet of athletes, with Wasihun just behind Kipchoge. So all the main characters you would expect to feature are right here. And yes, people were disappointed when we lost Kenenisa Bekele to the calf injury, but this is now a really genuinely intriguing race. We've missed distance running, but today we are back, and in a big way. Mara, are we potentially seeing the king coming under a little bit of pressure here in the last 45 minutes or so?
He's certainly coming under a little bit of pressure. I mean, it's a bit unusual to see an elite men's race without Kipchoge at the front, but you know, this is normal for this stage of a marathon. Somebody puts their foot down, throws in surges, others have to respond, then they might slow up a little bit, then there'll be further surges. And it's Lema and Kipchumba who've thrown down the gauntlet for Kipchoge. I mean, I must say Kipchumba looks really easy. So whether, you know, how long can they keep this going? Are they going to pay for it later?
Well, we'll have to keep a close eye on these splits, Mara, to see how far ahead of 2:06 they begin to move. What are we there? So just trying to get those last official splits.
We just saw this lead group lapping one of the British athletes, Jack Gray, that was, Cambridge and Coleridge AC athlete. This is his debut. He's got a personal best of 63:39 for the half marathon from Valencia last year.
Yeah, the pace has increased a little, but it's still not as fast as you would normally expect to see from Eliud Kipchoge. I'd reckon it's what, low 05s maybe? Maybe high 04s, but we were expecting to see negative splits, bearing in mind the modest nature of the pace at halfway.
Yeah, just inside 2:06 pace at halfway, and if they run a negative split, 2:04, 2:05, that sort of territory. But let's remember, this is 5 minutes slower than Kipchoge has run before.
Well, it's a fascinating race unfolding here. Lema looks composed at the front. Kipchumba with that beautiful, long, economic stride in second place. Kipchoge in the group there won't be panicking, but as you said, Mara, it's a very different scenario to the one that we're normally used to seeing unfold, with him dominating these races from start to finish. This will test him tactically, and we'll find out. He should be up to the task, and we'll find that out over the next 35-40 minutes or so.
There is a moderate wind today. The forecast says 15 miles an hour, and I'm just wondering if Kipchoge is happy to let others do the hard work at the front and just stay in that group and just preserve his energy a little bit longer. It doesn't look from the trees too windy, but that is the forecast.
I know, it's funny, you know, we're understandably showing respect to the other athletes here, and we're saying maybe we've got a great race on our hands, and you know, such is his brilliance. He, by his own high standards, he might just break out into a sprint and suddenly create a 100-meter lead on the rest of the field. But he's paying close attention to Cissé Lema there. Lema, remember, who's been on the podium in Berlin. He was third in Tokyo earlier this year. What was it, 2nd, 3rd of March?
Yeah, early March. Tokyo Marathon used to be in February, but they delayed it slightly. So Jared Ward there from the USA. He's in the, I believe that's the second, no, that's the Olympic qualifying group. PB of 2:09.25 for Jared Ward. And He ran 2:10:45 in New York last year. He finished 6th in the 2016 Olympics. Best place to finish in the Olympics.
That's the highest finish by a British woman, isn't it? 6th?
It is,
or joint?
yes.
Is it
joint with
Joint.
Priscilla Welch, who also finished 6th in LA in 1984. So the Austrian Herzog on the left of our picture, we mentioned earlier, Miucci in that group.
He's a really good runner, Miucci. I always enjoy watching the Italians. They generally perform really well at the major championships.
Of course, Stefano Baldini won in 2004 Athens Olympics, so really good championship pedigree from Italy.
Oh yeah, and you go back to the late 80s with Galindo Bourdin. I mean, but Baldini, I think Baldini had a couple of world and European medals as well. A classic example of somebody who wouldn't necessarily have challenged in an eyeballs out as fast as you can run big city marathon, but in terms of his tactical nous and his ability to pull out medals, absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. I was in the stadium when he won in 2004 and everybody was expecting Paul Tergat to really give the rest of the field problems, because I'm pretty sure Tergat was the reigning world record holder. He'd become the first man in history inside 2:05, but he ran out of steam towards the end. It was a brutal race in Athens, but Baldini ran so well for that gold medal. I must be showing my age. I can't believe that was 16 years ago, Mara. I can remember it like it was yesterday.
Time flies. So the athletes must be getting very near to 18 miles. So I just want to remind viewers who may have missed our women's race earlier, the mile marker at mile 18 was designed by 3 young architects based in London, Ayanna Blair Forge, Shreya Radia and Quincy Haynes. That was in a competition done last year between the London Marathon and the Stephen Lawrence Charitable Trust, in memory of Stephen Lawrence, who was murdered in London in a racial attack. He ran the mini marathon in his younger years, and the mile 18 marker redesigned in his honour by budding architects. Stephen himself wanted to be an architect. This year they were going to run a competition for all the mile markers to be redesigned, and that is on hold because of the pandemic, but we hope it will return next year.
Now I think they've moved ahead of 2:06 pace there. 1:29 at 30k, so it's still yet to really explode in terms of the pace we might have predicted from Eliud Kipchoge, but we've got a great race on our hands. It's a different type of day here in London. Tamirat Tola, fantastic championship athlete. He's won the Dubai Marathon, but before that, World Championship silver 2 years ago in London, and got a 10,000 metre bronze behind that man Mo Farah in 2016. Mo just sharing a word or two there with Connor. As Mara said, he's making a highly anticipated debut. And that's Jeff Whiteman on the PA system. I think he was asking Mo what he's doing via the tannoy. I think he said he's going to do one more.
I think Mo was looking for instructions from the group there about the pace.
4:47. It's another steady, solid mile.
So changing of the guard at the front of this group. That's Kip Serem now in the orange vest at the front, I think. The Rotterdam champion from last year, and Kip Ruto in the black vest.
Yes, Kip Ruto. Low 2:05s in Toronto last year, won Toronto the previous year. Kipruto's in really good form, Mara. He ran just outside the hour for third in Prague on the 5th of September, so he's in cracking shape. 9th fastest in the field on paper, but I think as a result of that sharp, crisp half marathon in Prague, he'll be feeling quite confident at this stage.
Yeah, of course, recent form is a good measure for these races, not just PBs, because if PBs are old, it doesn't really tell you what form the athletes are in. But we've had such a lack of competition. We don't really know much about the recent form, but as you say, Kipruto 60.06 in Prague on the 5th of September, so very promising from him. PB of 2:05.13 and improved. In 2016 he ran 2:13, 2017 ran 2:07 and down to 2:05 in 2019.
So, you've finished on the podium on the London Marathon. You've been around at the top level and commentated for many years.
Yeah.
What's your instinct here on how long you think, if Kipchoge's feeling fine and he's up for this and he's determined in his own mind to boss this race and he's comfortable at the way it's panning out, how late do you think he'll leave it before he goes for a big surge? Because he surely wouldn't want this to come down to an eyeballs out 250-metre sprint, not when he knows he's got the likes of Mosinet Geremiu breathing down his neck, who wasn't too far away from him last April here with 2:02.55. How late will he leave it, do you think?
From memory, I don't think I've ever seen Kipchoge in a proper sprint finish. He always goes several miles before the finish, so give it another 5 minutes, I would say. I mean, he looks comfortable. They've picked up the pace. He's just, you know, it's still another 30 minutes or so of running. The danger, I've been here myself, the danger if you go too soon, and there we get the laps to go counter firing up, so 5 laps to go. If you go too soon, you put in a surge too soon, and then you have to keep that effort going for too long, then you pay for it. So let's not forget, this is comfortable in Kipchoge terms. 2:06, 2:05. I think he's just biding his time a little longer, but Kipchumba next to him is looking very comfortable.
Yeah, I agree. He looks very, very calm, relaxed and composed. I guess from the perspective of these other athletes, Mara, the way they've got to look at this is in a funny kind of way. They're under no pressure. Everybody is expecting the Olympic champion, the world record holder, the first man in history to run inside 2 hours, albeit on a non-ratifiable race. Everyone's expecting him to win. So the pressure here and the expectation is all with the Olympic champion. But these other guys, a fair number of them, Geremiu most notably, Lemmer as well, Wasihun, they're more than capable of racing at these speeds. Maybe the question is, how fast can they accelerate? We know that they can run 2.3s and in the case of Geremiu, high 2.02s, but how quickly can they accelerate and how well can they maintain that additional pace? That's what we might begin to find out over the next 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, I mean, this is slightly dangerous territory for Kipchoge, having this many people for company at this stage in a race. You know, if he's running 2:02, 2:03, he would have far fewer rivals around him. I mean, Geremiu, you know, 2:02.55 in London last year, stayed with Kipchoge almost to the end. If anyone can do it, I think he can. I'm just keeping my eye on Kipchumba. I think he looks very relaxed.
Well, he just discarded his cap. Is that a sign that he's about to go for a major injection of pace? I'm reliably informed when Kip Keino turned pro on the US track circuit, the cap was tossed aside when he was ready to go for it. And if you go way back in the history books, when Alan Mimoun finally beat Emil Zatopek to an Olympic title, which he did in '56 in Melbourne over the marathon, he had a handkerchief tied around the top of his head, and he discarded that hanky. He said he never managed to find it. I interviewed him once in Paris. Absolutely extraordinary human being, sadly passed away now and fondly remembered by everybody connected to French sport. Mimoun discarded his hanky and then ended up making history. Anyway, so
I've heard
be a sign.
the same story from Veronique Marot, Rob, who back in about 2006, I think it was, pushed her down the UK all-time list by one place. And she said, I remember talking with her and saying, when you take your gloves off or your hat off or whatever it is, that's when the race begins.
Well, it's game on at some stage, isn't it? Because you quite rightly said, if it's 02 or 03, 3/4 of these men are not in this group. But when it's mid 205s, suddenly that's a conversation they're more than capable of having. And at some stage, somebody is going to have to inject some pace to begin whittling this group down. There's Connor leading Herzog, the Austrian, who's run inside 2:11. Mellor looking good there in third place in that group. And this might be, I thought perhaps that was a replay, was it? Of Mo Farah deciding enough is enough. The reigning Olympic champion over 10,000 metres has made his contribution to this year's Virgin Money London Marathon. That's him done, and he leaves the rest of the guys who he was running alongside for so long to try and ensure they come home inside 2:11:30, the Olympic qualifying as set by World Athletics.
In the black, third in that group is Melekaya France of South Africa, 2:14:57 PB. So he's having a cracking race so far, and Woodfine from Australia at the back of that group. So Ben Connor having a fantastic day. He ran a PB 60:55 at the Antrim half on the 12th of September, so good recent form. It's his debut marathon, so I think he may well get under that magic 2:11:30.
In Kenya, our diversity is our strength, and if you don't find a beautiful place in this world, then come to Kenya.
Kick off the season on a winning note by entering our Premier League competition. Simply enter the daily quiz and you can stand in line to...
Two joint winners of the very first 1981 London Marathon we saw there on the cutouts. No crowd today. This is one of the COVID safety measures the London Marathon have put in place today, and instead we've got cutouts of royalty, past winners, fancy dress runners to give the race some atmosphere. I must say hats off to the organisers. They've really done everything possible to put this race on safely. All the athletes had devices around their necks which buzzed if they got within 2 metres of anybody else. Frequent testing. We saw a couple of the women's finishes elbow bumping earlier, so this biosecure bubble around St James's Park has ensured that the athletes can compete safely. Of course, it's not only the athletes here today. A race like this takes a huge amount of preparation. We saw pictures yesterday of people building the finish gantry and these fences you can see around the course. Somebody's been out there putting down the blue line. So all those people will have been tested and following safety measures. So pretty huge task, but I hope London will inspire and be a model for other races to come during the pandemic. So Johnny Mellor just trying to hang on at the back of that group, but of course he already has the Tokyo qualification time. So Kip Serem now pushing it at the front of this group. I must say, Rob, all of these athletes look pretty comfortable, and it's surprising to see such a big group this far on in the race. At the back of that group in the blue T-shirt is Tamirat Tola, the 2017 Dubai champion, PB of 2:04.06, set in Dubai in 2018. And he came second in the London World Championships Marathon in 2017 with a time of 2:09.49.
Yeah, I like Toller. He's got brilliant 10,000 metre pedigree. Easy to forget he got the bronze behind Farah, which we mentioned a little while ago in Rio. But this is, well, it's just not how either of us, I think, expected this race to pan out. Of course, Kipchoge might be feeling totally comfortable. I think they may have increased the pace a little bit, but it's 2:05 or maybe there or thereabouts. So if Kipchoge's feeling good, he should have a lot of running left in his legs. Last year, his winning time on the traditional London Marathon course, 2:02.37. He's now hugging that blue line. We've had a couple of people. Cisse Lemmer in the lime green, he had a crack at the front. The huge figure of Vincent Kipchumba had a go at the front. Those two queuing up once again. Geremu has tracked Kipchoge's every move. He is the fourth fastest in history, finishing second to Elliott last year. And this is a fascinating way for this race to now be unfolding. The times are almost an irrelevance. It's not going to be a world record. It's not going to be as fast as Kipchoge has produced perhaps on any of his previous 4 London Marathon wins. But now we get to see what he's like as a tactical racer. And, Mara, we might see some sensational acceleration coming. It's got to happen at some stage soon, because, as you quite rightly said, he might not want this to come down to a 200-metre burn-up. It's amazing. It's so intriguing and enthralling after so many months of not having any distance races. We've got a real cracker coming here for the elite men, following up Brigid Kosgei's successful London Marathon title defence a couple of hours ago.
I mean, the received wisdom model in marathon racing, Rob, used to be that you win it well before the finish. You know, you put in a surge, let's say mile 22, 23, you drop your rivals, and then you just have to keep the gap. But such is the depth in men's marathon racing these days that more frequently we've seen sprint finishes decide these races. I can't remember Kipchoge winning in a sprint finish, so I suspect he's going to put the hammer down soon. But you just don't know. You know, the depth is so high, and this is relatively slow for these men, for the standard that these men have run before.
You mentioned tight finishes. Do you recall Gezahaina Bera, the brilliant Ethiopian? I think there's some statistic along the lines of, across his Olympic title and world title and his London Marathon win, the combined winning margin that he had in all 3 races was less than 10 seconds. Because when he beat Baldini, which I think was 03 here, when he beat Baldini in 03, they were both given exactly the same time.
Yeah,
so Abera
incredible.
was one who left it incredibly late to try and win, and did so at 2 major championships.
That's the beauty of having a sprint finish. You know, that's what we see Mo doing on the track. You know, he leaves it late and he knows he's got a sprint finish to beat everyone. I was the opposite. I don't have a sprint finish, so I was always trying to make my moves relatively early on in the race.
Well, and you saw that mile split going through there, Mara. 5 minutes. We would not necessarily have been expecting that from Eliud Kipchoge.
No.
I think that's definitely a smile. It may be Mara, he's just thinking, right, okay, today is not going to be about fast times. I'm not bothered about whether a 2:06 becomes a low 2:05s. Everybody knows I can run quick times. I'm going to do something spectacular, and I'm going to win in a completely different way. He's clearly, if he's feeling good, and he looks like he is, he's clearly not bothered anymore about the time.
Yeah, I mean, this time is relatively pedestrian for him. It's not going to be a record of any kind. But I'm getting a bit surprised he's leaving it this late. You know, normally at this stage of the race, we've got, what, less than 20 minutes to go. We would normally see Kipchoge out at the front with certainly fewer than, how many have we got here? 8 in this group? He might have 1 or 2 for company, but that's it. So this is a bit dangerous for Kipchoge, to my mind.
Well, it's giving us a different race to enjoy and talk about, because this isn't, as you mentioned, this is certainly not what we would have been expecting. A couple of cheers there. Everybody, by the way, who's inside the cordon has passed a test. A couple of physios and agents, but not many. But every single person we could see along the side of the course, there aren't many of them, they have all passed tests.
Yeah, we know this course is fast. David Weir, who'll be competing in the wheelchair race this afternoon, broke the 3-minute barrier on this course. We know it was considered as a venue for Kipchoge's sub-2 attempt, so it's very fast, but we haven't seen the times that we were expecting, and I think the weather possibly has put them off. A lot of new things this year, you know, difficulty training during a pandemic, different course, lack of competition. So it's possible some of these athletes aren't quite as sharp as they normally would be had they been racing in the months leading up.
Well, we've lost a couple, but not many. There's still a huge array of talent in this group. You mentioned Shura Kitata, tiny figure that you can't really see in that pack. Second behind Eliud Kipchoge 2 years ago. Geremu right on Eliud Kipchoge's shoulder. Toller's at the back of that group, along with Cisse Lemma. Lemma, the athlete in lime green, who definitely had a turn at the front. And Kitata has decided to take it on. He's run inside the hour this year for the half marathon, but that was a long time ago, 8th in Houston, so relatively close to his PB. 9 podiums from 12 marathons, Kitata. And he's decided around St James's Park that it's time to put a little bit of an injection of pace in after a 5-minute mile. So Kitata leads. Kipchoge, the world record holder, the Olympic champion, in second. The defending London Marathon champion, bidding for an unprecedented 5 able-bodied titles. That would be an outright record. Geremu he couldn't be running any closer to Eliud Kipchoge if he tried.
Yeah, just tucking in there behind me. Geremu's run a great race. I don't think he's been at the front. He's just tucked in there, ticked off the miles, tracking Kipchoge very closely. If anyone can get close to him, it's him. So, but honestly, all of these men look comfortable. Tola looks a bit in danger of being dropped off the back of that group. When they were strung out a moment ago, I thought he was going to lose contact. But, you know, all these men are world-class athletes and could challenge Kipchoge.
Well, my adrenaline's beginning to flow a little bit here, Mara, even though, you know, we're a couple of miles away, weren't allowed to get beside the course, and we're not even in the same room, you and I, so the social distancing is being adhered to even in the respective commentary boxes. But this, I mean, if Eliud Kipchoge has got a problem here, and he might not, he might be lulling us, he might be just teasing us with a bit of drama and put in the most, you know, incredible burst of acceleration we've seen in recent marathons. But if he were to have a problem here and he didn't win, are we just too close to this sport? How big a story would it be, do you think?
Well, every great champion's career has to taper off and end somewhere. You know, he's been so dominant in the sport until now. He can't go on winning and producing incredible times forever. I'm not saying if he gets beaten today that will be it for him, far from it. But, you know, eventually, and there's just so much depth in the men's marathon, youngsters like Geremu coming through, and even relatively unknown athletes. You know, we've got a handful here, but there are hundreds, thousands of East African athletes who are world class. Only a handful can ever race in these big races, but as soon as a newcomer comes through, you know, they put pressure on the big guys.
I thought I just detected a slight grimace there, Mara, whilst you were talking. I'm not sure we would have necessarily expected Kipchoge to be happy towards the back of that group. Alongside, yes, and biding his time, possibly, but Eliud Kipchoge, the world record holder, has allowed a few metres to grow. And I'm not sure about you, but I can't quite think of a solid reason why he'd be doing that consciously, unless he was struggling.
Yeah, I agree. Surprising that. There's a definite gap. It's small, but there's a definite gap. If he were intending to win this race, he would certainly not be doing this. So Kipchoge looks like he could possibly be in trouble.
He hasn't lost a race since he finished second to Wilson Kipsang when he broke the world record back in Berlin in 2013. He has been the model of consistency. He is arguably the greatest marathon runner in history. Yes, okay, he is yet to successfully defend his Olympic title, but he looked comfortable. It looked like he was waiting, poised to strike. But Eliud Kipchoge, for the first time in his marathon career, is running into problems. It is the only reason he would be allowing a gap like this to grow. It is probably the only reason you would think why he would be running 3 to 4 minutes or 2 to 3 minutes slower than we've seen from him in any race other than the Olympic marathon, which was a totally different scenario. Kipchoge has got to find something here. I think possibly we may have seen and we may be witnessing his first moment of weakness as a marathon runner. Would you agree, Mara Yamauchi?
Absolutely. The worst he's ever done in a marathon is second, and he's won every other race. So this is not something Kipchoge, not a position Kipchoge will want to be in. I'm just wondering, so Tola now dropped off that group. So real injection of pace, I think, is going on. We'll bring you the latest mile split as soon as we have it. Kipruto also dropped, so I think they're really pushing the pace at the front of that group. I mean, Kipchoge looks okay. He doesn't look like he's suffering that much, but just... it's a bit puzzling that he hasn't got a grimace on his face.
I think you know, there is, occasionally, there has been a tiny grimace. You would argue this, Mara. It would be one thing to be right there with the group and maybe get out-sprinted by somebody 5 or 6 years younger in an eyeballs-out burst to the line. But if Kipchoge ends up running something like 2:06 or 2:07, for somebody who has made 2:02 and 2:03 and 2:04 his metronomic norm, there must be a problem for him today. There must surely, there must be an injury, there must be something that he was gracious enough not to talk about in advance of the race, to preempt an excuse. There's something not quite working for Kipchoge today, and we might find out after the race.
I don't know about an injury. I mean, he didn't say anything about an injury. He's appeared to be perfectly comfortable. You know, there's no indication of something going wrong. That last mile split, 4:46 for the leaders. I'm struggling to understand what's happening with Kipchoge, because he doesn't look like he's really struggling. At this stage of a race, if you're intending to win, you work 110% not to get dropped by the lead group. But he looked like he was coasting, and yet he got dropped. So not quite sure what's happening for Kipchoge there, but the lead men must very soon be approaching. 1 lap to go.
Yes, we've just seen Peter Herzog, by the way, the Austrian, just ahead of Connor and Mella. This is the battle for the British title. Connor making his debut, as Mara indicated. He ran just inside 61 minutes for a half marathon PB recently. Mellor's already got the qualification time with that excellent performance in Seville, finishing 22nd, but just outside 2:10. So there's a real duel going to go on between the two Britons wearing identical arm warmers. Meanwhile, the key piece of information we need to know at the front is whether Eliud Kipchoge has managed to mount some kind of comeback on the lead group. But I agree with you, Mara, there isn't a valid reason why he would be anything other than on the leader's shoulder at this pace if he was feeling comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason is he's not fast enough and he can't keep up. But in Kipchoge's world, that never has appeared until now. But, I mean, that gap is too big, I would say, for Kipchoge too. He was catching Tola a moment ago, but I don't see how he can make up that group now.
No, and this means, sorry, Mara, this now means what a massive opportunity. Chris Thompson coming up there to be lapped. He's having a tough day alongside Dowie Griffiths. But what an opportunity for one of these young men in this group now.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking all about Kipchoge being beat, but, you know, these guys at the front, they've really taken the race to him. Still 5 in that lead group. I think we may yet get a sprint finish. They've taken it in turns doing the heavy lifting at the front. You know, let's not take away Kipchoge is being beaten, but let's not take it away from these 5 men at the front. Kipchumba, for me, has been looking very comfortable throughout.
Yes, Kipchumba, if you're just joining us, he's the tall figure at the back of the group. There's Eliud Kipchoge. His reign as London Marathon champion is about to come to an end. So Eliud Kipchoge is not going to become a 5-time London Marathon champion this year. What a race we've got now. Shura Katata with the lime headband. He was second behind Kipchoge 2 years ago. Cisse Lemmer, there's the battle for the British title. Johnny Mellor now coming past Connor.
So these two having an absolute blinder. Johnny Mellor, coached by Steve Vernon, lives up in the Peak District, so plenty of hills, but both these athletes, Connor doing his debut today, Johnny Mellor already with the qualification time, but both of them looking very strong in these final stages.
They'll be unaware of the drama unfolding up ahead. It's Katata with the lime headband. Then you've got Cisse Lemmer, the 10th fastest in history, with the lime green vest. 1:59.19 at 40k. But this is not about times today. This is about a story of one man's quest for greatness that has taken him to the top, but has seen him today fall short of his own high standards. There'll be shockwaves going through Kenyan distance running at the moment. I mentioned all those people who'll be watching in Eldoret. Well, now they'll be hoping that Kipchumba can fly the flag for Kenya. This great rivalry unfolding once again between two beautiful, proud nations separated by the vast, breathtaking Rift Valley. Lemmer and Geremu and Kitata for Ethiopia, with Kipchumba, the biggest of them all, from Kenya. Who has got the sprint finish and who has got the belief? Maybe, Mara, if you had to pick a favourite at the moment, Geremu has got a fantastic turn of speed. We see some fantastic distance races in India every year, and Geremu ran 59.11 in the brilliant Delhi half marathon way back in 2014. It's an indication that he's got good speed in his legs. He was just outside the top 10 in the 10,000 metres 5 years ago in Beijing, and he's been right on the leader's shoulders all the way through. He would love to upgrade his second place finish from last year to glory and #1 this year. Maybe this is destined to be Geremu's day. If it is, he's putting himself in exactly the right position to strike.
Absolutely. He's run a really smart race, you know, letting others do the hard work at the front, just tucking in there. You know, second here last year, second in Doha. Would be great to see him on top of the podium, but I think of these four, I think he and Kipchumba look the most comfortable to me. I think Wasihun is the figure we just saw, having just got dropped from that group. Yeah, I think that is Wasihun just gone through the camera there.
Sorry, Mara.
This reminds me of Daniel Wanjiru winning back in 2016, I think it was. Relative unknown, came from behind and won, and we it was a bit of a surprise.
Well, we have had shock results and great drama and upsets, and this is in the process of becoming one of them as we watch this battle between Connor and Mellor for the British national title. Fantastic debut from Connor, who ran a very good half marathon as part of his preparation, and Mellor is backing up the excellent run he produced in Seville here, with another one in rather different conditions here in London, and he's maybe just beginning to show all that class against Connor. We'll keep a close eye on that one, and we'll keep an even closer eye on this four-way battle for glory between three Ethiopians and a Kenyan. A couple of lapped athletes not part of that group. Kitata, it's been interesting from Kitata, Mara, because it hasn't been a sudden burst of energy from him. It's been a gradual winding up, and they're all now perhaps beginning to really work, with maybe a question mark emerging for Lemmer, who allowed a metre or two to grow but is now closed up on Geremu just in front of him and is continually checking his watch, maybe just an indication that he's feeling tired as he glances up towards Kipchumba.
Yeah, Kitata's done the work at the front of this group for the last few miles. He looks slightly like he's labouring there. I mean, in these kind of circumstances, you know, if the pace is dawdling a bit and nobody wants to take it on, it's down to you to do it, and good on Kitata for doing it, but this is very hard to call. They all look comfortable. It looked like he was in danger of being dropped, and now he comes surging through. I think we're going to have a sprint finish.
And look, that perhaps I maybe thought that Geremu might be able to draw on the fast finish he produced in Delhi a few years ago, but Geremu's suddenly the man who struggled. So he who would be king hasn't taken advantage of Eliud Kipchoge's sudden inexplicable loss of form. Geremu, the man looking over his shoulder. So it was three Ethiopians against a Kenyan. Now it's two. Kipkeita, a very, very tired figure up ahead. There are casualties all around this 2.25 kilometre course. Lemmer, Kitata, Kipchumba. Kipchumba is the slowest on paper of the three, but he looks up for the fight here, and he's got a huge size advantage. And maybe Lemmer, that's the second time in these little groups that Lemmer has allowed a little gap to form. 2:03.36, finishing third in Berlin last year. Kitata might fancy the job here. He's been the one to inject the pace. Geremu's definitely gone. He's going to have to work hard to hang on for fourth place. So who is going to have the sprint finish here? It's Kitata, it's Lemmer, it's Kipchumba. Will it be an Ethiopian or a Kenyan on top of the podium? If it's a Kenyan, it's not the one we were expecting. It's not going to be Eliud Kipchoge's day. It's a three-way battle for the line. Kipchumba's trying to pull away from Kitata, using those long legs, but Kitata's not finished. What a race, what a finish. It's Kenya against Ethiopia. The scalp of Eliud Kipchoge lies in wait for one of these men. And it's Shura Kitata. The time is an irrelevance, but what a win and what a way to do it. Kipchumba second, Cisse Lemmer third. What a race. Real heart there from Kitata. When the taller figure from Kenya went past him, you thought it was a definitive strike, but the tiny Ethiopian was not to be beaten. Second 2 years ago, it's all gold today for Kitata on an afternoon where we've seen Eliud Kipchoge dethroned in the most spectacular fashion. We're still waiting for the Olympic champion and the world record holder to cross the line. Good run from Kipchumba, it really was, for second place, building on that momentum he displayed in Amsterdam last year. Here comes the man who has so often dominated all before him. All great champions have their off days, and today it was Eliud Kipchoge's turn to find out that it doesn't always go according to plan in the marathon. He won't make excuses. He's a man of immense courage and dignity, and we will see great days from Kipchoge again in the future. But this was the day he was to be denied. And it's Shura Kitata, the 24-year-old, who reigns supreme 2 years after finishing second to Kipchoge. He's come out on top.
Maybe they'll have the wheels, maybe not. It's going to be somewhere around where the two bricks are as well. When they went through just with a lap to go, they looked very, very close between Ben Connor, of course. A reminder, Johnny Miller was the leading.
Mara, I think you're almost lost for words.
I was just checking Kipchoge's CV because I was fearing that it was a personal worst for him. And outside the Olympics, it was a personal worst. So I've been there before. Personal worsts are not good. So I just don't know what went wrong for Kipchoge there. But brilliant to see Kitata go one better than his second place 2 years ago. And what an amazing finish. The men's marathon here in London has seen a few sprint finishes in recent years. And to finish with a race like that, just brilliant.
Oh, and you thought that Kipchumba was going to take that with his long stride, but he went into the lead by maybe half a metre, but it was never decisive. This is good going here from Johnny Mellor. Excellent running. The 33-year-old, 10th in Berlin, just inside 2:13 a couple of years ago. On his way to securing the British title here, having already got the qualifying time for Tokyo. One of three men, but the only one competing in this race. Callum Hawkins has sat this one out. He was pre-selected after second in London, in the World Championships in London 3 years ago. Fourth place rather in London, and fourth in the sweltering conditions of Doha last year. Mellor is the third. Farah, we know, has got the qualifying time, but he's going for the 10,000 metres and a duel with Joshua Cheptegei.
Just looking back behind Mellor though, I wondered if Connor was having trouble. But they were on Birdcage Walk. They're very close to the finish, so he just needs to hold it together. So Kip Serum there, finishing in 10th place.
Well, Johnny Mellor edging towards the line on a day where we've seen Eliud Kipchoge dethroned. No fifth title in London this year for the Olympic champion. This is good work from Mellor. Very consistent. It's not going to be a personal best, but it's a good run. 14th 2 years ago, just inside 2:18. He was 18th last year with 2:13.5, and it looks like he's able to pull out a little bit of a sprint here. He's got some energy left after overcoming Ben Connor in that battle for the British title. Excellent run this, Mara. What is it? Mid 2:10s in tough conditions. This is a great performance from Mellor and a brilliant way to back up his qualification time. He's done it again.
Yeah, 2 qualifications now from Johnny Mellor. I think we'll definitely see him on the start line at Tokyo next year. Just outside his PB 2:10.05, so within a minute of his PB. Great run from him.
Well, we're keeping a close eye on the clock here because it's 2:11.30 for the official qualification. Now, Woodfine. Yeah, that is brilliant for Tristan Woodfine. PB 2:13.16, and he's just produced the qualification time, and that may well secure him a place on the Canadian team for Tokyo. That's of massive significance for Woodfine, it really is.
Yeah, big PB for him. I'm just concerned to Connor because it was, here he comes, just inside.
Well done. That is it. He's hung on brilliantly there, because look how much it took out of him. He must have known, okay, the British title is gone, but he's done it. He's put himself in the conversation, Mara, for a place on the plane to Tokyo next year with his debut. That was excellent.
That was brilliant. 2:11:18 or so. We'll bring you the official times when we have them. But he was looking fantastic with Mellon 5 minutes ago, and then suddenly something went wrong. Those dreaded jelly legs on the finish line, I think he was... Things can turn... If you hit the wall in the marathon, you can be going really well 1 minute and things can turn horribly bad very quickly, but Connor just managed to hang on and get that Olympic qualifying time.
And by the way, we didn't see him crossing the line, but it would be remiss of us not to mention what a fantastic run for the Irishman, Stephen Scullion, breaking 2:10 for the first time, 2:09:49, Olympic qualification guaranteed, massive PB, well done to Stephen. Coming out of retirement has been well worth it. 2:11:52 becomes 2:09:49, and I'm pretty sure that the Irish selectors will be putting him on the plane to Tokyo. John Tracy will be over the moon wherever he is in Ireland watching this. The great Olympic marathon medalist from '84 and cross-country world champion. He will be elated for his countrymen there. Well done to Stephen Scullion. We've seen quite a few producing wonderful performances to just sneak home ahead of that marathon Olympic qualification time. Great performances and good strength and depth on a day that saw Eliud Kipchoge dethroned with the slowest time he's ever produced outside the Olympic marathon. It was destined to be Kitata's day, upgrading from his second place finish behind Eliud Kipchoge 2 years ago. What a win for Shura Kitata. It's not the quickest time we've seen in London, but that doesn't matter. It was a performance of real heart. Vincent Kipchumba follows up a wonderful win in Amsterdam last year with a great second place this time. Cissé Lema third, Geremu down in fourth after finishing second last year. But the big news, Eliud Kipchoge down in eighth, not to be today for the Olympic champion. So Brigid Kosgei was a world record holder who came here and delivered in London. Wonderful performance from her, beating her compatriot, the reigning world champion Ruth Chepngetich. Confirmation if you're just joining us. Kosgei took that one way outside her world record, but it doesn't matter. Sarah Hall came through brilliantly to outsprint the world champion Ruth Chepngetich for second place, the first American on the podium since Dina Castor won the race back in '06, I believe. Molly Seidel with a big PB for the United States in sixth. Gerda Stein just missed the South African national record, but only by a few seconds. So a couple of minutes ago, we had the official presentation. A lovely watch. The silver dish. And a not too shabby payday either. $30,000 US for the victory. It was a bonus of $125,000 for a world record or women's only world record. B. Excellent victory for Kosgei nonetheless. Well, there was almost a silence of in the stadium when Usain Bolt finally relinquished his 100-metre title. When he got the bronze, people could hardly believe it. And although there was nobody there, had we had a crowd here with the backdrop of Buckingham Palace, I think there would also have been a stunned silence watching Eliud Kipchoge, graciously, it has to be said, coming across the line in 8th place. Every great champion has an off day. Today was Eliud Kipchoge's. Mari Yamauchi and I will be taking a short break now, but join us to complete a hat-trick of elite races. We've got the men's and women's elite.
That's right. Even the king has some bad days, and that's how it ends at the 40th edition of the London Marathon. The greatest of all time, arguably, that is Eliud Kipchoge, has finished in a distant 8th, but he's still the world record holder. And as our commentators there said, that time is one of the slowest outside the Olympic times, but the title goes to Shura Kitata of Ethiopia. Vincent Kichumba almost going to that finish line, but Kitata's kick beat him to second place. And I don't know. I told you to be cautious as we started this production. The Ethiopians were always going to be a challenge, even in the absence of Bekele.
Hata nafasi ya tatu, Sisei Lema ni Mwethiopia, Shura ni Mwethiopia, bado chini yake wa Ethiopia kabla Eliud akuja nafasi ya 8. Lakini kiukweli nimekuja kuamini ule msemo unaosema udhaniavu ndivyo kumbe sivyo. Na unayemdhania kwamba ni yeye sio yeye. Akiwalai. Lakini Eliud, nafikiri kuna kitu kimetendeka kwake.
We are actually waiting to hear that. The commentators started very early in that race, saying that there's something must have been wrong with Eliud Kipchoge, who did not break away from the leading pack as he usually does. And for an athlete who's had perfect records in about all the 9 marathon races that he has run, apart from the second finish behind Wilson Kipsang in Berlin, this was actually telltale signs from almost about what, 10 kilometers to the finish line, when he failed to totally shed the competitors in that leading pack. But hey, it ends with Shura Kitata of Ethiopia finishing that race to victory 2 hours, 5 minutes and 41 seconds. Vincent Kipchumba just a second behind Kitata. And guess what? As Makori said, number 3, 4, 5 and 6 all went to the Ethiopians, again in the absence of Bekele. And probably we were discussing this as we watched the final minutes of that race. Could the absence of Bekele probably have, you know, discouraged our very own Eliud Kipchoge from going ahead? Because the breaking news there is quite telling. Eliud Kipchoge failing. We've not had that, never in one sentence.
Kenenisa Bekele siangekuja tu akimbia tu ajitoe. Kuna uwezekano mkubwa ule kutokuwa kwake pia kumechangia kwa njia moja ama nyingine. Manake ukiangalia Eliud, imekuwa ni Eliud Kenenisa. Dakika ya mwisho Kenenisa na jeraha la msuli. Eliud ndio huyo nafasi ya 8 imekataa kabisa. Lakini ukiangalia Vincent Kipchumba amejaribu kadri ya uwezo wake, na hisia zake zimemwambia kwamba Eliud tayari hawezi, wacha nijaribu. Na amejaribu nafasi ya pili. Pote, lakini hata ya pili si mbaya.
Now picture the heartbreak in the newsroom and in the gallery, because, you know, it's all quiet now. The excitement, we're trying to cheer on the team there. But you need to see what's happening in Eldoret. I'm sure the atmosphere is totally different, and we'll be joining Lois Wangoi shortly, and maybe she can tell us what actually is going on and what the atmosphere is like in Eldoret as soon as we are prompted. But as you see the pictures on our screens right there, London, the place where Eliud Kipchoge failed. It's painful to go with the word failing and Kipchoge in the same sentence. So just before we go to our reporter in Eldoret, let's take a quick break, and we'll be heading straight to Eldoret just to see what is going on.
This is NTV.
It's also produced some incredible races in the elite, and I'm delighted to say I'm joined in the studio now by the winner of the women's elite race, Bridget Kosgei, who's just been getting warmed up after that run. It was a little bit chilly, a little bit wet out there today, Bridget, but you did it. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's very, the weather is not good.
No.
It affects us, so we struggle up to my moment.
You did. The time, obviously, no time that you ran last year to take that world record from Paula Radcliffe by 81 seconds, which was an incredible run last year. They feel like very different times, don't they? Running that and running London last year, where you became the youngest woman to win the London Marathon. This year has been tough for all of you athletes, not knowing when to prepare for or what to prepare for, races getting cancelled. So times aside, how much of a joy is it just to be able to get out and race, Bridget? Was it wonderful just to race today?
It's just wonderful because we have not prepared well, and then due to pandemic which affect most of the country, and then again due to weather of today, it makes us to some of the legs to be freeze all the way up to we finish. So I struggle up to my moment until I finish.
We're just happy to see you out running, though, Bridget, to see you guys, the elite out there, putting a smile on lots of people's faces. We've got 45,000 runners around the UK. Normally, of course, you know, the runners who keep coming for hours after you've long gone, had your meal, they're still out there pounding this great source of inspiration to all those people as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll see you next year.
Yeah, I hope the race organizer will invite me next year. I will be well prepared to bring back again good results.
And the Olympics, of course, as well.
And the Olympics.
Yeah, we'll see you many times. I'm sure we're going to see you for many years to come, Bridget.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for coming. I know it's cold and somebody's got a nice hot drink for you, but thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Bridget's day is done. She's finished for the day, but out there on the
sportsmen and women. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yes, as APSA, we have a very strong heritage in supporting sports. And our purpose is actually to bring possibilities to life. And one of the ways through which we can bring that possibility to life is through sports. And we have, we believe that sporting can bring a better society, right. And that's why we are very passionate about sport, and we are supporting sporting activities both locally and globally. Locally, in the last years, if you can remember, we've been sponsoring here in Kenya the golf tournaments, and last year we had the Magical Kenya, where we made a real impact both in the sporting world and also in promoting tourism, and we've been able to promote Kenya as a tourist destination.
Great.
So that is a key area. We have been able to ensure that we have demystified the perception that golf is meant for the elite, and in real sense, and the majority of the people have now come to embrace and realize that golf is for all the people in all walks of life.
Okay, and you were just talking to me earlier about the products that you have tailored for our sportsmen and women, and one of them is the Stay Active initiative. What does that entail, and what is your target market?
Yes, on the Stay Active campaign, we have partnered closely with Eliud Kipchoge and his foundation. Just a month ago, we did a partnership with Eliud Kipchoge to support the young upcoming athletes in the 3 camps where he's sponsoring the young upcoming athletes, a camp in Iten, Kaptagat, and Kapsabet. And we did support them with a few items in view of the COVID-19. They were the hardest hit, and we needed to inspire and support them during that difficult time. So as a brand, we
are committed in sending a message through by showcasing that the fact that Kipchoge and other elite athletes have been able to deliver on the highest level, we want everyone else to learn from that. And that ability of hard work, having the tenacity and the commitment and perseverance to deliver despite the difficult challenges is what we are all about. We believe in Africanacity and the ability to learn from our athletes through the hard work, the commitment that they go through, the training programs that are rigorous, even through the COVID period when a lot of things had been put on hold and it was a little bit difficult for most of the athletes, but we have been able to use that opportunity to share out and make everyone appreciate and learn from the likes of Eliud and the other peers in the industry. Right. So athletics is in the hearts of most of the people in Kenya, and we are using that opportunity to create an environment where we can be able to showcase that we can have a fitter, healthier society.
And lastly, my question would be, you have spoken extensively on the support that goes towards our elite or senior athletes, but there's always the challenge when it comes to junior and upcoming athletes. Are you also tailoring products that are suitable for them?
Yes, indeed. We have tailored a product on the Stay Active campaign. We are rolling out some celebration products that will ensure that we continue to celebrate our champions and we support them as Kenyans as we continue to achieve despite the difficult challenges. And that is one of the things that we are very passionate about. With the partnership that we have, and very soon we'll be seeing a lot of activities with the support from NTV, and that will also be shared on the social media. Right. We are looking at having Eliud and the other athletes sharing tips on how to stay fit. Yes. And one of the areas we are focusing more is not just a physical fitness, but we are more focusing also on the mental fitness aspect, so that people can be able to overcome the current challenges of COVID.
Thank you, Mr. Songok Kongoi. Thank you for your time. That was Mr. Julius Songok. He's the branch manager for ABSA here in Eldoret, and among the partners who had come on board with NTV for the live coverage of London Marathon. We were also just about to speak to Dr. Wilfred Maribe. I'm just trying to locate him. It's also another important partner. He's the CEO for Petroba. I'm just trying to look for him, and we'll be coming back to you once we are able to spot him. But right now I want to take you back to our studios in Nairobi, where my colleagues Yoshua Makori and Watson are standing by. Kifupi ni kwamba Yoshua and Watson, it was a very beautiful day here. It's so much color, so much support, moral support from the residents of Uasin Gishu and its environs. A bit of disappointment, but nevertheless support for Eliud Kipchoge. And maybe you could take that further?
From you?
The last actually maybe 15 kilometers. As I feel my right here actually is blocked. And
so this has been something that's been going on for the last few weeks with you?
Not really.
No.
It just happened in the race. I had no problem.
Oh, just in the race. Sorry.
Yes. So I started good. I was in a good mood. All my drinks has been well. But that started in the
And did the conditions affect the way you were running as well today? Because you, at the moment, I have to say, Eliud, you look very cold. You're shivering. So it clearly was cold out there.
It's really cold, but I don't blame the conditions. But I think it's good to blame what the problem with the hip.
And now, right now, how is the hip and the leg that you said you had your cramp with? How's it?
Somehow, I'm still feeling it. But I hope it'll be okay.
Well, London loves you, and London has always loved you, and we're so glad to see you out here today, even though things didn't quite go to plan. So what happens next? It's hard to plan, I know, but is it the Olympics next year, or is it London again?
I think it will be, I'm going back to the drawing board again to sit with my coach and the management and see what will happen, what's there on the table for me to actually grab for next year.
But they've got more marathons in you, do you think?
Sorry?
More marathons in you?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Still more marathons on me, and I'm still there. I'm still there to come back again.
Well, we hope to see you back on the streets of London with that big smile, and obviously hope that the ear improves soon, and get yourself warm and get yourself rehydrated and refreshed as well. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Good to see you, Elliot. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, the 45,000 virtual runners who are taking...
Of course, that is Eliud Kipchoge there speaking to the production team, and he says he had a problem with his ear, and probably that is what may have led to his disappointing 8th place finish. But he, however, still says that he still got a lot of energy left in him. And just a quick something of what he's saying there, and he's even shivering, Makori.
Baridi imemwingia na mazingira mazima tu ya makala mwaka huu yamechanganya mambo mengi. Corona, wamewekwa katika hoteli moja, wanariadha wote wanaoshiriki ni elite peke yao. Mvua imenyesha asubuhi, yeye hayuko vizuri kimwili, mwili umekataa. Kwa sababu nafasi ya 8, labda kama ingemtoka ya 2, ya 3, lakini ya 8 inaonyesha dhahiri kwamba si yule Eliud tunayemjua. Lakini kwa vyovyote amesema tena narudi mwaka ujao kwenda kujaribu kurudisha ile imani kwamba imetoka. Hata ukiangalia, yani yeye kushindwa kwake ni pigo. Si hapa tu tuko Nairobi, Eldoret hakuna motisha. Yani Bridget alifanya mambo yake akaileta juu. Sasa imedidimia tena kwa sababu ya nafasi ya 8, lakini tutafanyaje? Kama imekataa imekataa.
And that's what sports is all about. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. We become so used to Eliud Kipchoge winning, and I can understand the, of course, disappointment. Let's just looking at Eliud Kipchoge, who happened to actually just go on top.
Akaingia kwangu.
Of right there. So his world record still stands, definitely. And these guys were not even chasing a world record. But his world record, as we can see on our screens right here, is 2 hours, 1 minute and 39 seconds. But he did what? 2 hours, 6 minutes and 49 seconds. That's over 5 minutes difference. And of course, he understands, he explains that the weather challenges, of course, his problem with the ear, with his ear. And he says he still got something in him to go ahead and continue racing. It was just one of those races that he ended up losing, Makori.
Alafu wajua katika maisha ni muhimu kulifanya jambo na ukalimaliza. Vile ameng'ang'ana na hali yake hadi akahitimisha mbio, hata kama ni nafasi ya ngapi. Ile inaonyesha kwamba yeye ni shujaa bado, yeye ni mfalme wa riadha katika upande wa marathon, yeye bado ni bingwa Olimpiki, na mwaka ujao anakwenda Rio kujaribu kutetea taji lake. Eliud Kipchoge kumaliza nafasi ya 8 sio pigo kwake. Ni mazingira amechangia.
Yeah. And he says he's going to Rio. He's actually going to Tokyo, and he did it in Rio.
Samani. Alifanya shughuli Rio, Tokyo.
And it's understandable because even in the Olympics, it was very slow. It was a very slow race. But looking at this, Shura Kitata finished what? 2 hours, 5 minutes and 41 seconds. That's 1 minute ahead of this guy right here in our studios, Eliud Kipchoge.
Yani tulikuwa tumesema awali kwamba wanaweza kukimbia chini ya saa 2. Imekataa. Ilikataa vile Eliud alipitwa, ile ingewezekana kabisa. Manake huyu jamaa huwa yuko vizuri. Na kukimbia chini ya saa 2 katika mazingira kama haya ambayo ni magumu, ya kuna homa ya corona. Ni kama homa ya corona imeingia katika upande wa wanaume sasa ikachanganya. Lakini kwa vyovyote vile ile ya Ineos ilikuwa imepangwa vizuri na ikapangika. Kila kitu kilienda kulingana na mpangilio. Hii imeendana na mpangilio kwamba London Marathon makala ya 40 yafanyike tu. Na upande wa kinadada imekwenda vizuri, ingawaje miili iliitikia upande wa kinadada. Mwili wa huyu ndume wetu umekataa upande wa wanaume. Lakini Vincent Kipchumba amejaribu kuonesha kwamba Kenya bado tuko vizuri. Eliud wakati mmoja atastaafu, hata kuweko. Nani atakuwa anakimbia? Wapo wengi. Na ndio hawa tumeona sampuli ya Kipchumba.
And Kipchumba was just 1 second behind Shura Kitata, finishing in 2 hours, 5 minutes and 42 seconds. And it was exciting watching with the news team and the production team all cheering Kipchumba. It started with Eliud, but then it went to Kipchumba. And, well, our shouts and our Let's Go Kenya shouts were just not enough to push Kipchumba past Shura Kitata, a 24-year-old, I might add.
Kijana mdogo sana anafanya mambo makuu, ni kama future yake ipo siku yake imeanza mapema. Sasa kitambo afike miaka kama 38 ya Kenenisa Bekele atakuwa amefanya nini hii duniani? Ni mambo makuu, lakini bado inaonekana dhahiri kwamba Kenya tuko wima. Ni pigo tu kidogo yametokea leo, lakini pande wa kinadada ipo, hii imekataa, nafasi ya pili ipo. Wa kinadada nafasi ya 3 tumepata, Ruth amecheza yake ingawaja amepitwa na Sara, lakini potelea pote. London Marathon wa Kenya wamefurahia. Ni hapa maskani NTV, umekaa chini ukatandika mkeka, sasa ndo unajaribu kumaliza na sisi kwa sababu ya heshima kubwa ya sisi kutoka jana kupeperusha moja kwa moja kwa shughuli nzito kutoka Nyayo. Leo hii ni siku nyingine nzito, tumefanikisha tangia asubuhi na watu wamefurahikia sana, asilimia kubwa kabisa kufuata kitu hiki. Hata arafa ni nyingi. Niko na moja hapa, huyu anaitwa Jaro Soja. Ni mtu ambaye anapenda kandanda, anapenda Gor Mahia, lakini hapa leo Wakenya wanapenda spoti. Unasimama na mchezo wote nzuri. Bingwa nadhani mwili wa Eliud wakati huu mwaka huu imekataa kulingana na mwaka. Yaani mwaka na mwili imeendana. Nasema ni Jaro Soja, Gor Mahia 0-0-1, kauli yake ameweka ngani hapo. Nisome ya mwisho hapa. Huyu ni kocha Njeru, anasema Heko NTV mumefanya kitu kikubwa, mnatusaidia sana. Kauli yake nzito yakiwa maeneo ya Embu. Alafu nisome moja hapa ya Zax Waweru, anasema kwamba walai bilai NTV hakuna kubahatisha, lakini Eliud iliendaje? Potelea pote, akatumia ile yangu potelea pote.
But it wasn't all lost because Vincent Kipchumba finished in 2nd place. You need to understand who Vincent Kipchumba is. Well, in 2017, he competed in the Berlin Half Marathon and he finished 2nd. Now, in the same year, 2 years later, that is in 2019, he was in Turkey for the Adana Half Marathon where he won. He was number 1 in that race. Then last year still, in Vienna, he attempted the Vienna City Marathon and he was number 1. And again, in the same year, last year, he won the Amsterdam Marathon once again. So we are looking at him making a debut in London and actually challenging for the title. And that is how serious Kenyan contention sometimes is. Sometimes we get so used to running, but as Makori said, we still have a very bright future. And Shura Kitata himself was just, that final kick that beat our very own Vincent Kipchumba. And the beauty of sport is that I have not seen a single Kenyan trying to bash or ridicule Eliud Kipchoge's efforts. And that is what sport is all about, as Makori says.
No human is limited, no wanasema. Leo ilikuwa ni siku ya Kitata. Hayuko limited, ameenda nayo. Yake itakuja. Na huyu kijana ambaye ameshinda leo Kitata, aliwahi kujaribu kukimbia London Marathon. Mwaka 2018 wakati Vivian Cheruiyot akitesa, alimaliza katika nafasi ya pili. Mwaka 2020 ya kwanza. Ni muhimu kuendelea kubisha. Ujui ya kesho.
And he looks like he was not very happy when he finished 2nd behind Eliud Kipchoge. And we could see the smile on his face even during the interviews that were being conducted after the race. He was very excited and the smile on his face just showed that. First attempt, he finishes 2nd behind Eliud Kipchoge. Look at him now, charging all the way to the finish line.
Martin Moses hapa anasema nimefurahikia matangazo ya moja kwa moja Heko NTV, na hapo nimeona kwamba kijana Vincent Kipchumba ana maisha mazuri mbele. Aendelee hivyo manake wakati aliona imekataa ya Eliud akafanya mambo yake, akaendea nafasi ya kwanza ikakataa, akambulia nafasi ya pili. Ndio hiyo nzito ameleta kauli yake Musa huyo. Alafu Fred Ngetich anasema amefuata kitu wa karibu sana. Aliwahi kuwa hapa QFM wakati mmoja kiwa hai. Anasema hii ni moto sana. London Marathon NTV, nimeona Eliud akifanya ukweli na kukamilisha mbio. La muhimu amekamilisha.
Tunaye pia Jacob Kimathi wa Nation Sacco pia. He says that good show Watson, mkiwa na Makori. Good job NTV. Let's go Kenya. Thank you guys for watching. In as much as the disappointment is there, everyone expecting that Eliud Kipchoge will go ahead and win a 5th title. Guys, there's no disappointment. Eliud Kipchoge has won 4 times in London. And this is just a blip in his very, very decorated system, Makori.
Sio kila siku inakuwa nzuri. Huyu anaitwa Wang'ombe, mpiga picha huyu yuko maeneo ya Nakuru, anasema atapigana tena siku nyingine, akaiandika kwa kimombo kwamba we live to fight another day. Nzito hiyo, kizungu hiyo ukileta bado unashughulika. Jacob Isia anasema heri hangeshiriki. Inauma sana. Mtu wa karakana ya soka huyo anaweka kitu yake hewani sambamba kabisa. Niende pembeni ndo tuangalie shughuli nzito inayokuja. Alafu hapa huyu anaitwa nani? Nampata Jen Ngoiri. Jen Ngoiri amefuata kwa karibu, yuko katika mji wa mabingwa, anasema hii imepigwa mbele ya umma. Pote le pote, tunakuja kutesa saa 1 jioni tena.
Fine. It was not all doom and gloom, definitely, for Kenyans in the London Marathon. That's the 40th edition. Because in the women's race that started about 9:15, we had this lovely lady. This lovely lady here, Bridget Kosgei, went ahead to win the race. And she won that race in 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 58 seconds. Bridget Kosgei defending that title. Also the world champion. Tell us more about Bridget Kosgei, please.
Mshikilizi wa rekodi ya ulimwengu. Bingwa mtetezi, ametetea tayari. Rekodi yake ya mwaka uliopita haikuwa rahisi. Aliendea kule Chicago. Akakimbia katika muda wa saa 2, dakika 14 na sekunde 4. Mtoto mdogo tu ana miaka 26. Niambia akifika 40 ni zaidi ya rekodi. Alafu uzuri wa rekodi ni kwamba ikiishi muda mrefu ndivyo maisha yako yanazidi kuwa mazuri kimfuko na kitaaluma. Ukiangalia kama Rudisha aliweka rekodi yake wakati mmoja ukiwa London katika mashindano ya Olimpiki. Rekodi yake inaishi hadi leo. Na ile aloivunja hii yake yenye alivunja huyu Bridget ilikuwa imedumu kwa miaka kadhaa. Ukiangalia, lakini kiukweli ni kwamba upande wa kinadada tumetesa, upande wa wanaume umekataa. Tukubali matokeo. Kukubali matokeo ni muhimu.
And just before we wrap up, of course, athletes, all sportsmen definitely have a very short active playing time. And we know that after retirement, the athletes need to do something that is very, very important. Now, earlier this week, our reporter Victor Kiprop actually spoke to the County Pension Fund CEO about how they can go ahead and save for their life after active sports. And Makori, it's very important. We have seen very many of our sportsmen and sportswomen struggle. Uko nje, tumewapata wako kwa mijengo, and yet they used to don those national colors.
Asilimia kubwa unakuta kwamba mtu hakuwekeza vizuri. Asilimia nyingine kubwa ni kama mizani inagemea 50-50. Unakuta kiukweli walitesa wakati wao, kama Kipchoge Keino jana ameadhimishwa. Ni starehe kubwa kiadhimishwa kama vile ameadhimishwa. Lakini kama hukuwekeza vizuri, utaishi kulia kwamba serikali nisaidie, na kiukweli ulitengeza mamilioni ya pesa. Ni muhimu hawa wanamichezo wetu wanavuna. Tusidanganyane, wanavuna. Lakini kile kitita unakitumiaje?
Well, let's listen to what the County Pensions Fund have in store for the athletes and, of course, other sportsmen. Thank you for keeping us company throughout the day from about 8 a.m. guys. Thank you very much for keeping us company, keeping it NTV, and I still got the energy. I think I can still do a few kilometers in me still, maybe.
Kwa hiyo tumaliza na hiyo?
Tumaliza na hiyo.
Mungu ni mkuu. Imekuwa fahari kubwa. Kwa hiyo kikubwa na cha mno ni kwamba tutiane tena kwenye mboni siku nyingine, wakati kuair ni kuonesha moja kwa moja mashindano makubwa tangu jana, leo tena siku nyingine. Yapo mengi yanayokuja. Kwa hiyo kama upati live kwa Spoti saa 1 na pale saa 3 ni kidunda saa 1, saa 3 siku moja nitajaribu nidunde nione kama itawahi. Lakini kwa sasa Mungu atuweke basi.
Kabisa. Twende.
Mbele uma.
For a poor Kenyan athlete, the difference between poverty and millions of shillings in the bank is anything between minutes and 2 hours. All they need is a pair of good running shoes and a race track.
Their money sparks like this. Today they have nothing. Tomorrow they run maybe Berlin Marathon or whatever marathon, and somebody comes with 10 million shillings.
And just like that, they become members of the Millionaires Club.
Unfortunately, most of them, of course, they live for the moment. So their fans who expect them to live the life they are able to afford at that time. So many of them would actually go for fast cars or very big SUVs. They tend to invest a bit recklessly.
This life on the fast lane, however, quickly falls apart as soon as they retire, with only a few landing softly on their feet. Retirement Solutions provided the County Pension Fund CPF Group has partnered with Athletics Kenya to stop this cycle through a pension scheme for athletes and training on financial planning and investment.
What we are asking is that this is a windfall. You are not expecting it. Can you cut even that half and throw it into the pension fund? So that by the time he retires from active running and the other athletes do the same, you're talking about being multi-millionaires.
Plans to roll out the pension scheme in other sporting fields are also in the works.
We want to begin where Kenyans identify with in a very big way. It's a success area. Tomorrow we are talking basically about rugby. Tomorrow, the other day, we're talking about netball, football, volleyball, name it. And all of them then will be brought on board.
The fund, which primarily caters for the pension needs of county government employees and administers the Lab Trust Fund, has also partnered with Safaricom under the M-Pension Plan, which allows individuals to become members by contributing using their bonga points. Victor Kiprop, NTV Sports.
This is NTV.